I'm Scott Al Miller. It is Thursday night, and that means it's time for Nicaragua Live. We're here on the live stream. People will be joining in just a minute. Thank you for joining us. We are here in Leon, Nicaragua, and trying a little bit different setup with the camera, microphone, everything, just always experimenting a little bit. Different lights, completely different lights. Same place, just whole different light setup. I feel like the color pops better. Now, I know that's the Fuji on Reala Ace that helps out a little bit, but I don't know. We're on the Suri 23mm. I'm about to place the order for the 16 and the 75. Super excited about that, and probably more than I should be. Doesn't really make any sense. It's just a camera. But I'm even looking at the different monitors, and all of them look fantastic from a color perspective tonight. We got 3 people on already. Welcome, everybody. It is always exciting to be doing the live. I look forward to it on Thursdays. Somehow Thursdays are my one evening when I'm able to pull off a live, like I'm just able to coordinate my life enough to do it, but also it seems like it's the time in the week when I'm just overwhelmed with stuff and needing a break, and so it turns into this kind of perfect set of things where we get to do the live and take some time to chill with everybody. So looking forward to getting into it this evening. I've not done my Duolingo yet, so we're going to have to do that at some point because it's just one of those days. So how is everybody doing? We got a couple people in already, and make sure you're hopping in the chat and saying hi for everyone. And sorry for those who I dropped today's video earlier than I meant to. That was an accident. I meant to have that go as I normally do after the live, and accidentally scheduled it to go right at the live instead, because this is the time we normally do stuff. Michelle is here. Aloha. Renee is here. I am doing well as I am doing well. Also, Renee, I hope you are well too. Fran Aruz says, hello, Scott. What do you say is the difference between the people in Leon and Managua? I have family in Reparto Chic, I don't know where that is, and Bataola Norte in Managua, and I'm planning on moving to San Miguel close to Ciudad Sandino. Excellent, excellent. I don't know how much of a difference there is. I mean, there's a difference. They're very close cities, right? They're bordering cities. So it's only so different, you know? It's easy to be like, oh, it's so different in between, but mostly it's the city layout makes things different rather than anything else. I think Leon is a little bit more of a party town. It's a younger vibe. It's a more go out social thing, but Managua has an awful lot of that. I don't know. Managuans tend to obviously be more business. Leon tends to be a bit more country. And you feel that vibe. You definitely get that difference. But I don't know, like, if you're moving back and forth, I think, mostly you're getting the same overall people for the most part, but definitely the cities and the opportunities between them definitely makes a difference. Like, there's no hiding that. Patricia says, hello, let's make a rain gauge together on the live. Yeah, we should do that. Port City Investments, you should make a pickup and leave itinerary. Make a pickup and leave itinerary. Oh, now I understand. An itinerary for people who just want to pick up and leave. That's not a bad idea. T-Bone says, howdy. How's the volcano activity been as of late? Haven't noticed any. In general, volcanic activity is not of much interest here because just it doesn't affect very much. Like, we go out and we look at it, and we're like, oh, cool. And I swear people remotely are much more concerned about volcanoes and earthquakes than we are here. Like, they don't affect anything day to day. Like, we like looking at them and taking pictures, but that's kind of as far as it really goes in most cases. So James is here. Scott, so when are you going to have your Relocate to Nicaragua retreat? Oh no, we're scheduling that. It's 10,000 for the regular seats, and then we're doing a deal right now. If you sign up on the live tonight, I wasn't going to announce it till later in the live, but for 20,000 you can get into our VIP seating, and we're going to be holding it. We're told it's almost sold out. We're going to be holding it at the new Leon baseball stadium. So we can seat, I think it's 15,000. It should be good, yeah. Renee says, I hope everyone knows I'm kidding. Renee says, still trying to find a long-term rental in Las Piñatas or Ponaloya. So hard to find. It is really, really, really hard to find. Renee, yeah. I mean, there's short terms that you can rent long term, but they get crazy expensive. That's there's no good answer as far as that goes, unfortunately. There's just, the real thing is that people who have places on the beach are pretty much in a mode of either they want to sell, they just want to get out and they don't want anything to do with it, they want to move or whatever, and that's understandable, right? You're not going to live here, you don't want to deal with it. But if you're going to stay, then you want short-term rentals because they make more money than long-term rentals. So either you in the beach, right? So long-term rental in a beach area anywhere is going to be really, really difficult. So Patricia, before we get into that, speaking of creepy things that you like, I did a parade last week, and I'm going to have it up, I hope, relatively soon on the videos. I'm actually doing okay with filming. I'm actually way behind on editing at this point, which is good. You got to get ahead on filming so that you can catch up on editing. I do want to know what people think of the whole look. Like, I'm looking over at even when I'm turned sideways, I'm like, this looks good. I like the colors. It's this Reala Ace. Am I the only one who actually, I'm colorblind, and to me the colors are fantastic. Not that they're vibrant. That's not what they are. It's that, actually I should check what the color even is. I am on. Yes, this is, can you see that change? Oh, you can. There. This is Fuji's brand new Reala Ace. It requires a high-end processor in your camera to be able to use this. Like, the color processing actually requires more compute power than normal colors, and it's only available in 4 cameras in the world, and this is the cheapest one that works with it. And it was a surprise. Fuji, it was like Christmas in July. Fuji is all of a sudden we got a 3.0 firmware. It's completely free for all Fuji users, and if you own one of these super high-end cameras, which is the HS2 and 2S or whatever, they're incredibly high-end cameras. The XT5, which is very high-end. The X106 VI, and then the XS20. Mine is the only one that's in its price range that has it. And they're like, you guys get Reala Ace. And I'm like, I've been waiting for it. So anyway, I'm just loving the look. I've got the camera actually on the desk today. I'm not on the tripod. I just wanted to kind of bring you guys in. So I'm on a wider lens, closer in. But the microphone's just doing its normal thing of being a microphone. Is the creepy relocation scammer you referred to in Costa Rica? We're gonna play 20 questions. Yes, he is in Costa Rica. We'll give you that. And you're not the first. So far, nobody, which has been very few people, nobody has not guessed the person. I'll give you that. T-Bone says, I just meant that visiting the main tourist volcano was a no-go for a while, and wondering if that was still the case. Oh, T-Bone, I'm not sure. We never drive out there, and there isn't a clear sign. I drove by it maybe a week ago and did not notice anything. So I don't know. I don't know if that means it's open or closed. But it's not like activity. They're just a little bit worried, so just kind of watching it. Thanks, Patricia. I like the curtains too. And Michelle, yeah, they are so much better. Part of that is I did bring up the camera. It makes them different. I'm on vlog mode with background blur, which is a stupid phrase. It's a wide aperture, so it does a really shallow depth of field on my face. But you notice my shirt's out of focus, right? My face is in focus, my shirt's out of focus. That's how shallow I'm. Only from the tip of my nose is blurry, the back of my ears is blurry. It should be only the plane of my eyes are in focus, which is why it struggles sometimes. So everything back there is blown out and just kind of this soft glow. And we're doing this early enough, and there's rain, so it's perfect. And look at the back of my chair. Look how blurry that is. So I like this side is even blurrier. And you'll notice as it comes around, it comes into focus a little bit. It's such a shallow depth of field. T-Bone says, nice color balance. Yeah, I like it. It's considered the best generally. It's new. And Fuji is generally considered. Fuji and Olympus have always been the competitors for the best color science in the world. And this is Fuji's slam dunk answer to everything. They're like, this is what film was supposed to look like. It's our best film ever. Patricia beat me to the rain gauge. Luke says Comcast signal has a 4-second delay compared to Verizon's cell service for watching this. Little things like that get noticed. 4 seconds is a lot, yeah. Is Marcella there? How was her steak? Marcella is not here. She is at home with the kids tonight. She was here a few hours ago, but she had to get the kids from Managua today, so she was running around all day, picking them up. Found out her cat had been locked in her house for over a week, destroyed her house, as a mad locked-up cat would do. It is now loose, but she had a rough day. Larry says, Martin Scorsese. Do I look like Martin Scorsese, or does my camera look like Martin Scorsese would use it? Or would Martin Scorsese take selfies with this camera? Maybe he would. Well, then someone tell me the scammer's channel name. I live for drama. Nope, I'm not giving it away. You have to figure it out. It's weird. We talked about it, and 3 different people all decided that he has roid rage, that he's on steroids and has rage problems because of it. We're very much hypothesizing. I don't want to actually accuse him of something he doesn't really have, but he appears to be a super angry fellow who, even in like his videos, that's the thing that gets me, right? Like the whole relocation retreat deal. Like, come on. Like, what is that stuff? But beyond that, his channel, when he does a lot of interviews, which interviews feel like quite often it's just I don't have any content of my own, so I'm just going to talk to people so I can keep making videos, which is totally not what you do. What you do is you just keep making videos of filler like I do. But it's... A lot of interview channels, I think, give a feeling like maybe they're being paid, like they're charging people, and they're like, "Oh, I'll interview you, but you got to pay me because I'm going to get you some exposure," kind of deal. I'm not saying that's true, but it's the vibe I get, and you know, because it's always like, there's someone on my channel, but they're selling something. Oh, very, yeah, just like that. He's not recording anymore, but Paul Damon channel was, every time he showed a place, it was like, he's getting a free meal from the restaurant, or that's what it felt like, right? It always felt like if he showed somebody, it's because there was some money involved, or a chance for some business, or it was someone who was going to use him for buying a house or whatever. That's the vibe, right? I don't know what he did, but that's the vibe. And so that's the way this feels. But even when he's interviewing people, he will snap at them, and I'd be like you feel uncomfortable for the people on the video in the room with him. Like, you wish you didn't have to be watching it because they're so visibly uncomfortable being as close to that as him, close to him as that. And so I find that as a channel a very strange thing, and I'm not the only one who has said that about his channel. And about him in one-on-one communications apparently is the same in real life, or worse, like really, really angry at people I know well. And so very, very strange that with that vibe, people would be going to a retreat with him. You want to retreat from him. Like, it's a scary situation. He peaked in high school and has hated his life ever since. It does definitely feel that way. Did you get your residency worked out yet? That's Michelle. So I had my interview for residency this morning, and then they say it takes about 3 weeks after that point. So it went well. Like, nothing went wrong. Now we just wait. But realistically, like, we're really good candidates for residency. Not just because of like the channel and stuff, but that's also true. But we rent places. Like, so we're good rentals. We put money into the system because we're renting. We own places. We employ people. We invest. There's like all these things that we do. And so because of all these different things that we're involved in, and it's funny. So the way that they do, I didn't realize they were going to do this. I thought they were going to say, how long have you been here? If they were going to ask at all, I thought it was going to be very much a how long have you been here essentially full time. I don't know how you would word it to make it make sense, but we generally say we moved here in April of 2021. So over 3 years, but pretty close to 3 years. Technically, I was here in March as well. And so for me, like, my wife doesn't count that because I was heading home to get her in between. But all I did was fly back, get her, and fly back. So yeah, I was actually here before that. Paul was here before that. But I was only not here for that year before because of COVID. So do you count that? Because I was here just before COVID and was meant to be back. So kind of I've been here since 2019, except for when I was locked out of the country during COVID. And we did move down during COVID. Like, it just took part of COVID for us to fight our way down. So do we count it back to then? But that's not what they asked. They asked, when did you first come? And we're like, 2015. They're like, okay, 9 years. And we're like, 9 years it is. So that scores very well for us as well, that we have such a long period of time in Nicaragua. And it's, how long have you been in business in Nicaragua during that time? They didn't even ask that, but that's 8 years. We didn't start doing any business here in that very first little bit, but the next year we certainly did, and have been here ever since. And so it is actually legitimate in many ways to think of us as having 9 years here in country, because we've been involved with Nicaragua continuously for the last 9 years. So it's not the loophole that it may sound like. It just surprised us that was the thing that they asked. It was so few questions. I was sure, we were all sure, that the Residencia interview was going to be harder than it was, but it was pretty straightforward. And they were very nice and everything, very just professional. Came in, had their clipboards, asked some questions, didn't even have to see the kids, like we know you have kids. Technically their department sees the kids all the time, so it's not like they have to. I suppose if you were doing Residency and you'd never done a renewal and they didn't really know you and they're like, okay, so you're filing for this, who are you? It would be different. But our kids have gone, I don't know, 6 times, 20 times to do renewals. So they're even like the ancillary staff all know them by sight. It's not a questionable thing whether or not they're actually here with us or whatever. Notice that Playa Tours down by Salinas Grandes. Yep. The properties are popping up for sale. One house on beach was for sale. You must be Tesoro is what you tried to write. 100 lower than lot price. It was for sale 100 lower. For sale 10K lower than lot price. Remember, I've always got something over top of the words on my screen. I don't know why. It's this little heart. What if I click on it? Oh, it gives me a bunch of stuff. And I click, look, a little heart. Yay. I just hearted myself. Why is that on my screen? No, it's interesting that a house is lower than the lot price. Who's selling the house? How cheap is it? The lots are not expensive last I knew. Give me some info. People want to know. Give me the deets. Speaking of, I really need to get down to Grand Pacifica. They wanted me to film down there, and I wanted to go do it. I just need time. Everything's about time. James, where did you see it listed? Like, happy yeah. So James asks, how does the residency affect my family? So in reality, it doesn't, right? That's why we don't really care all that much about getting it. We were not doing anything real specific to get Residencia. The thing that makes us different, and this is what makes us good residents, I'm sure, is that we didn't come to Nicaragua in a situation where we needed something from Nicaragua. We want to not live in the United States. That is true. We want to live abroad. We want to give our kids a global upbringing. Yes, Nicaragua is able to provide those things. So we are asking things of Nicaragua, but we're asking for things from Nicaragua in a cultural sense, in a global sense. But we could ask those things of Honduras. We could ask those things of Panama. We could, we have a lot of choices. Nicaragua's not in a unique position to do the things that we need, and we came here because we really like Nicaragua and we really want to be here, but we're active global investors with a successful business and things going on, and not a wildly successful business, but a successful business. And So we're bringing a lot to the table. We didn't come here with a need for residency. We didn't come here with a need for a passport. We didn't need anything from Nicaragua. Just let us live here and we're good. And then the fact that we ended up investing was not investing for the purpose of residency. We invested actually by accident. We completely ended up falling into our first investment, and then others kind of just came along because it was like, well, there's this thing, it'll work out well for us. It seems like it just makes sense, and so we ended up doing some additional investing, and those are investments that were not. So a normal person who's coming in is either not going to do investment residency. That is not the norm, and it's very common to just skip that. Just come in like, I barely make the minimum. I'm here because it's cheap. We're not here because it's cheap. We're here because we love it. We like the culture. We like how things work. It fits. And then when we invested, we didn't invest because of residency. So we didn't invest, as a lot of people do, skimming in at the number that you have to have, which at the time was 30,000. We didn't come in at 30,000. We came in wildly larger because it was not involved in residency. It was just, there's an opportunity, we just ended up in it. So our investment is not this, okay, we invested to basically buy residency. No, we're investors who are actively trying to make a difference, and instead of 2 employees, we have many times that, or thousands of percentages larger than we're required to be for things. And so when they look at those things, it's not just that we have bigger numbers, it's the thought processes behind those things are completely different. And so, wow, Patricia, those are not realistic numbers. What? No. Yeah, so James Beach asked 40,000 for a lot, 30,000 for a house on that 24 market, Encuentro 24, I assume you mean. So things on there are not always real. James, 30,000 for a house on Tesoro is low, but 40,000 for a lot is on the high side. I thought it was 40,000 for a lot with a house. So I thought 30,000 was 10,000 off of the house price. I don't think lots are just. I don't think it's just a lot for 40,000. I don't really know. Shows how much I go to buy down there, but no. And Patricia, I mean, that doesn't feel in the realm of reality at all. Standing houses. So Tesoro is absolutely beautiful, but it's not like a San Juan del Sur. It's not like a primo beach where you have we have the best roads, we have the best infrastructure, we have the best restaurants, we have everybody wants to be there. There's people fighting over the spots. It has loads of empty because it's the whole Salinas Grande's area is relatively empty just because it's remote. Like, it's beautiful. It's such a nice area. If you had a helicopter, right, you'd build a helicopter pad, it would be the place to go. It's gorgeous. I love it down there. But it's hard to get to. There aren't a lot of restaurants. There's a lot of negatives as well. So it has a nature of being very inexpensive. The price that you're quoting, Patricia, is expensive for the expensive beaches. Like, that's getting into beachfront and San Juan del Sur territory. Not quite, but it's getting into that range. Like, that's a unreasonable number in this country. All right, looks like we're going to have an ad in 45 seconds. Who knows? Who knows what we're really going to have? Does my family need to do border runs? So so we didn't get residency because of all the normal things. We were just living our lives, and they're like, you blow the doors off investor residency. You could just have investor residency. And it's like, well, if we can have investor residency, I guess we should have investor residency. And apparently that was also their conversation, they being, Nicaragua. If you can, you should. It's like, okay. And investor residency is the most flexible. It's the hardest to get. It's the most expensive. But for those, this does not let you not watch my video that I accidentally dropped too early. Everyone who's watching this, you have to promise you're still going to go watch my mea culpa video that came out an hour ago. But I was wrong. If you get investor residency, unlike regular residency, you can take a job in Nicaragua. It does not change the fact that you should not. It does not make sense. It is a crazy thing to want to do. That has not changed. But can you legally work in Nicaragua as an employee with a salary? apparently I can as soon as this comes through. So in about 3 weeks, we anticipate I will be legally able to do that, which seems nuts that they would even let me do that. But I did in the video explain why I think they may have done that, not for the reason, basically because I've proven I wouldn't do that. So they're giving me the mechanism to potentially make other things easier if I need to. So the big things that matter with the residency is that I can buy a car in my name, not just buy a car, because I have a car, but I can get one in my name, which allows me to just drive it anywhere. Importantly, Honduras, which, check a map, I live 2 hours from Honduras. I grew up 2 hours from Canada, and not being able to drive to Canada would be terrible. I would not want to do anything. That would be awful, not being able to drive to Canada as a kid. I don't like not being able to drive to Honduras now. I'm constantly going, oh, look at this cool thing in Honduras I could go film. Oh, I got to take a bus. Then I'm stuck. I got to carry all my camera gear on a bus. If I forget anything, I can't turn around. I can't stop and get a coffee. I don't want to do that. I don't mind riding buses, but it's to Honduras, it's far. I want to be able to jump in the car, have my trunk full of gear, drive up. I shouldn't announce that's where all my gear is. Drive up, go to San Antonio del Oriente, right? And go film beautiful mountain towns and drive to the coast and go film Isla del Tigre and just go to all these beautiful spots in Honduras and add it to our repertoire of videos and I can have a drone up there, right? I can do all kinds of cool stuff. I want to be able to do that stuff. And without that, it's a huge pain. So that's the reason that I'm excited about residency. So James asked, do we have to do border runs? So we've had to do border runs up until now, except we never actually need to do border runs because we travel from time to time. Going home for Christmas, going to Disney World earlier this year, taking a vacation in Costa Rica, wedding in Mexico. We've just had things come up. And so because we live in a tiny country and you often fly to other countries for things, we don't need to do border runs. But if we were to take a 6-month period and not leave the country, then we would need to do a border run. With the new residency, we won't need to do those border runs, but instead we have to do a scheduler reprint, which is easier, but not a lot easier. So it does not make a big difference for a lot of people. People who live in Managua, it is a huge improvement. For people who live in San Juan del Sur, it's generally considered worse. For people who live way up north, it's better, but it just depends where you are. Here in Leon, it's kind of like, who cares? It's all about the same. KL7RRC, been to Transito a few months ago. Nice, but the road to it sucks. Also, Transito itself may need some infrastructure improvements. Yeah, I don't like Transito so much. It's pretty terrible. But KL7RCC, if you take the Valero road to Transito, only the last kilometer sucks. It's a beautiful road the rest of the way, but if you take the Transito road, it sucks. So it's all about knowing how to approach it. Approach it from the Porto Sandino, and you'll be all set. Been to Transito. James says, that's the guy Scott interviewed, Ed Brother House. He is now selling 6-month shared ownership for $65K. 6-month shared ownership. That's the guy Scott interviewed. Interviewed's brother's house. He's still planning on getting the little BYD electric car. Yeah, T-Bone, I'm not 100% sure. I really do want that car, but for just a tiny bit more, okay, 50% more, but it seems like very little, they have a bigger one that's hybrid with a 2,100 kilometer range, but that I don't have to plug in. So I could fuel it up at home, charge it at home for driving around at home, but then go on fuel when I'm going long distance. It's bigger and more comfy, but would let me drive all the way to Guatemala, fill up and drive all the way back. I'm playing around with a couple ideas, but I'm planning on doing something. I answered your question. Good, James. Patricia says, I was just checking Playa Tesoro's website, and they have the little beach cabanas for $30 to $40, but the single-family houses are $135 and $180 for the model with the pool. Don't hold back. Tell us how you really feel. Wait, what was that about? Which thing did I... So, I feel like the prices are very high. It all depends on the appointments, right? You're putting in marble or granite or fancy stuff. It's gonna be nice. But I can tell you, waterfront in Las Piñatas, we were looking at a house to buy just because it was, utilitarian for us, and it was a crap house. So keep that in mind. Worth nothing as a house, but the location was absolutely primo, and we were advised not to offer over 40 for a house on the sand at the second most expensive beach in the country, third maybe. Popoyo might be number 2, but very, very cheap. Now, bigger houses, like it's, the house is terrible. So there are places hitting those numbers in Panitas, but you're looking at pretty big places. TJ, hey Scott, I just got power back last night. That hurricane spawned so many tornadoes in my area. Oh, I heard tornadoes up in New York too. My dad had one. Not real close, but in his kind of area-ish. James says, Patricia, single house with pool is one selling 6-month ownership. Yeah, is that, James, are you trying to say it's John's house? It might be John's house. 6-month ownership is hard to deal with. I mean, it's cool if you want to go back and forth and you're getting the 6 months that you want. Why pay for a whole house when you can have half that you use exactly the same? I mean, that hard to make that work, but if it fits you. So for 30 to 40K, but that's new, little beach cabanas with the lot. That's not the house price. That's the house and the waterfront lot price, I assume. Now, of course, Patricia, if you wanted to get some value out of this, you just buy an empty lot. And there's this guy who makes prefabricated beach units. They're the most luxurious thing. You can Airbnb them down in Costa Rica. If you were to put one of those on one of these beach lots, you could rent that out for like $3,000 a month, and that's just the profits. I mean, the total amount coming in. I mean, the sky's the limit. You can rent $2,000-$3,000 per night, and we've run the numbers. It'll pay for itself. You'll have to take out a mortgage, of course, to install it. Even though it's prefabbed, it's going to take 6 months because it's so luxurious. And there's no plumbing, but that's okay because it has magic pixie dust that makes the poo go away. But this is Nicaragua, so if you need to pee, you can just go outside and pee on the side of the house. But the prefabbed houses, they rent out for so much on the beach that even though you have to take out a huge mortgage on it, it'll pay for itself in just 2 weeks. We've run the numbers. It's quite the deal. Seriously, all that, no one responded? Come on. That was funny. I'm kind of like a really boring Letterman. Scott, you need to go on the website for Fly to Sort and sort this out. I'm not getting a rad pad. No, Patricia, you need a rad pad. I don't appreciate your ruse, sir. I'm going on the website. I can't show you guys the website live. I thought about setting up the laptop so that I actually could do this stuff live. I'm such a slacker. Houses for sale. Oh, cool. I've never actually looked at houses for sale. Here, Beach Cabana. Yeah, $35,000 for okay, pretty cabana. Casa Purpura, $135. 2 bed, 1 shower, 92 meters. Okay. Casa Amaria, Piscina. Okay, that's the 180. Houses for sale. Details. Are you sure that's 6 months? No. Casa Naranja. Naranja is the... Who said it? Oh, my stomach's making noise. James, the one that you're looking at, so Amaria and Pool is the yellow house. It's the orange house. Casa Naranja, 50% share. They're asking 75, probably 65 over on the other channel. So I don't know. And it's listed as, no, that's it. But it does say 50% share very prominently. Now that one matches the Purpura house, but the 50% share is more than half the price of the whole thing. I don't know if I've been in that one. I think Amaria is the one that I filmed. I'll try to get a... So I'm colorblind. Anyone know what color the house was that I filmed? Because I sure don't know, but that is the exact layout of the one that I filmed. I'm pretty sure that it's either an exact copy of the one I was in, or that's actually it. Ah, I see the layout. Yeah, that makes sense. Prefab con guy. Maybe he's a pre-con fab guy. That's like a shirt we should make. Foreshadowing of the fly-by-night industry sales pitch. Oh, I'm good. I'm ready. I can whip off a sales pitch pretty quickly. Don is here. The beach cabin has plywood covering the opening on the back. Are the loans someone can get to buy out there in Nicaragua? So, hey, Joseph, welcome to the live stream. I don't think you've been on the live stream before. If you have, I apologize. If not, welcome. So, can you is a strong question. Is it theoretically possible? Yes. How would you do it? So there's two ways. If you're in like the United States, as an example, you can generally get a loan in the United States, but it has to be a wildly unsecured loan unless you have massive collateral, at which point you probably don't want a loan. But a typical mortgage has the house to fall back on. You won't be able to do that. Like, that's just out of the question. So in order to get a loan in the United States, you will need to put up collateral or have credit of such unbelievable level that you can take out a personal loan for the amount that you want to get. But generally, when you do an unsecured personal loan, the rates are not great. So you end up spending quite a bit. So you want to be careful with that. But you could potentially do it. If you're going to pay it off pretty quickly, but maybe that's okay. 20%, but you're only going to take it for 6 months. Maybe that makes sense. So it's an option. Here in Nicaragua, in theory, you can go after a loan. People have gotten them. They do exist, but the majority of people who are getting loans are doing so as like the builder is providing the loan, not the bank. Or a bank is doing it through a builder, but the builder has a really strong ability to reclaim the property, or has already put up the money and is spreading out a risk among a bunch of properties. They have ways to make it kind of make sense if you're playing around with the builder, and you may find that some just sellers are willing to hold your mortgage because they feel they have some teeth on a contract and they're desperate to sell because they may otherwise be looking at holding out for a really long time. Those are the only things we really ever find. As far as going to just a normal house for sale, going to a normal bank and saying, hey, I'd like a mortgage on this house, while not technically illegal or anything like that, it is all but impossible because there's just no bank that will touch an extranjero for a loan because so many Americans burned the banks in 2018 when the property values tanked and the market went dry. Some enormous percentage, 25%, 50% of American mortgage holders fled the country and just left, leaving the banks. And the idea is, well, it doesn't matter, right? I put $5,000 in, I still owe $90, the bank gets it. But the banks are left with a whole bunch of debt that they already had to pay. And now they hold houses that have gone from being worth $100,000 to being worth $20,000, and nobody's buying. So they can't even sell them at $20,000 to recoup their losses. They're looking at 100% losses because of a complete bubble collapse and the bubble burst. Market collapse, and so they're very, very, very wary of extranjero loans because extranjeros have so much potential to just walk away that you always have that potential. Like in the United States, this person just walked away and left the bank holding the house. Yes, but in the United States, you can almost always resell the house. The market is just larger, and the chances that a large number of people is going to do that, a large percentage, is really low. But in Nicaragua, it could be the majority of your market could just walk out one day, and you're left holding far more money than you could possibly write off. La Contra's here. What up, Scott? Stay safe in these rains. Yeah, it's some serious rain. Did you see the one where I was driving down the street and I was like up to the grill? It was pretty wild. Patricia says the 2-bedroom house for sale on Playa Tesoro looks a lot like the house that was being sold by the American missionary who was selling the hostel business in Leon that didn't include the actual house. Really? That's awful. KL7 RCC Scott, my hardware-based personal VPN setup is tested and ready. Should I change default ports to something Also, just in case, and what if organization using another VPN, will it fly? Thanks, Yuri. So VPNs are transparent. When you have it set up correctly, it's completely transparent. So it's fine, right? Now, each VPN creates latency and uses a small amount of bandwidth. Now, if you've got a 100 meg connection, you don't care about the bandwidth. You could have 1,000 VPNs, it wouldn't matter. But the latency adds up because every additional VPN has think of it as a tunnel, but the tunnel has to be calculated. So that calculated tunnel for every packet has to happen twice. So if it takes a nanosecond to do it once, now you get 2 of them, now you get 2 nanoseconds. Get some bug flying around making noise. What's going on? Oh, it's in the window. Hopefully one of the geckos will get it. So it's it should work just fine, as long as you're making sure that the tunnels enclose each other and you're not trying to do something weird, like trying to break out of a tunnel, which you shouldn't be able to do. So your personal VPN setup, where are you connecting to? That would be the first question. But then, yeah, if you need to do, so if you have a hardware VPN, let's just say your router, we'll just call it your router, has a VPN, and then you have a router in, let's say, the United States. And so everything coming from your office, which could be like my office here, goes through that. We're doing this literally for people today. And it comes out in the U.S., we'll say in Miami, which is the place to do it. It's literally like a tunnel. It's like you dug a tunnel under the ocean, under the Caribbean, and popped up in Miami, and anything you put in that tunnel will just come out in Miami. If the thing you put through that tunnel is another tunnel, if you're inside the inner tunnel, you have no idea you're inside the outer tunnel. You can't see out the walls. So you will never know you're being double tunneled, except for that it takes longer for stuff to get there. So should be no problem at all. Annie's Shenanigans is here. Hey, Annie's. But you deleted your message, so I don't know what. But hi. James says, to me, when he said relax and smoke a joint was red flag. In fact, that water supply is private. Yeah, water supplies are often private. As long as you have a good contract on it, it's not a problem. Everything here is contracted and private. Also, James, be aware that while the water supply may be private, all water in the country is public. There's no such thing as actually private water. So there are situations where you have problems with people with private water. Generally, the time that that's a problem is if they're politically connected and everyone's afraid of them. Or if they convince people that they're politically connected, they don't have to actually be. They just have to threaten you. Well, I know people. Well, I don't know that he doesn't. What does that mean? I don't know, but I'm afraid of him. Okay, right? Same as anybody threatening you with anything you don't know. So that happens at times. So you have to be worried about those people and whatever. Right, but in reality, you have someone like that, and they're causing problems. You can go to the government and be like, "Hey, I need water," and they're going to be like, "Oh, private water, huh?" And that doesn't go over well. So people who are doing private water, which is fine, need to be good about it, or they risk someone stepping in and being like, "Yeah, you're not allowed to privatize a public resource." Foursquare King says, good evening to the hardest working person on the internet. Thank you. Luke, I assume you're talking to me. No, it's probably Luke. He was up next. So how do the banks drop the properties off their balance sheet with the understandable losses? They really don't. They're just stuck with them here. So the banks are suffering big time even now. It's been half a decade, and they're still carrying all kinds of massive unrealized debt, or in some cases realized debt. It's very, very difficult. But, all loans are a risk, but the risk became way too high for most of them to weather. Balance sheets. Foursquare says, you have very good advice. I've been watching your channel every day for weeks. Can't get enough. Well, thank you. Gail7RCC. Excellent. Thank you, Scott, for explanation. Scott Hassman is here. Hey, Scott. Is your current home located in a subdivision, or is it like an acreage? So I have multiple homes. The one I'm in, the one that you guys see most of the time, is a rental that I'm the renter of. I don't own it or anything, and it is in a subdivision, but it's a very small subdivision. It's not like a giant public community. It's more like a family lot, and so everyone here is family except for us. And it's just a few places, but it is legally a subdivision. So it's like a family, and this happens a lot. You especially see it in Managua. I see it in Managua that it's obvious when the Chinese families do it. Not to pick on the Chinese, but they come in and they have a big family, and they're like, we don't want to be spread out all over the city. We're the only other people we know that speak Mandarin, right? So they don't want to just be mixed in with everyone. So they'll buy a bunch of space inside Managua, and then they'll put a wall around it, and then they'll put houses inside the wall. So they all share one security guard. They all have one wall. They all have one, like inside, it's like a tiny village, and the kids can just play outside. Everything's family. The safety is just insane. It's safe. Managua is safe in general. To then have your own family compound where every single person is family inside a walled area, like the degree of safety being inside a safe zone already is just nuts. So you have these beautiful little family compounds that could be 8-10 acres at times, right? Like this could be a lot of space. It could be several houses, right? It could be, grandparents, 3 families of kids, and then several grandkids families, and then little great grandkids running around. Like you're talking like potentially big things. Now this is not like that, but that's a thing that gets done. So it's not uncommon to have grandparents and then have their kids have houses, and then own land inside the walls for the grandkids to eventually have houses. And so it's little family-ish things like that are common-ish. Annie asked about safety for a solo female traveler with limited Spanish, I believe. So I'm not a single female traveler, but everyone that I've talked to and I've known a lot, this is about as safe as you're going to get. In general, in just raw safety numbers, Nicaragua is an incredibly safe country. For a solo female traveler, Nicaragua has a really strong anti-machismo culture. It's mandated in the Constitution that they have to provide schooling and cultural education throughout the system since the early 1980s to combat machismo culture from the region. We're ranked number 1 in the Western Hemisphere for women's protections and rights, and like number 5, number 6 in the world. The last time I checked, which was not 2024, but we've been in the, we're competing with like Iceland, Norway, Finland, and Holland for the best in the world. Mostly we're behind those, but ahead of most of Europe, way ahead of the rest of the world in that. So of all places to travel, as a solo female traveler, Nicaragua has got to be among the absolute safest. Most of Europe would actually be less safe, most likely, than Nicaragua in that particular case. Whereas a more general case, it's slightly more dangerous, but still safer than the United States. There's almost no place you could be coming from that wouldn't be more dangerous. You would come to Nicaragua to escape the risks of being a solo female living in the United States, living in Canada. Like, we're definitely way safer than Canada for women. Or for cars, it turns out. I need to do a video on this. I just found out Canada is rapidly becoming the world's capital of car thefts. So even in just petty theft, in non-violent theft, Nicaragua is no longer even a concern for that either. Like, we're so much better than the North. It's gotten just crazy. Don says, the men who commit violence against women are displayed on a TV show every Sunday. Yeah, like if you want to see what happens to someone is commit some violent, like domestic violence against a woman in Nicaragua. I've seen some people get caught, and it is an unpleasant experience. The police are given kind of a free hand to deal with the situation in that particular case, and they're pretty serious about it here. So, obviously things happen everywhere. You're never going to get nothing bad happening, but of a place that takes women's protections seriously, this is the place. And of course, I grew up in the United States, so U.S. and Canada are really bad for women's protections, horrible women's rights, terrible women's safety. Like, they're generally safe places, but not for women. They're only safe when women are with men who are in a position to speak for them, kind of thing. It's very much the North American way to view women, right? It's very much women are property, and their safety is only within the context of whatever group they're with. It's not completely true. Like, that's an overstatement of how dangerous it is, but it is. North America is specifically skewed in that its overall safety is relatively high, and its safety for women is surprisingly, shockingly low, considering how safe it is on average. So women and apparently cars in Canada are specifically not as safe as the numbers would otherwise indicate. And it's, these things are interesting anywhere. I think Nicaragua has a Well, no. So the most dramatic is like Guatemala and Honduras, where you get actual really serious um, violent numbers, right? And they're real. If you talk to the governments of Honduras and Guatemala, they'll be like, "Yeah, a lot of people died." Like, "Yep, there was some nasty stuff." And you're like, "Oh, did it happen to tourists?" They're like, "Are you what? Did it happen to people like going shopping? What? No, it happened to gangs killing other gangs." Oh, why do we even report on that? Maybe we shouldn't. like, I don't want to be callous to people who are in a gang, but like, it's kind of like, did you hear that the football player got a concussion? No, and I don't care. He was asking for it, right? Like, I don't want him to have a concussion, but it's also not a big deal. And no, like, you don't need that to go into the general. What are my risks of going to the store today? Well, you could get a concussion. Can I? I'm not going to be playing football. Oh, that was probably the factor. Yeah, that was probably the factor that gave him a concussion, right? It's probably that they were in a gang that they're dead, not because they were in Honduras. So when you're in Honduras and not in a gang, your safety is not as safe as Nicaragua, definitely not as safe as El Salvador, but it might be on par with the US and Canada. Like, it's not bad, that's for sure. So it's a very skewed thing in those countries that tourists are basically as safe as they are anywhere else, but there's so many bad people hurting each other that it makes the numbers seem really, really scary. And they're not completely safe. Like, it can spill over. Just like in the U.S. Like, I grew up in Rochester, New York, where they have to have audio bullet trackers so they know where to send the ambulances to find, kids who were just shot by stray bullets on the street. Real problem, right? So the opposite, if you go to Costa Rica, their numbers are skewed low, still 300% of Nicaragua, right? Like, way higher violent crime than Nicaragua. But the shocking thing is that theirs has a tendency to be crime against tourists because of the culture, because of the number of tourists, because of the number of expats, and because of the way that the expats are encouraging, not individually, like as a group, they're encouraging this huge amount of social upheaval in Costa Rican society. They've become a violent, dangerous place, not to the level of the ganglands, but way above other places. So just being a tourist in Costa Rica actually introduces you to a lot of risk that you don't experience even in the gang scary areas of Honduras and Guatemala. Obviously, if you go into like a gang shooting, yeah, that's scarier. But if you're acting as a tourist in those places, you'll be safer than acting as a tourist in Costa Rica, for sure. So Costa Rica skews one way really dramatically, Honduras and Guatemala really dramatically the other. I think El Salvador and Nicaragua kind of are middle ground, where we're not super awesome in our skewings. Our numbers are low, but they aren't skewed one way or the other, from what I can tell. And the U.S. and Canada then have this different skewing that women specifically are more of a target than men, is how I've kind of seen it. Luke says, you sure don't hear about the anti-machismo on any websites, just the opposite information from the 90s. Yeah, there was a brief period in the 90s when the U.S. Got into power again and did everything they could to dismantle women's rights here, but they've been put back. James says, the police in Toronto advise people to leave your automobile keys by the door so criminals won't go through your house to find keys. That sounds like a joke, and I'm sure it's true. I'm sure it's true because it's so insane. Reason number 2, I choose Nicaragua. We'll spend a few months visiting and hopefully return spring 2025 to stay. Yes, if you can survive long enough to get out of the U.S. Female safety and respect as citizens, for sure. Hey, everyone, Kevin and Kevin are here. It's the Kevin and Kevin show. Hopefully we don't get canceled for me singing that on the show. It's off enough that no one will know what it was. Oh, I'm feeling dehydrated today. I've had nothing but coffee all day. James says, it's that bad. People have air trackers in cars. I think this is air. They track to Montreal port. Oh, once the vehicle's in it. Yeah. I've heard that there's so many cars being shipped out of the country. Other countries are reporting that they're basically just finding Canadian cars all over the place. It was a really surprising article. But we're just hearing of rampant crime in Canada. It's, as someone who grew up on the border, it's so hard to believe that it's come to this stuff. But But it seems that it has. It's just, wow. Syphilin Oli. Yeah. Canada has fallen apart so much so quickly. It's wild. It's weird because, just a few years ago, I took my kids to Canada and we didn't think anything of it. And now we're at a point where it's like, it's ridiculous to say, like, I wouldn't drive into Canada. It feels scary. But I kind of don't want to drive into Canada right now. Like, I don't want to go on a road trip across Canada. Like, that just doesn't seem like a good idea. I don't, mostly because I have other options, right? I have plenty of safe, nice, interesting options. I don't need to go to the cold north to potentially be subjected to problems. So that's definitely a large factor in why it's no longer on my radar as a place to potentially travel to at all. But it is pretty overall shocking to be like, that incredibly safe place of Canada of my childhood is now a place that I don't need my kids to ever see again. They saw it once, and that's, we got Tim Hortons other places. We don't have to go there. EJ's here. Hello, everyone. Saludos. Up, y'all. Little Nicaragua, little Texas. That's how I am, too. I'm just the opposite. I'm from Texas, but now in Nicaragua. You're from Nicaragua, and now you talk with y'all. But you're not in Texas, but you could be. What did you miss? You missed all kinds of things. Y'all mean you don't want to hear Parlez-vous, F you. We covered the new colors on the show, the new lighting. How do we like the lighting? Oh, okay, there we go. I switched the lights. This light, I have to do it this way. This light was over there, and I put it over because I can kind of get it out of the way. And then the light that was over here is now behind me, and I think this is really working because now there's lights on the windows behind me, and instead of it being like light from here, it's like light from up there, and it's giving me a halo light. And the colors are popping, and the new curtains look good. And this thing hanging down is actually one of the lights. I can't. Oh yeah, it's the strap on the light, and there's just a little light up there. But it's I'm liking this whole light setup a lot better, and it's less in my eyes, honestly, too. So someone was saying I was washed out a week or two ago, and actually I have looked at sometimes I look at the old videos, and I'm like, oh yeah, no, that's on the washed out side for sure. It kind of looks dusty and low contrast, and I feel like this week's got a lot more punch to it. So we shall see. 105 views already. Not too shabby. Kevin, which Kevin is talking, we will find out. Getting ready to book my first trip to Nicaragua in October, November. I have a question about meds. Does anyone have info on what common meds, like blood pressure meds, are available OTC versus script? I'm unaware of anything that is script. Things exist, but I'm not aware of any. But the best thing is to just find a doctor ahead of time. If you've got meds and you need to see a doctor, you should have a doctor. But no matter what, you can always just stop by the hospital. Foursquare King, love and hate your show. I love your advice, but I dislike due to letting people know how Leon is a paradise, more gringos moving in. I like being the only gringo around. Yeah, by some estimates, 1 out of every 4 Americans now is in the country because of my show. Christmas tinsel on your hat effect. Oh, there's an ant on my desk. Why is there an ant on my desk? Get off my desk. Should be able to travel with, does that say 90-day supply of meds? Yeah, if, so the thing that I would do, who's it, Kevin? Who's looking? Yeah, Kevin. Kevin, is it for you or for the dog? When you come in, just stop by Pharma Value, wherever you are, and ask them if you can get the meds. And just buy some small amount or whatever, like buy a box. And a funny story. So I went to buy some acid reflux medicine for my wife the other day, and it's some kind of expensive thing. It's not bad, but it's not Tums. And went up, and I went to pay for it. They brought out a credit card. They're like, "You can't pay for this little with a credit card." I'm like, "What?" And then I'm like, can I get twice? I didn't ask what it was. I'm like, can I get twice as much? And they're like, okay. I'm like, is that enough to pay? They're like, yeah, that's okay. Then I paid with a credit card, and it was like $3. I'm like, I feel bad. It's so little, but I didn't know. And I was like, I don't know, something that should have cost a lot more than that. It was so cheap that I'm like, just give me months of supply, whatever it takes to make it enough to use the credit card. Because I didn't have any cash on me. EJ says, honest opinion, loving the fabric shears in the new setup. It's so beneficial of the brightness of the Nicaraguan sunsets. Earlier, when there was sun coming through it with the rain, it really looked good. It looks fine now, but it was like just that extra little outside pop was perfect. I was really liking it. Every time I'm saying that, I'm looking over at the monitor over on the side here. And trying to get a look at that. There we go. Trying to get this camera set up just a little bit. Ooh, maybe this will make the difference. There we go. All right, we're gonna switch over to the Sony. So this is the Fuji, and most people, like if you're talking to like normal camera people, especially like Gen Z content creators, they're gonna swear by Sony. Sony's the best. Sony's blah 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 blah. This is what Elton from Immense Coffee uses. He uses a Sony ZV-1. This is a ZV-1 we're gonna switch to. So this is a Fuji XS20. Give me your opinion. Here's the Sony. Boom. Different angle, different colors. It's not bad. I got to get this curtain fixed. There's a cord causing a problem, so I got to do something. But now I can talk directly at the microphone. I can just lean over here, be like, la Marcelita is here. Hola a todos. Who was asking? Pienso que James fue preguntando sobre vos, porque vos no fuiste aquí, pero ahora estás aquí. So, la Marcelita está en su apartamento, que es muy cerca, es 30 minutos a pie. So she lives about 30 minutes away in an apartment, not too far, and is at home on her internet there. EJ says, awesome, I can help with that. I'm a doc in the US, but Nicaraguan born. The question is, EJ, does he need, for certain medications, what does he need as a script for different things? So once again, Sony, Fuji. Sony, Fuji. I like being able to do that. The Sony won't hold out for too long, but it will for a little bit. The nice thing is when I'm reading, I can do this and kind of lean in and see. So the Sony is right next to the stuff that I'm reading. If I'm on the Fuji when I do this, then it looks weird. Like I'm kind of off to the side, but the Sony I'm a little bit more in it. Buddhist is here. Hey. I know what I need. I need another light. Hold on. We're going to go to, what do we got? We got this. Hold on. We'll be right back after these messages. We'll be right back. All right, we're coming back. Now I'm on here. And, wait, that's the Sony. So this is the Fuji. Change the light just a little bit. A little better, worse. But on the Sony, now I've got some light on me. So now, Escaped here. Hello, everyone. Hey, Scott. Davidson here. Davidson, what's up? Davidson was just down here last week and a half ago. I think it was Tuesday that we ran into him on the beach a week ago Tuesday. Luke says, Sony looks identical on phone and TV. Fuji has red tint on TV, but not Fuji. Fuji has red tint on TV, but not Fuji. The Fuji definitely has more red. I think it's actually that the Sony is greenish, is generally how it's perceived most places. I think that's not sure. The Sony is handy because we can, hold on, it's mobile. Boom, 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 boom. Not very mobile. It's attached to the microphone, but, oh yeah, I've got this to add just the tiniest bit of extra light. And then I've got, dun, 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 dun. I can do this. Anyway, that's the Sony. Oh, and then I didn't put it, and it fell over. It's on a stupid tripod. That's part of the fun. Oh, now it's not able to hold itself up. Well, that's great. We're gonna give up on that madness. It's just there to hold the microphone. That's its real job. Toys in the office. Okay. That's enough of that silliness. Sony not reddish on TV. I see. Well, Kevin, you can get just about any medication without a prescription so long as your doc has prescribed the med the right dose and frequency. Yeah, you should know what you need, but as long as you know what to tell the people at the pharmacy, almost anything is available. It's so easy here. Unless it's a controlled substance because it's like dangerous, then you're good. Kevin says, thanks, I plan to come back a second time and stay longer and don't want to carry bottles of med. Yeah, you're probably... T-Bone says, Fuji seems to have a better balance of contrast. I mean, it is the better camera. Like, it's 5 times the price. So, like, it should be better. It also runs indefinitely and all kinds of extra benefits and stuff. But the Sony does do a good job. It's my carry around camera for just going places. And then there's my little tiny one. This is my little camera. It took it a while to focus on that. It's like, I'm not sure where that is. This is, if you ever want the smallest camera of all time, this is it. And it's magnetic. Just sticks to things. It's really cool. And you control it with this little box with a flip-up screen so you can do cool stuff with it. And then when you're ready to charge it, just you hear the magnet. Oh. And this is magnetic too. It's a lot of fun. Scott, do you know of... Oh, Patricia says, can you get Sudafed in Nicaragua? That's the only thing that stops me from getting a sinus infection during pollen season. Never actually looked for it. That is a question for La Marcelita. But the problem is nothing has the same name here, so I don't know what it would be called. EJ says, Scott, do you know of, have an opinion about the quintessential expat, Mr. Paul Damon from Reels? Yeah, I know him quite well. He is the famous one who, back when I first moved here, threatened me for exposing the cabal of scammers working out of San Juan del Sur and Granada. He's had a fake government agency threaten me and try to act like the government was upset with me. And it was all like, had I reported it, they would have just driven him to Costa Rica and kicked him over the border. Like, he was a piece of work. There is, I know of no person who is unhappy that he is not with us any longer. It's, you're supposed to feel bad when someone is no longer with us, but I know of no person that he did not try to hurt. Every single person who had an interaction with him was like, oh, that guy threatened me, that guy tried to scam me, that guy lied to me, he pressured me, he set me up for something. Like, everybody has a horror story with him. He was everywhere. The amount that he interacted with every single person, and I used to watch his stuff before I moved to Nicaragua because there wasn't very much. His would come up, so I used to watch his stuff. And when I got to Las Piñatas, I was like, what? All of this information is clearly fake. Like, that's how I found all the fake real estate stuff, was he had listings. We used to watch his listings in Las Piñatas. And so we went to Las Piñatas and looked at his listings, and we were like, he's asking $90,000 for this? This is not worth $10,000. Like, this is an unsold pile of rubble, and he's acting like it's a sweet deal. Like I'm pretty sure that place is still for sale now. I think it's been 10 years. Like it's pretty wild. Foursquare King, do they allow people to ride a mobility scooter on the road in Central Leon? So could you? Yes. Would you? Probably not, because it would be very, very, very difficult to make it down all of the roads. You'd be limited to some pretty limited places. There are people on non-electric mobility scooters. They're like mechanical ones that you do with your arms. They're actually quite common. You'll see people with those all over Leon, all over Managua. That's people who've lost, who are non-ambulatory. It is often how they get around. So absolutely, yeah, they're allowed on the road. Luke says, my YTech 4K was a nice vacation camera. I've never played with that one. Oh, YTech. Oh, I remember Yi. They haven't made a camera in quite a while. Patricia says, I'm surprised because Paul seemed so nice in his videos, even if the real estate was way overpriced. Sometimes he seemed nice. He was definitely less nice to me. Half of his videos were him trying to say that my stuff was not accurate. He'd be like, there's plenty of companies making money here. You can easily invest and become rich in Nicaragua. You can get, turnover, like everything was a lie, right? So his whole thing was he was a salesman. So if he was too off-putting, it would be a major negative. But if you really watch his stuff, I don't know. At no point did I feel he was way better than like the scary retreat guy, right? Like that guy's outright scary. Paul didn't have that vibe, but he definitely had a out to get you vibe, and it played out in real life. I still have the emails from him. He's the one that I have open legal things in the United States. Every agency he put his name to has disavowed him. They have open legal cases against him. Obviously, they won't go anywhere now. There's nothing to do, but we filed with Keller Williams in the United States against them. We filed with the National Board of Realtors, or whatever it's called, National Association of Realtors, who are totally like, these aren't real people. These are scammers. Like they disavowed. They're like, oh no, if they're in Nicaragua, we don't stand by them. And then later they're like, maybe we do. Like they weren't sure, but they definitely threw him under the bus. So they were like, no, 100% scam. EJ says, Patricia, yes, of course you can. There's one single reason why we can't get it in the U.S. It's because it's used to make meth and such. Tom says, yo, from British Columbia, Canada, future expat. Awesome, Tom. See, if you're from the United States, you'd already be an expat in Canada. The magic of being from the U.S. It's the salespeople, they get rough down here. Like sometimes I watched his videos and sometimes they were okay. And sometimes he was just like filming himself walking down the street. And you're like, oh, okay. The one thing that drove me crazy, beyond the whole threatening people and trying to scam them, was after so many videos, I mean millions of views, it was such a big channel, that he never figured out how to not have his head be squished. Like the entire video was always the wrong aspect ratio and then squished down. They did that for forever. It made him look so creepy. Just because his head was the wrong size, because it's always just a profile pic, but they squeezed in something like it was shot in widescreen, like widescreen, and then stretched to fit into the normal 16:9 YouTube stuff. Where did he find a camera that would shoot that way, and why was he editing it like? I've never seen anyone make that mistake ever. It's like the those videos where they say like your grandparents are like, is this thing on? Is this thing working? Is this recording? Except he has an entire team of people working for him, because his channel is like a bunch of people. And they still never figured out not to alter the shape of his head. Tom says, how hard is it to drive from Nicaragua to Costa Rica in a rental car? It's $1,000 cheaper for me to fly to Costa Rica from Canada. Can't stop in U.S. legal issues. So I don't know how you drive over the border in a rental car. It might be easy, but my understanding is it is not. I think normally you drive up to the border in a rental, drop it off, walk over, get a new rental, and go on. Yes, Patricia, he did have an illegal drone. That is true. The actual drive is easy, Tom, but so you wouldn't. though, Tom. The thing you would do is not do that. You would use a taxi on either side and make it really, really easy. It is not hard to do with a rental with drivers, but it would easily be very hard or impossible or super expensive in a rental. No need to do that. Yeah, just use taxis. There's good taxis on both sides, and you'll be all set. That's if you're coming into Liberia. If you're going into San Jose, suck it up and take the bus like me. Gotta slum it. But honestly, the bus is nice. It just takes a little while. It's cheap and easy. It's like $80, maybe less, from San Jose all the way to Leon. Unless if you're going to Managua, it's even shorter. It's a long day, but you see everything, and you just get to relax and look out the window. Like, it's not bad. EJ says, bro, this got real really quick. I'm aware he was particular about his adopted land. I'm grateful that he worked so hard to allow audiences the world over to know of and about Nicaragua. He did, but he also used them to he did a lot of damage to Nicaragua. He drove a lot of people away. He helped, create the scam culture and stuff. He did a lot of damage to the country. Like, he really, really did. I think he truly hated it here. He seemed to have a true disgust for the Nicaraguan people is the vibe that we had from it. He only worked with expats, only worked around expats, and helped create a lot of the animosity that people feel that drove a lot of expats away from investing in Nicaragua. So, people like him, they can seem nice, but that's some of the worst things, is the people who seem nice and then use that power to damage the country by making it seem like there's no way to be here without being taken advantage of and stolen, robbed and stuff. He's, from day one, he's been one of the expats we've been trying to warn everyone about. Now he's not around, but he's done his damage. The actual founder of Fuji Corp in Japan was a doctor in World War II that did barbaric experiment on prisoners. His knowledge gained was why he wasn't prosecuted for crimes against humanity. Always how it works. Is that Fuji Film Corp? I thought Fuji Film was older than that. Because I grew up in Rochester, New York, so Fujifilm was everywhere. Because it's the main competitor with Kodak. Founded in 1934. Yeah, nope, that's around the right time. It was a subsidiary of Dicel, producing photographic films, optical glass. Today, it's part of the Sumitomo Mitsui Financial Group. Oh, I had no idea it was not independent. It's part of a large banking group now. That's sad because they make such good stuff. My wife's first job in tech when she left Biochem was with Fujifilm, believe it or not. I had one dealing with Paul. That was enough for me. Then my email got spammed daily by unknown ladies, and finally I was tiffered about Residency. Yeah, I have a feeling that Paul worked with Tiffer as it's part of that group. He just says, I'm grateful he showed his heart surgery at the military hospital versus Metropolitan Hospital, Vivian Pellis. Yeah, I didn't watch too much about that, but I know he did show some of that stuff. And sometimes he showed like restaurants and things. Some of his content was okay. It was what he was using it to create a foundation for. Was the real issue. It's been a few years since I've been back home in Nicaragua, wondering if it got more handicap accessible since. Well, I'm pretty sure it's not gotten less handicap accessible. How's that make you feel? Tom says, that was my other plan. Taxi to border, walk across, then bus or taxi to capital and rent a car. In general, I recommend not renting a car unless you really, really need to, Tom. But if you're going to do it, renting in, if I was to rent, I would do it at the DoubleTree just because it's easy. But yeah, if I'm going between San Jose and Managua or San Jose and Leon, I do the bus. If I'm doing Liberia to somewhere, I'll probably do a taxi because I have my own driver. Like, he's not my driver, but he's my regular driver. And so I'll just have him go to the border and pick me up and bring me back. And it's like everything's easy. And then I can be like, hey, let's stop here for lunch. Hey, let's do this. Let's do that. Let's get a coffee. And then we talk the whole way because we've been friends for years. So it's easy. Patricia says Paul's wife is still there running the channel, right? I know his wife is still here. I have no idea if she runs the channel. I know she made an announcement after his passing, but I am unaware of her having been on or involved with the channel since then. Everything I've seen of the channel since then, I don't pay close attention to it anymore, because it used to be that it was a direct, constant attack on me personally. It was like a huge portion of what his channel was. Like, you guys probably don't notice, but he would specifically take videos that I did and then attack them as like that was like his subject matter for a bunch of stuff, which is a common tactic, and that's fine. Like that's not something I'm really complaining about, but I was aware of it at that time, and I wanted to be aware of what the content was. Now it's moved into just pure sales content, and I don't know that she has any involvement. I think he always, had a team of junior people who just filmed and assembled the footage, and I think that's all that's going on now. That's all it seems to be. Foursquare King says Central Park, any of the churches. I mean, I don't think they've made any changes. I know at like Sutiava, my Central Park, like there's no accessibility. Like cars can barely make it past the church. I don't know how a wheelchair or anything would. Leon Central Park, maybe. In front of the Cathedral. It's definitely possible that it's a bit more accessible. Is it great? No. But they did, okay, so how well do you know it? So if you're at the Basilica at Cathedral and you're going north, so with El Sesteo on your right, I just realized that El Sesteo, I have no idea what Sesteo means, but it sounds an awful lot like El Teteo, which is wild bacchanal in the Dominican Republic. El Teteo. We're going to El Sesteo. You guys are like, what is wrong with this guy? And so that is a new Héroes y Martires Boulevard, like they used to have on the west side. They still have on the west side. And then there's a new tree-lined thing on the north side of the cathedral against, is that Martyrs Park right there? Poets is on the other corner. So I think that's Martyrs. And then the back side of the church, they put in a new, real tiny park. So like immediately around the Basilica, it is more accessible, I think, but not because they're making it accessible, because they're putting in parks everywhere. So that is actually the big thing, Foursquare King, is that, and by the way, did you play a lot of Foursquare, like the game with the ball as a kid? Because I was the Foursquare King in elementary school, just to be clear. I don't want any confusion about the name Foursquare King and the actual Foursquare player. Just saying. So the all across the country, they've put in this massive investment in new parks. If you're going to one of those new parks, like Nagarote, La Paz Centro, they're everywhere. Villa de Carmen, those are generally accessible just because they're new. Like if they're putting in something new, they make it accessible whenever I see it. EJ says, bro, I'm so grateful you're sharing your honest opinion about the things and people we can't judge from afar. Sorry that I have to. Wish it was better. I wish there was more people that were like, these people are so awesome. There are so many awesome people, just not so many selling real estate. Ricky Shank says, hey, Scott, we are planning a trip to San Juan del Sur at the end of July, beginning of August. We have 6 kids ranging in age from 3 months to 15 years old. What's your top 3 things we should do and anything we shouldn't miss out on? So, Ricky, are you just going to San Juan del Sur, like just in that, or are you like basing there and you're going to be doing a whole bunch? And how long did you say planning a trip? Give me an idea of how long you're planning on staying, and like maybe where do you know where you're staying? Hopefully a hostel with that many kids. Like, that's going to be expensive, but it's a cool place. It's a good place for kids. There's a lot to do-ish, right? Nowhere in Nicaragua has like a lot of attractions, but it's a beautiful place with a lot to do. Thanks for sharing, Kevin. I'm learning from y'all. Tons or ish, I don't know. Despite being Nicaraguan, kind of immersed in the ins and outs of Granada, which is where I was born. Yeah, that's why you know Paul. He was always based out of Granada. I actually ran into him on the street multiple times here in Leon. We always mostly avoided each other after the threats, which is weird. It was so. Just to give you guys some background, I had been scammed by a number of people in San Juan del Sur. It all worked out fine. Like, it just wasted my time, but they were not prepared for me. I had offices here. I had staff here. I had access to construction workers. I had people in San Juan del Sur. I had government workers in San Juan del Sur, like government construction workers. So they'd be like, "Oh, we have this house." This is no one to do with Paul, but so there'd be people who are still making scam videos now out there, and they'd be like, "We have a house for you," and then they would expect us to try to buy it from afar. And instantly, we'd have crews showing up to inspect the house. We're like, we want to inspect the foundation. We want to inspect the roof. We're coming in with 4K GoPros, and we're walking through. This is many years ago. They were not ready for people to have this kind of stuff. And our people would show up and be like, it's all a scam. The building's not really there. It's falling down. It's not really for sale. Whatever. Like every single time they told us about a house, it would be a scam of some sort, right? Like they were literally trying to scam us. And then they actually tried to sell us a place, and we caught them trying to do not a bait and switch, but one of the deals where they buy it in the middle and never tell anyone how much it really sold for, and then they buy it for $50,000 and sell it for $200,000 and pocket the $150 difference and charge each side a percentage for a deal that didn't really happen. Like that's what we caught them in the middle of that, and then they took off on us and like disappeared. But so I had exposed some of that happening, and then Paul stepped in to defend the scammers and put his reputation on the line and threatened me not to expose them, not him. That was the crazy thing, is that really exposed how much they were working together, that he was panicking about these other people. And then he vouched for a bunch of places that had tried to screw us up here in Leon. And then later, one of those places tried to literally stole a friend of mine's house. And then their lawyers were able to get it back. But the people that Paul said were good people stole a house from friends of mine. So, this isn't like, oh, we heard some things. It's kind of weird. Like, he put his reputation on the line for people who were, who should be completely in jail all the time, right? And putting your credentials on the line for them should put you in jail as well. And honestly, anyone who works for his agency should be they should be getting knocks on the door from the police. It's some really terrible stuff that they're involved with. It's not just like being shady. It's not like, we're trying to get the prices up. No. We're talking about full on really, and I know people who've left the country because they felt their lives were being threatened by him and their group. Is that true? Were they really that scared? Were they really being threatened? Would they really have hurt them physically? I can tell you that my wife is literally scared of all of the people associated with him. She is actually afraid, and because we expose them is one of the reasons that we maintain full-time security. Not because we're afraid of things in the country. There are expats that we are somewhat afraid of. For good reasons, because they have threatened us, right? So it's really serious stuff that they're involved with down there. Who can we rent a vehicle from that will fit a family of 8? Ooh, that's gonna be rough, Ricky. I mean, so if you go to like the airport or DoubleTree, they've got like Avis and Budget and all them. You can just call them from a distance and see what's going on. And find out prices or what's available. If they can't, again, you may just want to have a driver that will handle that stuff, and not have to deal with it. Because like my driver, he doesn't own a van, but he is part of a group that owns a van, and with that, he's able to pick people up and do that stuff. So it's possible that way. I'm just checking out the latest videos from those guys. I noticed that their default video, the one that plays if you haven't been there, is still one of him, which is fine, with the aspect ratio wrong. So the background, all the doorways are too narrow, everything's squeezed, because it's really weird. All of their long form videos are just the standard, super short, little showing a property ones that don't show any people. Is it the shorts that she's been posting stuff in restaurants? Yeah, that looks like. So she's doing shorts when she's out and about, but not not the long forms. Restaurant in front of the ocean. Yep. Oh my gosh, Jeremy is on. What the heck? Hey, everybody. Say hi to Jeremy, unless this is a made-up Jeremy. This is my cousin, who has no idea that I'm doing a live stream. Wait a minute. Yes, Jeremy said, yes, I also played a ton of Foursquare as well. What the heck? That's crazy. Where can we rent? Ghislaine has been posting a lot of restaurants. Joseph took a power nap. Very nice. Jeremy's here. That's cool. Jeremy, what is up? You need to come down and be on the live show. Renee says, would it be best to pay for extra luggage or to ship our stuff? Maybe 10 boxes from Detroit area. Generally to pay for extra luggage in most cases. Pack really well. Only bring what you need. And then so the thing is, it depends what you're bringing. If it's like clothing and like really generic stuff, it's going to be best in your luggage. If it's something that's going to flag the electronics board, you want it to come through a shipper who has a deal, and they will take care of putting it in front of the electronics board and getting your taxes paid. That's the biggest thing. If it's something really delicate that you want to make sure you have control of, then you want to bring it in your luggage. James says, could you get by for a short tour of Nicaragua with smartphone translate? I have no Spanish. None. Yeah, no, you're fine. Like, we all came here, moved here without really speaking Spanish. Okay, we don't have none, right? But relatively little. And Paul, my business partner, came here with none. Absolutely nothing. And anytime he tried to speak Spanish for the longest time, he would come out with some weird Chinese accent, like it was bad. So, and even now, he basically speaks none. That's an overstatement. He definitely has some, but very, very, very little at this point. So it's you really can get by. Now, it depends where you are. Some places you're going to be like, oh, I don't even need Spanish. Other places you're going to be like, oh, I can get by, but clearly I would have a much better time if I lived here and spoke Spanish, right? You'll definitely get that. I'm not gonna paint this as like you don't want to learn Spanish. No, you totally do. Get your Duolingo going now. Every word that you have more will be better than before, but you can totally get by with zero. People do it every day. This is a vacation-friendly location. We talk about expatting most of the time, but like Ricky, his family's coming here for vacation, right? Like, you'll be absolutely fine vacationing here. Nicaragua wants vacationers. So the country is very friendly with that. The only thing is like border control, stuff like that. They don't speak English. But they also know that you don't speak Spanish in most cases. And while that stuff's annoying, it's not the end of the world. Yes, Patricia, she's keeping up the business. Tons of listings and videos on the channel. I'm subscribed, thus I'm all aware. Oh, no, they're definitely keeping the business going. I just don't know how much she personally is involved in the posting anymore, because there was a time when she would show up on the channel a lot more, and I don't really see her so much. The channel's also obviously dropped off to some degree. Luke says, James, I did a 10-day with embedded guide driver translator up in the Highlands with zero issues. Jeremy says, oh, dang. I'm not sure what it's in reference to, but he's here. EJ says, Luke, with my respects, your experience are what those who've never been to Nicaragua are looking for. Yeah, definitely going up in the mountains and going through the towns is fun stuff and like gets you into Nicaragua, right? Being down here, like Leon, we're off the path, but we're not off the beaten path. We're on the smaller path, but we're still on the path. So you don't have. Foursquare says, to everyone, listen to this man. He is speaking the truth about Foursquare. See, Foursquare King knows that I was the Foursquare player when I was younger. It is true. Bro, Scott, you're sharing, making statements that are so very poignant. He couldn't have been such a terrible person, right? Any possible positives about his life and existence? I'm sure there's plenty of positives about him. I only interacted with him because he was threatening me. I had no other interactions with him. So, I met him. I am aware of him from him making real estate, very misleading real estate things. I know him from having conned a lot of people that I know into representing their homes and never getting them a single view ever, doing nothing to promote their homes. So I know him as a bad real estate agent before moving here. And then once I was here, he was just a truly awful person in respect to me and everyone I've ever known who's interacted with him. But of course, if you're not living in Grenada, if you're an expat living in the country, you're an enemy. Like his job was to get into your pocket, right? So the type of people that I'm likely to interact with who knew who he was would only have negative interactions with him because they would be people he worked with. I'm sure as a husband or a person in his community not dealing with potential customers, I'm sure he was a fine person to hang out with. Right, I don't know why he wouldn't be, but being in a job where the only way to make money is to do so in very devious ways because there is so little money to be made with so few real estate transactions happening. Everyone who decides to stay and stick with that as a career, trying to make expat level income on a Nicaraguan job is one. I don't feel it's right to take a job like that. So, can you come up with a way to legally do that? Yeah, because you're not necessarily working in the country, you're not getting a salary, you're getting commission. But does that make it ethically okay to come here as a European and, do a job that a Nicaraguan could be doing? No, clearly not, right? That's not okay. So every one of those people who are doing real estate in that way, I don't feel it's okay. We all work with them from abroad because they're the ones who have the websites and the money, and anyone who tries to get into it otherwise literally gets driven out of it. So so there's very little opportunity for my interactions with him to have produced a good interaction, to have something good to say about him. That doesn't mean that there isn't, just that they don't flow through me. Joseph says, I live in Los Angeles, which has a population of 18 million. Moving to Nicaragua that only has 7 million, and the whole country seems scary. Yeah, it's a different thing for sure. But just think of it as moving to, Bakersfield. Oh, no, that would be scary. Sorry, can't help you. Jeremy says, haha, hello, everyone. Joseph says, sup, Jeremy. Patricia says, hey, Jeremy, why haven't you been to visit Nicaragua? Trust me, it's on my list. My work life has been stupid of late. Cannot wait to do so, though. Patricia says, Paul always fed the street dogs and kept multiple bowls of water out for them, so that was nice. Yeah, that's awesome. Glad that stuff was there. James, the thing is, Paul is with a sort of reputable real estate firm from States. That is not true at all, James. Keller Williams specifically is the one that just lost the collusion lawsuit in Missouri. They are now the poster child for corruption in the real estate industry in the United States. There is absolutely, we talk about this a lot. Keller Williams is a crime syndicate, and that is as defined in the United States. They are the ones that were so criminal in the United States. First of all, their fine was in the billions. In a single state, they are now facing the possibility of having their company unraveled across the world. They are looking at multi-billion-dollar lawsuits in nearly every state. The Congress is now investigating them, several other real estate agents because of them. The National Association of Realtors is because of Keller Williams' crimes that the entire realtor payment mechanism is being unraveled in the United States now. They were divulged as being so unbelievably disreputable that, quite honestly, I would, and I mean this from the bottom of my heart, no human who has been willing to have their name tied to Keller Williams ever in any capacity, I would cut ties with them. There is so much evil in that organization and how it operates even in the United States. And the only thing that kept them from pulling knives on you, we can assume, is that would have gotten them caught earlier. But they were willing to do unbelievable things to the American people, and that's the country they're from. Keller Williams is as far from reputable. Real estate firms struggle with reputability in general, but Keller Williams in 2023 became publicly the face of corruption of the entire real estate industry in the Americas. So that's a really big deal. And this is still an ongoing how bad it is and what they're uncovering and stuff. So that was who they tied to, and even Keller Williams disavowed them. Right, but also you're saying that the thing is, Paul's with a sort of, he was not with them. They were very clear. We opened a legal case for them to look into the people claiming to be with them in Nicaragua. Sean says, hey, Scott, when we move next month, how does the conversation with immigration go, explaining that you plan on staying long-term on a tourist visa to start? There's no conversation at all, Sean. That's what makes it so incredibly easy. When you come in, you just arrive, right? And then you've got 90 days. And at 90 days, now someone just had a problem with this, so it's not a guarantee. But I don't know what their situation is. They never, or I didn't see. Maybe they did answer. It's YouTube makes it very difficult to know when someone responds to you. If someone gives me an initial post and is like, "Hey Scott, this happened," boom, that just shows up. Like I get an alert. But if I say, "Oh, cool, what are the details?" If you respond to that and are like, "Oh, sorry, I didn't give the details. Here's all the details," I don't get an alert, and so that's a real problem with the way that YouTube works. So I don't really know what's going on with that. So what? Here's a lawsuit where you can, if you did business with Keller Williams, here's where you can get part of the class action money back. So anybody who worked with Keller Williams, you can claim some of your money. Just give you some links here. Yep, 1.8 billion in damages awarded in a single state. What they discovered was that the Keller Williams, Realogy Anywhere, Remax, Home Services of America, the Association of Realtors lost a suit for antitrust and conspiracy. So it's not quite federal racketeering, but it is really, really closely linked to federal racketeering. So basically, Keller Williams lost a suit that went just shy of having them registered as a mafia agency. But that's really what they were like terrified of flipping over that line. So that's, it's significant. It's hard to overstate the degree of criminality involved with Keller Williams. And my wife was a realtor, right? And my best friend was a realtor, so I'm relatively familiar with it in the United States. There's great realtors out there. There's great people who go into it because they really want to sell homes and they really want to just be involved with. It's just a fun thing and it's a great career. And there's opportunities, but then there's places like Keller Williams that really didn't treat it that way. And all throughout South America, you have these ones that lost these lawsuits in the United States operate. Like I've been in Bolivia and people are like, yeah, we're afraid of, they own the industry and you can't move a house without them. It's literally a monopoly and they basically threaten you. If you don't sell your house to them, they do things to make sure you can't sell and all kinds of stuff. So it's really tough. Anyway, sorry, back to Sean. So you come here, you get 3 months and then you just go to Migración, and you say, oh, we're having a great time here. We want more time to see the country. And it depends. Like, you need to partially decide when you're deciding to stay long-term. Like, what does staying long-term mean to you? How do you define that? So are you never going to travel? Are you going to travel a little? Blah, blah, blah. There's a lot of things that you can do as far as redefining what staying long-term means for you. And then at some point, either you can trigger, well, I just want to go through the residency process, but make sure you know why you want to do that, right? Like, they're going to make you and you just want to get ahead of the game. Okay. Often, if you are going to talk to Migración about that, you generally want to have a good lawyer, definitely not someone who ends in IFR, right? No one who advertises in English, no one who worked with real estate agencies, no one that you find a website for online. Make sure you have a good, reputable Nicaraguan lawyer. and who does tramites, who does the immigration, and they will have the conversations with you. They will prep you for what your conversation will be, because everybody's a little bit different. And they will, help you talk to immigration and say, okay, here's the things that you're going to tell them, right? This is when we're going to file. This is what you're waiting on. This is the way you're going to do it. This is this. And then it's a conversation with Migracion, so that they know what's going on, you know what's going on, they can voice concerns, you can voice ideas, and it goes back and forth. And that's what I went through this morning, was my final interview with Migracion, and so much of it is just discussing. Like, they're taking notes, but it was a very conversational kind of thing. So you really want to have that kind of interaction with them when you're here. EJ says, well, so many of us have your attention. Can you speak or share anything about our English-speaking brothers and sisters from the other side of the country? Nicaragua has 2 coasts. Not very much. I work in Belize at times, and I'm told that the other coast is indistinguishable by the Belizeans, that to them it's just more of Belize, a lot more of Belize, because it's twice as big as Belize in population. But I've not been out there. It's so different from this part of Nicaragua that I want to see everything, right? Like, I don't have areas I don't want to go to, and I don't want to be like, oh, I don't like the East Coast. No, it's not like that. It's just coming to Nicaragua. I live in Nicaragua because I like Nicaragua. And the Mosquito Coast is a different place. It has different weather, has different culture, it has different food, it has different climate concerns. Like, it gets the hurricanes. It's a completely different place. That the things that draw me to Nicaragua don't draw me to that. Do I want to go see it? Yes, but it's a very long drive. There isn't a particular lot to do. Everybody wants me to go film it, so I really do want to get out there and do stuff, but it's it's just a very different place. So it's a lot like saying, hey, why haven't you gone to Tulum, right? Well, I'm sure Tulum's interesting. It's a neat place. I could drive there, but there's nothing particularly calling me about it. I have so many places in Nicaragua that I want to spend time in traditional Nicaragua that's much closer than going over the mountains and driving all the way across the country. So it's just a huge amount of effort, and it isn't calling my name that much. And everyone who says, oh, I really want to see it, always is like, I'm pretty confident, maybe I'm wrong, I'm really confident that people are picturing that it is a Caribbean paradise like St. Vincent's, well before the hurricane, or the Dominican Republic, or like these perfect beaches and all this stuff, and it's just like I'm not showing it, and that is not what's out there. So could it be? No, there aren't those beaches out there. Like, it doesn't look like that. Just because the body of water is the Caribbean doesn't mean it's going to be that kind of thing. Hey, Scott, stay in touch with your mom. Just reading a post that the kid whose mom was worried sick about him in super dangerous Nicaragua and hadn't heard from him was found in a hostel in Leon. I don't know who that is or what that is, but I'm glad he was found. I know, right? This is EJ. The doggies are grateful, and maybe we're not all villains. So everyone selling real estate are not good. What can you say about Natalie in San Juan del Sur while she's alive? If she's in San Juan del Sur selling real estate, we've already said it. Like, I don't know who that is, but San Juan del Sur is like that market is, we call it the expat pyramid scheme. Like, it is not a good scene, right? I've never come across anyone. Oh, she was the one from that video giving that misleading information, and a lot of people came forward to me about her. So she's never threatened me, and I've never interacted with her, but I can tell you that her reputation precedes her, as you would expect, right? She's in San Juan del Sur real estate. There's no need to ask further. Like, I'm very confident, because so just to be clear, there is no money in honest real estate in Nicaragua. There is none. In order to make a go of it, a lot of bad things generally have to happen, because there's very little turning over. The prices on things are very, very low. And to work in like San Juan del Sur, even if this person, because I don't know her, right, if she wanted to be a good person and be a good real estate agent and represent her clients honestly, she would be in danger. She would be run out of the country because she couldn't safely do that if that was true. Does that make sense? Like, because we know someone who tried this, and he tried to come up with a way to divulge real prices, and they ran him out of San Juan del Sur, and he hid for a while in Ometepe until they ran him out of the country completely. And he said he was leaving fearing for his life because he had tried to expose real prices in the San Juan del Sur area. He also had a business plan that made no sense whatsoever. That didn't help. But that is... you really have to internalize in Nicaragua. When you say it like, so everyone selling real estate are not good? No, you should be saying, oh, right, everyone selling real estate in Nicaragua isn't good. The real thing is that if you're a seller's agent and you only represent sellers, it's one thing. Conceptually, buyer's agents aren't great because it was, if you're getting a commission, right, you're being paid to work against your clients. So it's a conflict of interest to be a buyer's agent. In the US and Canada, there are extremely strict laws about how you have to behave. And so while it's a conflict of interest, you can make it work. It's weird. The industry's stupid for allowing that, but they've created a legal situation that makes it work. But we don't have that in most markets. So it's a straight up unethical conflict of interest. So anytime you find someone down here who is willing to be in that conflict of interest, you have a problem. Which is why, also, when you're up here and you find Nicaraguans doing real estate, none of them are buyer's agents. There are seller's agents. They like show houses. You contact them and go, you have a listing, and you go see their house. And then you want to see a different listing, you go see a different agent with their house. That's okay, because they're just doing some work for the person who's selling. But when you hire someone as a buyer with a commission, you should be like, whoa, that doesn't make any sense. The more he does a bad job, the more I have to pay him. That doesn't add up. The person who's supposed to protect me is also the one who's paid not to protect me. And if you do that in most industries, we say it's a caveat emptor. If a business does that, if a business hires someone to work against their interest, they're allowed to, because it's not a consumer thing. It's a business. The business should know better. But the business should immediately go, wait, we're paying someone to advise us. We're literally financially guaranteeing they will not do the right thing. So it's a tough position. But yeah, if buyer's agents in a place like Nicaragua, they have to have a conflict of interest to do their job. Brent says, partying it up with his friends. Stay in touch with your Maham. Yep. Lots of interesting stuff tonight. Thanks, as always. Foursquare says, do they recognize common law marriage in Nicaragua? Do they recognize it from other places, or are they recognizing it happening here? I'm going to say no. Do they recognize common law? I'm getting to you, James. Foursquare says, so they don't really recognize marriage here. They do, obviously, but it's like the opposite. It's like everybody. So in the U.S., maybe that's where you're from, we have this thing, and it varies by state, so I'm going to generalize, right? You have this thing where, so first of all, the term common law marriage means no civilized country would recognize it. Common law is this super corrupt thing from... like the Magna Carta. It's part of really old British law. So it's only England and certain British colonies do it. And it's absolute insanity. So common law marriage is part of this insanity. Now, the idea of common law marriage is not that bad. Common law is ludicrous. But common law marriage, basically, you live together for a long time, and at some point they go, now you're married. Under the law. But marriage is a religious thing, so having common law marriage really goes against a lot of normal American religious stuff. So it's very odd that America does that, but it's because it's from this old legal system. And I'm not saying it's good or bad, just it's weird. In Nicaragua, what you have is a general disavowing of traditional marriage. The concept of formal marriage, where you have a church involved or the state at all and register it, mostly doesn't exist. So it clearly exists. It clearly is a thing. They clearly have laws about it. But the number of people who are married that have actually done that is like less than 10%. It's less than 1 out of 10. 90% of people who call themselves married, they use married to mean like dating really seriously. So the monogamy trends of North America are treated very differently here. The words are used, but the actual like how it functions is very different. And so it can be very confusing with a lot of this stuff. So a lot of people will say esposo and esposa, and that's supposed to be the word for husband and wife, and they just mean boyfriend, girlfriend. It's also common here for people to move in together after less than 24 hours of dating. So people will go from going on a date to being married under what Nicaraguans call married in hours. Like it could be the very next day moving in together, but you expect them to live together. So it's like you say you're married when you're dating enough to live together, and people will live together. I literally have known people who are like, hey, I just met a guy. Oh, we moved in. We got a dog all within 48 hours. And they're calling themselves married. They're pregnant, had a baby within 9 months. Like it moves so fast in many cases. Then when people are actually legally married, they tend to use marida and marido. Very rarely do you hear this. So I know people who've gotten married. I've been at formal wedding ceremonies. Like it does happen. Like it's not unheard of by any stretch. But especially when you're talking to like Nicaraguans, where a complete Nicaraguan family, you will often have them discuss how they're married and then find out that they've only been together maybe 10 years and they've never done anything formal. It's just that they're living together, and never does it turn from living together into something more legally. So that common law, like they do things that in the U.S. would definitely trigger common law really quickly, and here it never does. James says, I now feel better, replied to you and thought was being ignored, mended my broken heart. When did I not respond? James. Kevin says, I won't use U.S. realtors any longer. I'm actually putting up Casa and Venta signs on my house next week. Our town gossips are dying to ask me what it all means. Yeah, you can. Things like Zillow have really cut into the real estate market and made it like, oh, the thing that made sense. And for those who do, so I have a lot of videos on this, but not everyone watches them. In the U.S., one of the things that made the realtor system work beyond all the laws, like first of all, there's a bunch of laws that make it able to work. The second thing is that there is a monopoly, and that is the multiple listing service. That was only available to people who were members of the National Association of Realtors. To be a member of that, you had to work through a broker who was a member. There's a whole bunch of things that basically guaranteed you had to be part of the system in order to participate. So you're forced into it in the U.S., and the U.S. allows for monopolies and anti-competitive practices in a way that most countries do not. So the U.S. really has a strong culture of these, like, because they basically become government agencies. The government's able to do anything they want because the government just goes, well, you have to do what we say, or we're going to break you up with antitrust. And they go, okay. And so they become a de facto arm of the government, but the government doesn't have to follow any laws about it because they're not technically an arm of the government. So the government loves these kinds of arrangements because it gives them all the power of a government agency without any of the oversight of a democracy. So things like the National Association of Realtors were an extremely powerful government arm at the federal level. The states didn't like it so much, and because it's their citizens being hurt, right? So a bunch of that kind of stuff can happen. The thing was with the multiple listing service, they really did provide a value. There's all these things you couldn't do if you didn't have the multiple. You couldn't figure out what a house was worth. You couldn't figure out what was on the market. You couldn't figure out what to go look at, all these things. Well, in Nicaragua, there is no multiple listing service at all. There's no mechanism to make it happen. There's no possibility of it happening within reason. And so the realtors here don't have the thing that makes them realtors in the United States and Canada. Without that, I am more valuable to you as a realtor. You can't hire me. I'm not trying to get you to hire me, but I know more about real estate than most of the people working as realtors. I know just as much or more of what's on the market. I know just as much or more about what houses should be worth, could be worth, whatever. I have more connections to people who would want to buy. If I show a house on the show, it's more likely to sell than if they put it up on their website. Partially because they're trying to make money and I'm not. I'm just showing a house. So that, of course, that's going to make it more likely to sell. But I have more real estate connection than a realtor, and I'm just me, right? There are tons of people like me who are equally able to do that. Also, there's no laws here about there are, but they're not active yet. Paul actually did a really good video about this 2 years ago. That was one of his better videos, I think, where he dug into what the laws were going to be and that they didn't exist yet. And he was willing to come, and I do really appreciate, he was willing to come public and say that there were no laws and that it was a complete Wild West. All these people were just, so anybody currently can just go, I'm a realtor, and there they are. There's nothing to stop you in Nicaragua. So anybody can say it, and everyone has the same access to resources. So while it sounds insane that anybody could say it, which is more insane, that any random person can claim to be it, or that the random people claiming to be it literally are just as good as the people who've been doing it for 10 years? One doesn't actually have more resources than the other. Oh, yeah, that is a huge problem. But people coming in just don't believe it. They're like, well, obviously they have something like the MLS. Nope. Well, obviously they have some laws that do. Nope. Like all these things that you're sure they must have, they don't. But they must. These terms mean these things in the U.S. And so coming here, the degree of what people don't understand about how the mechanisms work is so strong that it makes it very, very difficult to figure out how it works. Now, if anybody's looking for a seller's agent, I know a nice guy that I would use. I've worked with a lot of seller's agents, and some of them are nice, but all of them end up being weird and being like, no, we don't want you to get the information out about houses. And so even the seller's agents that we've worked with, which is obviously a tiny percentage. I'm not saying all the seller's agents are bad, but I've worked with some seller's agents that, we were friends with and all this stuff, and then they just didn't want their clients to have their houses advertised. They were intentionally not selling houses, which is a very common thing here. I don't know what the underlying mechanism is that keeps so many seller's agents trying to keep houses from selling, but there's some financial motivation that we don't understand that does make that happen. So a lot of sellers don't realize that by working with a listing agent, that may be the very thing keeping their house from selling, because for some reason they're intentionally not showing houses, intentionally not allowing them to be advertised, not getting the word out. Had the seller's agent not been there, the owner could have just been like, yeah, for sure, get the word out about our house. Millions of people would have seen it, and then it would have been sold almost certainly. So I don't know what the mechanism is. These are actual Nicaraguans. Every time I've had this happen, I have no idea why, but it is worth being aware that even the seller's agents, where you don't have the conflict of interest in the natural setup, are noticeably acting in a way that is contrary to what they're supposed to be doing for their clients in a noticeable percentage. Patricia says, I think that's, was your residency interview in Spanish? Yes, 100% Spanish. Are you allowed to bring a translator? You are not. Do you have to be fluent in Spanish? You are not required to be fluent, but you do have to deal with it, right? So you're allowed to use Google Translate. If you're a family, you're allowed to have the family there. We were allowed to have a lawyer, but the lawyer had to do everything in Spanish. The lawyer was not allowed to have a translator, though. We specifically asked, and they're like, no, you can't have a translator. But you can use an app. But also, none of it was super tough. It was not how is your Spanish test in any way whatsoever. They were friendly, and the questions were simple. I do understand that there was a storm for a week. They got behind, and so they were trying to catch up, and so moving very quickly. So we may have gotten I'm told by people who know that we got an easier than normal interview, probably because they had a backlog for the day. We were the first ones of the morning, and they needed to get to the next people, and we were a big one because we're not a normal residencia. We are a investor, invernista. Why does that sound wrong? It must be right. And with that, it's a more intensive thing because they don't only have to inspect us and our house, but also our businesses. So they had to go be driven around to different places and see stuff as part of their morning. So that took easily an extra 2 hours on top of it. So they had a lot of people to see during the day. I'm sure we were the only Invernistas, but that took a lot more time than they would on a normal person. EJ says, Sean, truth is your best asset with Migracion. Nicaraguan Migracion. You can tell them you intend to prolong your stay, and they'll advise you in ways you can comply with the law. Yeah, that's absolutely true, EJ. That's the most important thing. Well, not really, but an important thing to remember is that Migracion is here to help you, as long as you're a good candidate. Now, the people we've had some people from the channel say they had some problems. Some people we have one person who said that they had a problem. And I didn't hear what may have caused it. And they also said they were here for longer than their renewals made sense for. So I'm not sure if they had one that they didn't mention or what it is. But, I've been going through the stuff with Migracion for 3.5 years. And it's always been just, there's some simple things. Bring them a coffee. Be smiling. Always apologize when you get something wrong. Be like, I love it here. I'm staying, but sometimes I travel. If I need to get residency, let me know. How do I find a good lawyer? Migracion may be able to point you to a good lawyer. I don't know if that's a good process or not. I don't know if they're allowed to do that or not. That's not what we did, but it could be. But it's generally not a big deal. But when you're first here, you are a tourist, right? Just keep that in mind, right? You are a tourist. You don't live here yet. Even if you don't plan to go anywhere, because you could go somewhere. So you're currently a tourist. At the end of your extensions, you go to the border, do your border run, you come back. Next time you go, that might be when. So the first time they're unlikely to do it. The second time you're pushing a year, they might be like, are you? What are you doing? And you can be like, you know what? We came on vacation, but it seems so nice. We're thinking maybe we'll stay. Should we talk to Should we talk to Tramite? Should we talk to an immigration lawyer and start that process? Or should I go a little bit more? We're still deciding, but we're pretty sure we like it, but we don't want to jump the gun. What should we do? And Migracion can be like, nah, give us a few more times. And the mood of the country will change. So that can be sometimes they'll be like, we don't care, just keep them doing the border runs. And then other times they'll be like, nope, got to move them into Residencia. And there was a time where someone stole all the paperwork and they were put everyone into border runs. And so there was a 2-year period, not while we were here, but just before we were here, where everyone was doing border runs because they had completely suspended the non-border run system due to a security breach. And they were just like, whoa, okay, the only way to deal with this is to restart everything so no one can be penalized for it. So they had to do this. It was just awful. But no one was penalized. So they're just just keep doing your border runs. And everyone's like, okay, this is easy. And stuck with that for a long time. And then it'll also be, Sean, that you'll be deciding what kind of residency you want. Is it, do you want investor? Probably not. Do you want working one? Do you want a retired one? Do you want a whatever? There's just all these different things. Don says, it's easier to make money on real estate videos than real estate. You're on to me, Don. That is actually true, right? It's the chances that you're going to sell a house are incredibly low, but the chances that you will watch my real estate videos are pretty high. If the videos made more than $4, it would do even better. It doesn't actually make me positive money when I do the videos, but it does make more than not selling the house. Or it may be that you get paid to make the real estate videos. Oh, is that what you mean? I was joking about that I make videos because I do videos for free and the agents charge money for it. And mine get loads of views, and theirs get 5. That's a real thing. Not Paul's channel; they get a ton, but most of the real estate agents, their stuff gets extremely few views because they're not putting anything into it. He just says, brothers and sisters in the Caribbean coast are just as Nicaraguan as the rest of us. I'm sure it has nothing to do with their Afro roots or being English speaking, right? Well, I mean, they're not Nicaragua, right? So it's a difficult thing from a national perspective. Yes, they're just as Nicaraguan because they were, colonized. But from a cultural perspective, they're not Nicaragua. So even to them, they have a non-Nicaraguan heritage, and they were part of the country more recently. So in the same way that the Western United States, you can say, well, so the U.S. is difficult, right? Because there's no such thing as an American. Or there is, but they're Native Americans, right? The rest of us are just a nationality. So if you're talking about the colonies that started America, right, on the East Coast, they're British colonies, except for New York, which is Dutch. And my cousin's here, right? Jeremy and I are Dutch colonists. So if you think of the United States as being British colonies, right, and you think of them as this old colonial thing, and I've just had this conversation with a bunch of people recently. You try to use the term Yankee. So one, just a general thing. I'm not going to go into it here, but do not ever use the term Yankee. Please, no one use the term Yankee. A lot of people from outside the U.S. think it means one thing, and it can be intended one way. Americans do not hear it universally in a positive way. And when it's not positive, it's really not positive. So I recommend not using it. But the point being, if you were to call someone from, say, California a Yankee, they are never, under any circumstances, a Yankee. But you can call them a Mexican because they were part of Mexico. They were never part of England. So it gets complicated. So if you come to Nicaragua, the people from the Mosquito Coast were never Nicaragua. They have joined a union with the Nicaragua to create a nation called Nicaragua. But that the country is called Nicaragua makes them nationally Nicaraguan, but does not make them culturally Nicaraguan. They are still their own people. And so it's a complicated thing so first of all, so a better example is Puerto Rico. They are more separate from Nicaragua than Puerto Rico is from the United States. They're autonomous regions, they're self-governing, and they're really far away. They're less physically connected, even though they are physically connected and Puerto Rico isn't. Puerto Rico has so much more connection back to Florida that it's actually easier to go to and from Puerto Rico and Florida than it is to go between, say, Bluefields and Managua. And so it's, in some senses, when you're talking about Nicaraguans as a national identity, then they are completely Nicaraguan. But when you're thinking of Nicaragua as the country that gained independence and celebrates its independence in 1821 from Spain, well, they were never a Spanish colony. They never did that. They didn't celebrate that, right? That's not part of their colonial heritage. They are a different colony that joined Nicaragua later, and were split up. They used to be one place, and half of them went with Honduras and half of them went with Nicaragua. So it's important to remember that on one side, they are Nicaraguan nationally, but it's important on another side to remember that they have their own identity, which is not Nicaragua, and it's more than just that they had a different language. Now, you can make the same argument for the Matagalpans because they are South American, not Aztec and Toltec descended, but their identity and unity with the Nicaragua is much more long-term and intermixed, right? Like that, they all became one people quite some time ago. Abrazos at Sean. Edwin says, during this week, had a lot of stuff in national television about boxing. Oh, I did see some of that. One that is going to be taking place at Polideportivo. Oh, the Polideportivo. That's the multiple sports complex with at the complex Alexis Arguello tomorrow night. Is that when Chocolatito is playing? I know he's going to be boxing soon. Another one at an unknown date. James says the real estate industry in Canada is in range of 20% of GDP. Very unhealthy economics. Yeah, Canada. Well, I was just talking to Jeff up in Canada about this because he's in real estate up there. He's in real estate development, not resale. And he was saying that Canada is mostly driven by real estate, like that's where money is held. The United States is mostly in the stock market. Like business drives the majority of economic growth, and in Canada, it's real estate, which is not just lopsided is a weird number, but it's also scary because you don't actually want real estate driving growth. You want real estate to be a hedge against inflation. When you let real estate drive growth, it also means inflation has to go with it. You can't grow it reasonably without inflation tagging along. Can you become a resident of Nicaragua with less than fluent Spanish? You can become a resident of Nicaragua with no Spanish, just your interview is going to be hard. That was EJ saying, Patricia, excellent question. Yeah, no, you absolutely do not need Spanish, but certainly you will want it. The interview, you'll be like all scared if you don't speak Spanish, but they were very nice and very understanding, and even we at times were like, what did they say? Luckily, both my wife and I speak Spanish, so I tend to have more vocabulary, and she tends to speak far more fluently. So when someone says something with a bunch of words she doesn't know, often I catch it. And when people are talking fast and I can't hear, she often catches it. So between us, we do decently well when we're together. EJ, as far as I know, it's Chocolatito is boxing. I saw, Channel 19 posting something about it, as they often do. I think that's what's going on. Don says they have a stable de facto union in Nicaragua. It's more than a de facto union. Like, it's all very official and everyone's on the same page. Like, it's not animosity or anything like that. Like, it's a very close everything. It's just what am I trying to say? It's not like Puerto Rico in that way, where it's not necessarily a friendly situation. It's just, it's autonomous in that way, that it's clearly a different culture, clearly a different history, different colonial status, and now they're together. And unlike the U.S. and Puerto Rico, where Americans refer to Puerto Ricans very commonly as being immigrants, and Puerto Ricans really commonly, for good reason, see the rest of Americans as colonizers. I don't think that there's any of that feeling in Nicaragua. It's much more just that these are two very, very disparate places with a large section of nothingness in between them. And they said, you know what? We'd be way more functional as a single people than separate. And said, you know what? Okay, let's just draw these lines, and we get to be autonomous, and you get to have us as a port, and kind of we all win, and we don't have to be one place. And they kind of were like, yeah, and a lot of countries are like that. In the United States and Canada, there's very little of that. And so we tend to just not have a context that that's a common thing. But if you are in France, for example, southern France is Provence, and they speak a different language. They don't speak French. They speak Provençal. And if you're in Italy, in the northwest, they don't speak Italian. They speak Piemontean, which is related to Provençal. And both of them are related to Catalan. And in Spain, Barcelona doesn't speak Spanish. They speak Catalan, right? So there's all these places in Europe. It's very common to have these areas that are actually culturally very disconnected. The Basque Country, for example, split between France and Spain, each of them having part of it, which is just like the Mosquito Coast, split between Honduras and Nicaragua, and then split, obviously, with England, because they have Belize in the north. It was all one place at one point. Around the world, that's actually more common than less, and it's just in North America that kind of didn't really happen. And even there, it kind of did, but they ended up with things like reservations, which are a very poor approximation, where it's more of internment camps rather than actual just regions of traditional heritage. Because like the people of Barcelona have always been in Barcelona. They didn't get moved to Barcelona because they didn't speak Spanish or anything like that. So it's a little bit different. Yeah, Edwin says, tomorrow night, boxing event titled Back at Home will face Chocolatito Gonzalez versus Robert Hurricane Barrera. Well, It's a good time for someone with hurricane as the nickname. Okay, stuff flew past. Nicaraguan local time, pretty much, but being Nicaraguan, I can tell you that civil or church is the norm. Civil or church religious is the norm? I don't know, EJ. Definitely not out here in Leon. It is so rare to do it's of all the people I know, I may know 2 or 3 people that are actually married that way and hundreds that are not. Like, it's everyone I talk to is like, no, that's not normal. To the point where the word esposo implies that they're not married that way, at least out here. Foursquare King, what do I need to have from the States to marry a Nicaraguan? My girlfriend would, I have to get residency first. No, absolutely you do not need residency, because marrying someone, like actually marrying them, gives you residency, which wouldn't make any sense if you had to be a resident already. People get married here to get residency. Not very often, because like it's so easy to get residency. Like you would find some other way to do it, but James says a small wartime house in Niagara Falls is $750,000. Niagara Falls, New York, house twice size on a lot is $200,000. Now, James, just to be fair, that's because on one side it's nice, on the other side it's a war zone. Just to be clear, I grew up in Niagara, so Niagara is in the name of my company, but Niagara, New York, which is awful. What are they looking for when they inspect your house for residency? So they're looking for people who are really living there. Like, I don't know all the details, but they want to know that you're really here, really living, going to fit in with Nicaraguan society and all that kind of stuff. But it's not like a strong thing, right? They're just looking for people who are good candidates. People who worry about it typically are good candidates. People who are like, I deserve residency and they can go screw themselves, are probably not good candidates. That's mostly how it goes. Luke says, for 19 years, I heard the chuckles when I said, I'm from the government and I'm here to help. James says, you hear that in Barcelona, the locals have taken up squirting tourists with water. Airbnb business has driven up housing costs. Yeah, Barcelona is rough. They also don't like the Spanish government, so they'll squirt everyone with water. I actually really like that in Barcelona. Like, it's one of my favorite cities. It's so great, and I love that they're sick of the tourists. Jeremy says, let's go Dutch. Woo, woo. Jeremy and I are directly descended from the very first Dutch boat coming to the colony. James says, Dutch wooden shoes, wooden head, wouldn't listen. Jeremy says, well, got to get going for tonight. Have a good night, everyone. Good night, Scott. Bye, Jeremy. Don says, when I mention stable, I may actually see Jeremy in a few weeks. I have to fly up. He lives right by the airport that I fly into. Don says, when I mentioned stable de facto unions, I was referring to that as opposed to common law marriage. Oh. I thought you meant the two coasts of the countries. Same thing. That's what it is that it's like a de facto union between the two coasts. Edwin says, well, it will be aired live on Channel 13, Viva Nicaragua, and ESPN on TV. Disney Plus streaming, because ESPN Boxing USA and ESPN Knockout Latam are also the sponsors of the event. T-Bone says, have you ever gone to sporting events or baseball games there? Heck, yeah. And I'm hoping to have some really cool baseball news for you guys sometime in the next few months. But I love going to the baseball games here because it's a cultural thing, right? I like going to, I don't go to boxing. I just can't get into boxing. Sorry. I know it's the number 2 sport here, but I can't. I have not done it, but I hope this year to hang out at some Real Esteli games. I want to go do that. That's our main soccer team. And baseball, the big team is here in Leon. So we're really big on that here, and it's outrageously fun because they're hometown boys. It's not like America in Mexico City where there's hiring people from all over the world. It's like Chivas in Guadalajara, where it's all locals who are just really passionate about it. So these are our baseball players. We see them around town. They are our team. They represent our city, and that makes it so much better, so much more interesting, so much fun. And everyone who goes, it's like, because we're Leon, right? This is not it's just one team and another, and I placed a bet, so that's what makes it interesting. This is our city representing. We're here to hang out, and so we go with a lot of friends, and you buy beers there, and you can order in food. We can order in Valenti's pizza and have like good pizza and Tonya beers, and just have a really good time at the sporting events. And it's a load of fun. And not that baseball games in the U.S. aren't fun; they can be fun too. Right, I used to go to some, but I've never had it be the same because they don't have that hometown thing. So it's our team is totally different. So to me, it's fun. Where the U.S. I find very strange. In the U.S., to me, sports in the U.S. When it's the normal franchise. Sports, to me, is like watching one McDonald's French fry cook compete against another McDonald's French fry cook. They're all franchises of a single company. They all share staff as needed between them. It's one big thing. But here in Nicaragua, every team, and most of the world, every team is unique. Every team is part of their town. It is a local thing. They're independent, and they compete against each other in a league rather than being members of a single organization and just all being employees of the same company. Our inner office team beat your inner office team. That's fine when it's your company and you're like, my department's better than your department. But for people who aren't members of that company, nothing's more boring. Except somehow in America, people find it interesting. But I don't. I literally do not understand why Americans watch other than betting. And since it's contrived, I don't understand why the betting's fun either. But have you ever gone to, so I've gone to baseball games a bit, really like it. Including, I made it to a whole bunch of the playoffs when Leon won the Nationals 2 years ago. Don says, better to marry them in your home country, bring them to your country on a fiancé visa. It depends. If they're in like the U.S., fiancé visas often won't get them in. Very, very, very hard in some countries. Mo Money Don. What's up, Scott? We'll finally be in Nicaragua in 26 days. Can't wait to go to a baseball game in Leon. Woo! Hopefully we'll be able to hang out at the new stadium soon. It's going to be the end of the year, but we might make it for some games yet this season. Might be at the new stadium. And then Milton says, when will the new Leon baseball field open? So what we're hearing is like November, December. They seem to be on target. It's coming along really quickly for what it is. Patricia says, I hope the exciting baseball news is that Leones are going to play the Savannah Bananas. If only the Bananas were in our league, but I don't know if they're that big yet. But we can all root for Savannah and hope they make it up to our league and are able to play against us. That would be really awesome. James says, how did Nika do at Copa Soccer? We showed well, but I don't know how we did overall. I've been quite busy, and I know we got taken out by America pretty early. I'm looking it up. But our team is Real Esteli, and they so right now Panama is still in. It's crazy because Panama is so small compared to us. However, we're not a soccer. Soccer is our third tier sport in Nicaragua. So even though we're really into baseball, we're just not that much into soccer. So we rarely do incredibly well. But the American table, we're not in. Which I didn't think. We got knocked out by America a few months ago. Like, we knew we had been knocked out, but we were second seed going into it. Like, we had beaten them in some of the rounds. Like, it was really cool. Edwin says, change of topics. Have you visited Bluefields? That was the whole topic earlier about going to the Atlantic coast. I have not. Everyone asked me about it. It's so much driving and everything. Oh, Frederico's here, waking up from your nap. He's right down the street. Frederico, have you found an apartment yet? I do not have a valid driver's license, and I got in trouble coming through town, so I've not been driving, and I need to know if I need to go help find an apartment for you. And did you find the ones around the corner from you, and were they any good? Foursquare says, good night. Thanks for everything. Looking forward to meeting you and buying you a coffee. Absolutely, Foursquare. Have a good night. El Rey de Cuatro Cuartos. I haven't even been looking how we're doing. 38 viewers right now, 238 views, not too bad. It feels like a slowish night, but it felt like a slowish night before we got on. I feel like it was going to be a slowish night, which is cool. Got to have slow nights. Can't have busy nights without slow nights. I can't believe my cousin got on, though. That's wild. He lives in Houston. It's extra wild that he was on at a time when they have no power, internet, or phones in Houston for the most part. There was a post on Facebook where a man was asking about finding a Nicaraguan wife, citing that you said that was a direct track to residency. Well, that's true. It is. Canadian said his wife is Nika, and he was denied residency. Well, I mean, anyone can be denied residency, even if they qualify in general. Where are the boxing matches held in Leon? I don't think there are boxing matches in Leon. Everything's held in Managua because you need, like, we just don't have that much. I like how he said, like, do people understand that residency is never guaranteed? Like, oh, Janet's here. Hey, Janet. Like, okay, so when we say that a certain amount of investment gets you residency, you still have to not get in trouble. You can do retirement, but you still have to not get in trouble. You still have to make it through your interviews. You still have to, convince someone that you actually want to be here. Now, I'm seriously shocked that he was denied residency if he really married an actual Nicaraguan who actually lives in Nicaragua. But it's funny that he cites me but didn't ask me about it or anything. But weird. James says, good night. Been interesting. Been up since 3:30 a.m. East Coast, Canada. Thank you. All right. Have a good night, James. Thanks for coming on. So Patricia, fill me in. So there was a post. Was it one person was looking for a wife, and then another person said that he was denied? Is it two separate people, or is it one that was looking, and then someone else is like, don't bother because I got denied? I like when people get in trouble and then are like, it didn't work for me. And they never say why, and maybe they don't know, but as someone who watches it work for person after person after person after person after person, and then someone who won't tell you any details says they were denied, maybe they don't know. Maybe it was random, but it feels so contrived, right? Mr. No Good. That was me that asked about finding a wife in Nicaragua, and the women in there crowned me for wanting one. Night, James. On Sunday, July 14th will be a heavy day as football soccer fan because in the afternoon will be the UEFA Euro final, Spain versus England. Yeah. And Copa America, Argentina versus Colombia in the evening. I have not. This is Frederico. Or Frodo, same person. Two are either waiting till August 1st or the other is getting an AC installed. And she said she'd get the papers together, repairs not done, I think. Or not sure if she's shining me on or just the Nika Manana way. Yeah, probably. So normally with AC, if you're going to do AC, the better thing to do is just get permission to put in AC and then put in your own. Often that's what's better because then you don't pay for the AC every month. I mean, you pay for the electric, but and then it's your unit. And when you move on, you just take it. Now, some places want to put in AC, and if you're willing to pay a little bit, they're like, yes, it's our chance to put it in, and someone's going to pay right away. So they want to do it. Patricia says, he's here now. Yeah, people in the group got all weird about him asking. Well, no, it's definitely weird to get married for residency. That should be weird, right? Residency is a crazy easy thing. Oh, Mr. No Good said, you said that you get automatic residency. You do. Not automatic, but it qualifies you for residency. You do still have to file, right? So automatic it automatically qualifies you. Let's put it that way. But it's, just like citizenship, you can qualify for citizenship and they can still reject you. They always have the option of rejecting you. Nothing's a guarantee. It's just you automatically qualify. So, yeah. Oh, clowned me, not crowned me. You definitely don't want to. Getting married is such a huge thing, and getting residency is such a tiny thing. You certainly don't want to do a major thing for a little thing. She had 4 mini splits sitting in apartments for all the units in the complex. She was ready to put them in. Okay, that makes sense. He's here now. Yeah, people in the group got all weird. Yeah, that's probably the way to go. Just let her put in the air conditioning, and then they work so well. Show you mine up there. Oh, if I can move the camera. I cannot. There's so many wires. It can't focus anywhere. Oh, you can't see it because the light's behind it. Never mind. Now my camera's all messed up. No, it's okay. Those cables are right to the limit. One thing I don't like about the Fuji and a lot of cameras is they put all of the wire connections directly in front of the screen. So at no time can I see myself on the screen. I can kind of see myself, but I can't really see what's going on. So that's why I'm always looking over here, even though I've got the camera screen literally right there. Like, this is how close I am. I'm touching the camera. It's super close today. Yeah, I'd be so interested to hear the story of why people get so weird about residency. Right? They act like it's hard. They act like it's the most incredibly desired thing in the world. They act like they absolutely must have it, do it out of order. Like, I know a lot of those things like layer on top of each other, and it's like, well, I thought this, so I thought this, so I thought this. But the amount of how often people are, did get offered a fully furnished for $400 today, but looking for under $200. Yeah, at $400, it's easy to find. I don't know how I didn't see that. Like, what would make someone want to get married for residency? What situation would they be in where they don't just want to come down and get residency the normal way? I know there's people that just can't qualify, but it's very rare. Very, very, very rare. And even those that don't qualify often find a way anyway, like without getting married. Getting married, there's so much risk with that because you have to get fully married. And so if you're fully married in Nicaragua, you're under Nicaraguan marriage laws, which are fine, but they're, it's not nothing. You're in a position where there's a lot of horror stories of people having their bank accounts emptied and stuff because, it's joint property. So you're married. The expectation is you're married. You can't be kind of a pretend marriage, It's got to be an actual marriage, and there's a lot of risks involved, as there always is with anything like that. But so Mo Money Don 1. My daughter Dior wants to know what American fast food restaurants you have in Leon. Not very many. So we definitely have McDonald's. They're downtown. They do a nice job, I'm told. I don't eat anything there. Next to them is Carl's Jr. They just opened. They're not next to them, but not far away. They're next to the Tip Top by Unan. So downtown. Those two are our main ones. Leon really doesn't have American fast food. Mr. No Good. I didn't want to get married for residency. I want a wife. It's a bonus to get residency. Okay, that makes more sense. If you're coming down to want to get married and then it makes residency easier, then you're fine. Just make sure that you really want to get married first. But generally, you want to give it some time before you get married to the point where normally you'd want to get residency prior to getting married. As an example, Alan, who might be on, he just sent me an email, so he's probably on. He's off and on. This is actually funny. He went through everything to get residency and then got married like within a month. And we're like, you'd have just gotten residency from that. And he's like, why did I do that? Not the marriage. Why did he go through all the residency just to do that? So yes, if you really just want to get married here, then you're almost certainly going to be fine for residency, because it'll just be a bonus. And that process is good, right? The people who are getting denied, something's wrong there. If it's real, I assume it's real, right? I don't want to accuse someone of making it up. Just there's something missing in the story, right? Yeah, Mo Money Don. It's as far as I can think of, McDonald's and Carl's Jr. are the only fast food, and then American pizza. We have Little Caesars, which I don't even think is American. I think it's Canadian. I think it's Pizza from Toronto, and we have Pizza Hut. And I'm pretty sure that those 4 are the only American restaurants in Leon. Now, Managua, yeah, Leon will have more fast food when you open the Kurger Bing. Kurger Bing. Good old KB. I did run a BK franchise. Like, I could a set of franchises, franchisee. I could probably roughly. It's been a long time. The statute of limitations on my knowledge of their stuff is probably expired. We're good. It's been like 30 years. Oh my gosh, it's actually been 30 years. Oh my gosh, I am old. Wow, that hit me. That was a ton of bricks right there. There's a lot of these things when you're doing your residency, you start coming up with numbers for how long you've been doing stuff, and it starts being like, oh, I'm old. Oh no, I just did that. That was only 20 years ago. Oh, only 20 years ago. Oh yes, of course, Don. There's a Here's the stupid thing. I got Subway for my kids this morning. Yes, there's a Subway. Is there anything else? Subway's the only one that has delivery through Pedidos Ya. I almost feel like there's something else, but I cannot think of another one here. So if you go into Managua, everything changes. So Dior will be happy to know that in Managua, you've got a lot of American fast food or similar things. So importantly, there's Burger King. There's another Carl's Jr. There's more McDonald's. Chinandega has McDonald's. I don't know if they have anything else. There's Subway everywhere. There is, I believe, a Jersey Mike's. Is that possible? Did I make that up? There's something in Managua. Oh, hold on. The boss needs me. There's a TGI Fridays. Mary, Subway, the restaurant. Not a Subway. No Subways in the country because it would all fall apart from the earthquakes. The 3 McDonald's restaurants in Managua, if I include the one at Carretera Masaya, Fifi from the Plaza Once, the ones in Leon, Chinandega, and there's one being built in Esteli. I knew about that. Not that I'm excited about that. I've actually never been to the one in Leon or one in Managua, but I have been to the one in Chinandega. It was nice. There's I know Papa John's, TGI Fridays. There was a Hard Rock that went out of business. I have a citizen's report against Patricia. She's all Nicaraguan DL. I missed something there. Edwin, that I saw after watching a video on TikTok. Whoa, 3 McDonald's. Oh, yeah. Forgot chain fast food. Is there a good local pizza place in Leon or best one? You got a couple choices, Federico. Hollywood is locally owned and pretty good. Valenti's is locally owned, completely different style and pretty good. And my personal favorite is Oasis del Sabor, which is over pretty close to the Teatro. Near Mijunas. They're really good. Really like them. Those 3 are my picks for the Nicaraguan pizza here in town. I'm probably forgetting someone that we really like. I've eaten at quite a few of the places, Jip Jop and Emmanuel and Little Caesars. Little Caesars is never very good. Pizza Hut is decent if you have that hankering for American pizza, but they're always out of pan. How do they run out of pan pizza? Like, seriously. There's a ton of pizza places here in town. We've been very unhappy with Rapid Pizza. Everyone's like, Jet Pizza in Ciudad Sandino is truly epically bad. Really, really bad. Like, it's funny how bad that pizza is. What place was I imagining might be in Managua? The number of fast food is low. Sorry. Yeah, it's... The lack of fast food definitely makes it healthier. but there are extremely few in the country. Oh, Jersey Mike's. Jersey Mike's, Nicaragua. Nope. I imagine that. It's probably in Costa Rica or something. Well, Subway doesn't own a restaurant. It's always located at plazas and malls. No. Edwin, we've got the Subways. There's a Subway in the mall in Paseo Real here in Leon, but the main one is just out on the street. Federico Jet. No, it's not Jet the chain, Federico. It's Jet just. It's a local place. They have a really nice building. Like the whole thing, you're like, oh, this place is gonna be great. And then you go in and you're just like, oh, no, what have I done? Why am I eating this? Their other food is good. Like I got their like mozzarella sticks. They were excellent. And Marcella got like Alitas or whatever, chicken wings, and she was like, these are good. But their pizza was just a train wreck. Where are they? So where's the... Oh, they're near here. We're going to find them. We're finding them on the map. La Colonia. There they are. Jets. It looks so nice. Like you see the place and you're like, I got to eat there. This is going to be great. It's going to be, and then it's not. It's not good. Do the pizza places have non-pork options like turkey bacon? No, I've never seen turkey bacon, but I don't look for that stuff because I don't eat that either. I think some of them have chicken, but I don't think turkey bacon. That's going to be a little bit tough. You guys are going to look at Jets and you're going to be like, what? How is that bad? It looks so nice. Oh, do they only have one picture? Oh, never mind. I mean, it's perfectly good, but it's... Suggestions for Jersey Mike's comes up as Niagara Falls. It's listening to us. The Jets restaurant located on Aurora Moss near Mercado Maria intersection. Jets restaurant. I don't know where that one is, Edwin. No, I know the one in Ciudad Sandino in the La Colonia Plaza just north of Cuesta El Plomo. Because I hang out in Ciudad Sandino a lot. That's how I am. I'm a Ciudad Sandino kind of guy. That's where I roll. It's my jam. Force working, cancer-free now, want to move back for good. Awesome, congratulations, and welcome back. I thought you went to bed. You make it sound like you had to go to bed early because of the cancer, but it was a really good nap, and now you're cancer-free and you're ready to move back. Not to make light of cancer, it just came across as a very funny way to say it. But congratulations, that's awesome. And we have, just in case, a brand new oncology center, as far as I know, the largest in the country, in Leon, being just about to open. My mom said to me one day that the chicken at Jets are not so good. I mean, it's not like the best, I don't think. I don't eat chicken, so I can't comment. But La Marcelita said that it was okay. Edwin, I have no way to allow that. It's you can give it a try, but I don't think it'll let anyone but me share links. They specifically block all that stuff. You can give it a try. It may, because it's not offensive, it may put it into some kind of queue that I can do something. But I'm not seeing a thing for that. I'm bringing up a moderation thing to see if it lets me do something. Defaults. Comments are on. Hold nasty comments for review. Comment moderation. Nope. Only thing that we've got going on is that we hold back on nasty talk so that I can moderate that. But other than that, everything's allowed through. We're still on the live stream? Okay, good. We're good. We're going to try this. It's got a pop out for the chat. Ooh, oh! And there it is. Now I have a little window that's only the chat. Oh, this is much easier. Oh, I like that. Engage with your audience. What happens when I engage with my audience? I can start a poll or do a Q&A. Ooh. How does a Q&A work? We're just What have I done? This is a live test. We don't know what we're doing. I'm sorry if people cannot respond to me in a normal way now. See viewer questions and choose which one to answer. All right, somebody asked me some questions. Oh, I can't get rid of it. There we go. I'm glad you guys can still hear me. I think I broke the chat. Is there some way back to... is there still a live chat? Please tell me there's both. It would be really cool if this Q&A gave us some like really cool functionality, and it says you can ask a question, but you pick it. Where did you say that? Was that a question, or is that part of the live chat? Live chat seems okay. Still working. Janet says, ha ha ha, no. Now it works. Live chat seems fine. Hey, Alan. Yeah, things seem okay. But there's this Q&A. No one's asked a question, though. Now I want to see questions in the Q&A. Oh, it looks like... Aha! Ah, I can answer Janet's question. It says, she asks, it says you can ask a question, but you pick it. What can I do with that? Go to channel, close question, report, remove, put user in timeout. I'll get you, Janet. Hide user on this channel, add as moderator. It's so funny. It's like, delete this user, make them God. But can I answer? Am I able to respond? Ooh, what's the weather? Select question. It like... So right now I have what's the weather selected. Does that show up for you guys in some way? Oh, I could probably go look. I've got a monitor on another screen. Let me go see what's going on. That is not my monitor. Let's see. Is this my monitor? Are you my monitor? Ah, that's my monitor. Oh, what's the weather? Okay, so it pops up as like on top of things so you know what I'm answering. Actually, I like that. We should do that. Then I can go through things, but then it's harder to keep the chat going. I don't know. When I have a full-time mod with me, that might work better. And they can be like, this is what you're answering. This is what you gotta... I don't know. All right, let's get rid of that and see what happens. No more, what's the weather for you? Ah, we've already answered this. So we're going to close it and see what happens. The questions still exist for me down here. Oh, James says, supposedly only I see the question until I select one, and then it pops up at the top so you can see that I'm answering it. Okay, I'm liking that. That makes sense. All right, then we can close question. And then it goes back and says, this is Q&A, ask something. Okay, no, that's pretty cool. I think we can do this in the future. Right now, it's dumb. Okay, we're going to end our Q&A session. Sorry for everyone who still had pending questions. Dogs are better than cats. That's the answer. I'll just do some... Wait. That's what I wrote. It disappeared. Oh, yes, Janet, you wrote it. It disappeared, but that's because it's a question, so it's only me. The Q&A popped up, but no questions. When is the March to the Fortune coming out? Oh, Janet, I don't know. Probably about a week. I've got a lot of editing to do to get that ready. I'll do some classes. Haha. Need coffee. Oh, I have coffee. Patricia, yes, I can see the question. Yes, just right. Yes, and before I typed that other thing, I clicked on the black thing in the chat. Mary says yes. Janet says it's easier this way, I think, without the moderation. Frederico says I'm hurt. Yeah, it probably is easier this way without the moderation, but it's cool to have that thing so we can like do questions and then I mean, this way you guys can talk to each other instead of doing it that way. But I could see that, like, we could do a formal Q&A and then have a lot of questions, but I have to do it when I have someone here managing it. When it's like a lot of users and we're doing like a big thing. Not that this isn't a lot of users, it's quite a few. Thank you everyone for being on. But I'm so bad at like figuring out all the little things we can do in YouTube. Like for a person who's on YouTube as much as I am, I pay no attention to it and have no idea how it works. That's my secret for being on so much. I'm oblivious to all the things going on. Hey everybody, if you haven't subscribed to Everyday Vlogger, you need to go subscribe to that and help support my new channel. Hands up, everyone who knew that I have the Everyday Vlogger channel. Is there a way to do a shared video where another YouTube video plays in this one? No, that probably wouldn't work. I can imagine that being a disaster. There's a hilarious music video for those who... How many people like Dora the Explorer? Let's start there. I was doing something. Oh, I know. Patricia likes Dora the Explorer, or probably knew about my other channel. Hold on, for those who don't know, for those who haven't subscribed, this is my channel where I explain how to be a vlogger. Go subscribe. At the time that I mentioned this, we had 57 subscribers. It's a very small channel. Patricia says, not me, I'm an adult. Well, Patricia, I have a video that I would share. It's Dora the Explorer, but it's a little bit inappropriate. Frederico, YouTube, today they blocked half of one due to some music playing from someone's house. Copyright infringement. So Frederico, you can, normally that won't block the video. They have a new thing if you watch the creators, whatever, the YouTube creators guide for the week. One of the new features that just came out is music blocking. You can go through and it will try to strip that music out of your video. But yeah, that's something I have to worry about all the time as I'm walking around. That's why if you watch enough of my videos, which you guys do, a lot of times when I'm on doing a walk, I'll be like, oh, I'm cutting this bit, right? Because I'm listening, and if I hear music coming from a house, I know that I have to either cut out the audio during that portion or just turn off the recording and get past it. That way I don't accidentally leave it in and not realize it. And so if I know it's going to be there and going to be a problem, because if I leave my voice in, it'll probably still sound bad. And if I have to it creates a lot of work. So I try to cut the video in real life and then pick it back up once I'm past the music and just not deal with it. That's what I do to make it easy. That's why I do that, because it's copyright infringement, and there are systems for that. So like I can handle a certain amount of the background noise because Final Cut Pro will detect the music and remove it because it's not my voice. And so that cleans up quite a bit of it. Patricia says, I watched a YouTuber the other day who was vlogging a few times a week and is cutting back to once a week because it's too much work and YouTube is his only job. Slackers. That is what I have to say to that. I wish I could cut back to just one channel per day. I think I edited 4 videos today. And I edit my own videos, right? Like, I got no pity. None. And like while we're on here, I'm talking to my EVP about a customer service issue today. Like in the background, we're just like, my CEO was on making some comment about something and I was responding to her, and she's moving into a new apartment tonight. So I think she just said she got the keys. I got distracted and forgot what she said. Oh no, she didn't tell me. She was responding to something else, but she should have her keys to her new apartment. And our EVP is complaining about staff not doing their jobs, and I'm responding to that stuff. South Park so far ahead of reality. It's true. Mo Money Done. All my adult children's childhood loves Dora the Explorer. My kids were huge Dora the Explorer fans. Okay, so I'm going to share this link, but be prepared to be. My channel is extremely family friendly. I'll just start with that. So this particular Dora the Explorer is mostly family friendly, but don't actually play the entire thing in mixed audience until you've watched it privately, and then make your own decisions as to whether it is significantly family friendly for your particular situation. Let me just make sure I'm getting the correct link. But the music is fantastic. They do such a good job with it. And how do I get rid of that? There we go. And Lorena Ambrose is the quintessential Dora the Explorer. Like, no one is Dora the Explorer like Lorena. So here we go. All right, EJ, sorry, y'all got to step away for a few minutes, but I is back, so fire away. All right. Y'all can take a break and go listen to Dora the Explorer if you want. I'm going to go refresh my coffee, but just be aware it is slightly explicit, but only a little, and it is incredibly well done. It has like 500,000 views. So he spent 5 hours going to a restaurant, making and editing a video, and it was just too much. I wonder if he remembers that the typical American does actual work more than 8 hours per day. Right now, I will say 5 hours of editing is an exhausting thing to do, except it's also fun and very relaxed. Like, I do more than 5 hours of editing every day. And I would also like to point out that we're doing more than 5 hours of live stream every single week. I actually figured out, wait, before you go watch Dora the Explorer, before I step away, but you're going to go watch Dora the Explorer, then you can leave your comments. This is the Dora Dembao official music video, but like, this girl does such a good job. She is a Hollywood actress, so she does an amazing job with this. I figured out that as a child, there was an amount of TV that they thought was okay for us to watch. Like me, my friends, like everyone I knew growing up. There was, we were allowed to watch TV. I watched TV basically every day. I grew up in America. But there were limits. I've realized, like today, I'm on YouTube video more per day than I was allowed to watch as a child. All right, let's take a break while I get my coffee, and see you guys in a few. Go watch Dora the Explorer. It was only a brief break, and we lost like 10 people, 15 people. Like, what? What? Good night, you all. All right. Nobody say I want to talk about all Nicaraguans, but has anyone heard of the corn islands and blue fields in our Caribbean coast? Nobody say I want to talk about all Nicaraguans, but has anyone heard of the corn islands? I mean, everyone has heard of the corn islands and Bluefield. Like, people talk about it non-stop. It's just nobody ever goes out there. A lot of people go to the corn islands, but it's really far away. We've talked about the corn islands before, but Scott hasn't been there yet. I know he wants to go. Mostly I don't go because my wife can't handle it, so it's such a... It's a pain to fly out there when I can't take my wife with me. I hit the Dora video link, and now I cannot get back to the live chat. We'll keep trying. But you are back, Mary. Live stream, rather. I was just away for a minute. I'll be back. I'm back. But I have to go do a class, and I'll be back. Patricia, true, but I feel it's touched upon lightly, as if the Afro-Nicaraguan Caribbeans were somehow less than... No, EJ, it's because they're far away. Like, it's super expensive, and they don't pay me to go out there and film it. It's not like I get, it's very costly. I live out here, so the amount that people talk about it is definitely outsized to the population equivalency. People ask about it non-stop. Like, why aren't you out there? Why aren't you? It's the number one thing asked for on the channel, but it's quite far away. Yes, everyone went to watch Dora the Explorer. You can watch that without closing this. And I did go to Belize, and hung out with people from Bluefields. All right. Cracking open the Tonya. I've been having coffee so far, but now we're getting to it. Did the video cut for a second? Or was that just me bringing the camera down? Oh, maybe that's what it was. Dora la Exploradora. Hey. She does such a good job of that video. She's a professional stunt actress in Hollywood and does what the heck do you call it? Parkour for movies. KL7RRC. Been to Corn Islands in 2018. Okay to visit for a week or so. Nothing special except fresh seafood. We have a lot of fresh seafood out here too. Yeah, very small population. And Corn Islands the Corn Islands, my understanding, is basically all, just hotels and stuff. Tonya. Yeah. It's part of the problem with Bluefields is to get out there. I've either got to take a bus or I have to drive the car. I can't take the car out there because I can't have the car away from the house for that long. So it's not an option to go out easily. And so until they put that train in, it's outrageously far away. And the problem is here, it's not like anyone will go with me. On the channel, everyone's like, we want to see the Corn Island, we want to see Bluefields and all that stuff. But here, everyone's like, no, I'm not willing to drive out there. There's a highway that goes out there now. Like, it's not so bad to get out to like it used to be. So that part's really good. It wasn't that long ago that you had to take a plane to get out there, which is crazy. I'm sure there's a lot of good, like, I really want to go because there's going to be a lot of good filming, because it's so different. There's so much, and you drive through Huigalpa, and I really want to go to Nueva Guinea. That's supposed to be really cool. But I needed to make like a week of it. I need to go out, spend a bunch of time. I got to be able to take the car. I got to be able to do a bunch of filming. I got to be way caught up on work. There's just no way for me to do it. Apparently it takes 101 hours to get there because I have things set to walking. Please share in one of Scott's lives so that we can all share among all of us. Please share in one of Scott's... Oh, live shares. In one of my lives. Like I'm a cat with 9 lives. If you could share one of them with us, that would be good. Yeah, Mary, you got to get out there and get us some views of what's going on. I do want to know, like, what's cool along the route out there. What should I be looking for? It's amazing there's, like, one road going out. There's no, like, optional paths. So, for me, the only spot where there's, like, an optional bit at all is either I can go through Managua and then through, what is that town? Malacataya? I was just talking to someone from there. Well, someone from my channel lives there or has family there. And then there's an optional from the north that goes through San Benito. And then, so one cuts through a little tiny bit of Boaco and one doesn't. And then it all goes through Chantales and then pretty quickly cuts out into the autonomous territories at Nueva Guinea. But I really want to film Nueva Guinea. I think that, I don't know why. I feel like Nueva Guinea is going to be super interesting. Where are you? Castagna? Question, Gallo Pinto or Rondon? Never had Rondon. What is Rondon? How do I not know that? We're looking it up. Oh, Caribbean food. Of course, only in Spanish, so I can't. Jamaica and Panamanian cuisine. It's a soup made of coconut, different types of pescado, cangrejos, langostas pequeñas y otros mariscos, así como plátano, ñame, tomato, cebolla. Caballa. Interesting. Not my vibe, but that could be good. Haven't been yet. Would love to share the experience. Oh, you've never been. Okay. Nueva Guinea looks so interesting to me. Like, it's so unique and weird. Like, it's got such an interesting history, and it's so much newer than most towns in Nicaragua. It's a good-sized town, and the park looks really interesting. And there's like some cool, interesting restaurants and stuff, and it's just such a different place. I love getting out to the small towns or smaller towns and exploring some of that. It's just so hard until I have my own car. Mother-in-law used to make rondon. Plus, I hear the coconut rice is amazing. Oh, I'm sure the coconut rice is amazing. Yeah, yeah, the stew. Wow, Merriman Awe. Hope you have the absolute best of times in your ancestral lands. All the photos in Nueva Guinea are in the rain, so I'm like, oh, I love it in the rain. Oh, here's some in the sun. It looks like it's very colorful, but it's probably people just turning up the brightness on their camera. It's definitely got some cool looking parks. There'll be some good filming out there. But it's a, how big is it? Anyone know? I'm guessing 30,000. I'm gonna be way off. Everybody taking guesses? Anyone? Speak now or forever not have put in an option. Whoa! 79,000 in the municipality, 40,000 in the urban zone. That's a bit bigger than I was thinking. It's part of the South Caribbean Coast Autonomous Region. Yeah, it's up there with Bluefields itself in population. That's pretty crazy. Bluefields is smaller. So Bluefields, the urban is 56, so quite a bit bigger. But its municipality is only 58, so quite a bit smaller. So the difference is Bluefields is just a tight population in the city zone, and Nueva Guinea is a bigger area with more people, but the city itself is smaller, so it has more of a sprawl. It's hard to believe that Bluefields isn't the major thing out there. It's the thing everybody talks about, but it's like the third largest thing, I think, in the autonomous zones. We're going to check that. List of cities. Nope, there isn't one. And then Puerto Cabeza, in theory, yeah, municipality, 134,000. A lot bigger than the others, and yet we never talk about it. Its name in English. Wait, how did I not know this? I know it's mosquito name bilwy. That's what we normally call it. It's the national capital, which makes sense being that big. But its English name is Bragman's Bluff. Wow. Rondon is like a fruity de mar made with coconut milk base. Yeah. See, I don't like fruity de mar. That's my... I like fish, I like soup, but I don't like... I don't tend to like that. Billy's amazing, just how sprawling it is. Like, there's so much space between the houses and stuff. At least in the areas that I've seen. I need to get out there when it's not hurricane season. So when I first moved to Nicaragua, this is actually interesting, as opposed to the rest of my rambling. When I was first moving to Nicaragua and I didn't have a chance, well, no, when I was first moving back to Nicaragua and I didn't have a chance to be here and I was stuck because of COVID, and while that was going on, we were watching back home in Texas, because we couldn't go out because of COVID, World's Most Dangerous Roads, and episode 1 was the road to Bilwi in Nicaragua. And we're all like, how is this the world's most dangerous road? Like, this is a flat zone. It's a muddy road. It's hard to get through, but dangerous? Dangerous like you're going to get stuck, but you're stuck in a safe area. Like, this doesn't make any sense. It was very contrived. And we got a winner, ding, ding, ding. That's exactly right. I assume he's talking about the Fruity de Mar. Puerto Cabezas has a tropical monsoon climate with significant rainfall year-round and a short dry season in March and April. Even so, these months see an average of a decent amount of rain. Average ranges from 76 degrees in February and May. So the weather is way cooler out there. So I was just looking at the mean daily maximum. Where's the actual maximum? Mean daily... Oh, yeah, mean daily maximum. So May is the hottest month of the year, and its mean daily max is only 89. 89. Oh, Patricia, it's the episode where the pastor was trying to get to his church, and he couldn't do it on a motorbike. It was also the same episode on the same road that they had to deliver the ballots for the vote. And it was a very, very special thing they had to get through on the truck. It's funny that I remember. Yeah, so the variation in temperature out there is very little. Daily mean, the average temperature, half the year is in the 70s, half the year is in the 80s. And the daily mean minimum, half the year they hit 60 degrees, 60s, 69 or whatever, like half the year. They are way cooler than us, way cooler than I would have guessed. For sure. Now I need to get out there and just enjoy the weather, apparently. Ron is here. Hey, never talked to you live. Just want to say hi. Ron. Hey, Ron. You're easy to identify because of the ghost. Like, no one else has the ghost. Ghost Ron. But, yeah, you comment all the time. Welcome to the live stream. Great to have you here. I have a whole bunch of weird things like this that are in my... I don't know why they're here. I don't know what I'm supposed to do with all these weird things. Half of them I can't tell what they are. I can't get in close enough to see. I think this is a smiling popcorn, maybe? Who would have guessed that Puerto Cabezas was that comfortable of a climate? And it's way up north. It's like in line with El Salvador. All right, guys, you're awfully quiet. You know what we need to do is drive out to Bonanza. Wait. So the city of Bonanza didn't decide... What does this phrase mean? This is just the Wikipedia article, right? Bonanza, Nicaragua is a town and municipality. In 1996, the local authorities chose for the first time to vote. What does that mean? Why is that the first sentence about this thing? Like, that is so out of context. I don't even know where to go. Bonanza municipality has a population of 31,000. The majority of the population of mestiza origin, and banana cultivation is important for the economy. The gold mining activity in Bonanza also attracted the population of many parts of the world in search of the metal. This feels like an article written by a fifth grader who had to go into Encyclopedia Britannica and not plagiarize, and so reworded awkwardly whatever was there. And that's the whole thing. Janet is back. Students didn't show up. That's how students be. But it's the Ponderosa. Yep. Bum, ba, dum, bum. Wait, how's that go? Bum. Bum, ba, dum, ba, dum, ba, dum, ba, dum, na. Bum, ba, dum, ba, dum, ba, dum, ba, dum, bum, ba, dum, bum. What? Web archive with a photo of Bonanza. Nope. It's not. It doesn't really exist. Dead link. This is a completely worthless Wikipedia page. Absolutely worthless. I need to go and make, apparently, photographs and stuff of this town because this is complete garbage. Bonanza and Rosita Mine and Town Complex in the 1950s. Holy cow, that's the 1950s? That was a serious mine in the 1950s. Wow, that is a weird, seriously weird town. I gotta go. Bonanza is such an interesting place, as is its history, bit far from anything anyone would be interested in. I think, like, getting out there and filming it, though, people would be like, what? Question, other than Americans, what other foreigners live in Nicaragua? Hey, Nelson, welcome to the channel and the live stream. Sorry, I have an itch. So, yeah, Don, why does Wikipedia not have the same articles in different languages? Like, that's not cool. So, Nelson, actually, Canadians are the primary extranjeros, foreigners in Nicaragua by far. Americans, there's only officially like 6,000 in the country, which is an absurdly low number. So we have a lot of Swiss, Dutch, French, Costa Rican, Guatemalan, Guatemalteca, Hondureños, Salvadoreños, Cubanos. What's the term for Venezuelanos? How do you say Venezuelans officially? Oh my gosh. I really need to know that. Got to see the Ponderosa movie set in Lake Tahoe when I was a kid. Oh, that's pretty cool. According to Wikipedia, they're Venezuelans. No, I don't think that's right. Luis Becerra. Hey, Alan, we are a family of four with an income of $2,500 a month, thinking of relocating in Managua permanently. We are worried it is not enough income. What do you think? So it's legally enough income. That should be fine. It's going to be a tight budget for a family of four. What's driving you? Venezolanos. Is it anos or años? But it's just Venezolanos? Hold on, I'm going to come back to you, Luis, because Patricia's thing is going to scroll off the screen. Have you seen the series World's Most Dangerous Way to School? Watch it with your kids, pick the most extreme country, and say you're sending them to boarding school next year. I think the most extreme one is Nicaragua. That's on that one. Venezolanos, Google Translate. Oh, well, I think it's Venezolanos. Yeah, apparently everyone knows but me. Hey, Noelcaster. So Luis, 2,500 is tight, but I think it's totally doable. It's going to depend, what you want to do. It's going to make going out to eat and stuff rather tight. But so let's just, okay. So a family of 4, you're going to need at least a 3-bedroom house, right? Regular N, not the GN. Yeah. Let me expand this a little bit so I don't lose your thing. So rent in Managua for a family of 4, you should be able to rent a place for $400 or $500. You could make do, like I know people, family of 4, making do with a place they're renting for $200, but you probably won't be happy with that. You're going to want to spend a little bit more. So let's say $400. That's double. That should give you an okay place, right? That's going to get you in a gated community. That's going to get you a 3-bedroom place. Is it going to be super special or anything? No, it's going to be small. You might spend more than that on your housing, but you can do that. And then, well, let's say it's 500. You're going to spend 500 on your housing. Now you've got 2,000 to work with. You got a little bit that's going to go into your electric. Be a little bit careful about your electric. You're going to use some on your internet. Right, you're going to use some on potentially water and stuff. You got some basic things, and then your big thing is going to be food, right? For sure. So at $2,500 a month, you really want to keep your housing down to about $500. You want to keep your utilities as close to $500 as possible, and give yourself $1,500 for food. And it's going to be tight for sure for a family of 4. Let's do some math because I just don't want to do math live on the show for no reason unnecessarily. So let's say it's 30 days in a month, and we're able to get you down to $1,500 for food. That's $50 a day. Now, we're not really leaving you a budget for clothing. We're not leaving you a budget for entertainment. So $50 a day is kind of where you want to be spending at that number. Can you live on $50 a day with a family of 4? Yes, absolutely. Can you order in pizza every day and hire a housekeeper? No, not with a family of 4. It's going to be too tight for that. I mean, if that was the only thing you cared about, you could make it happen. But if you were cooking at home, if you're going out to eat, so it's easy to eat on the street if you eat meat, $2 to $3 per person for a meal, but you got 4 people, so that's $9 minimum, say $10 per day, so that's $40. So if you're eating on the street or you're cooking at home, $40 a day should be enough to feed you. And that leaves you $10 per day for additional spending. It is certainly a tight budget for 4 people. But, you're sharing a lot of things, especially if you're cooking at home. Groceries here are pretty affordable. Fruits and veg are really affordable. A lot of meat is quite affordable, especially chicken and of course iguana. Rice and beans, huge part of the diet here. Learning to cook some of that stuff like a Nicaraguan will go a long way. It's really common to make gallo pinto, rice and beans, in the morning and eat it all day. And that's a huge part of how people keep their budgets down, is by having this really big protein and calorie source that they eat as part of everything. It's delicious. It's healthy. It's so cheap because they make the rice and beans everywhere. And, no way is it not going to be tight. But so things that will really help. If you can get your rent below $500, if you can get that down to $300, which is possible, that's completely doable. It's going to be a small place. It's going to be conservative. You can, shave a little bit on your electric. If you can keep from running air conditioning, you're going to be fine, right? That'll keep all that stuff way down. And then, cook at home. You can expand that budget a little bit. So that's going to help. EJ says that, Nelson, I know Canadians. Nicaragua is little Canada and has been for decades on end. Long live the dear white North, I think he means, whose citizens have called Nicaragua their home way before anyone else. Patricia says kids can share bedrooms. That is super common here. Yeah, that's normally what happens. But a 3-bedroom, if you don't need a home office, there you go. That's often going to work. And I know places that have 3 bedrooms. So out here in Leon, Managua is going to be a little bit more, but certainly you can really be aggressive in Managua. You could live for $200 for rent. It can be done. Maybe not in a nice luxury gated community. Watch my videos on Ciudad Sandino. Look at that area, right? Like so, Luis, when you're talking Managua, do you have why Managua instead of other cities? Not Managua's nice. Just wondering, and does that mean you have an area in Managua picked out, or just the Managua area? Right, those are important things. But it says, I was on Spirit Online looking at one way to MGA. A banner came up saying I would need to show a return trip. It doesn't actually say that. What it actually says is that you might. It's an international flight, and they put that for all international flights. However, I have been told, so I flew Spirit recently and did not need a return trip because it's not required in Nicaragua. Someone I know was scammed recently by Spirit, and they made them have a return trip even though it's not required. Every single airlines that comes into Nicaragua has done that. So it sucks. But Generic Expats has a video on how to get dummy flights for just a few dollars. Either do that ahead of time or have it at the ready. But I've yet to have it come up, but it can. You're generally okay if you can show a cedula. Sometimes that gets you out of it as well. EJ says, true. Patricia, ask my brother. He knows the real truth about not having our own room. I think I'm caught up. EJ says, intrusive question. Anyone living in the Northern Highlands? I'm Granadino, but the chilly weather of Matagalpa, Madrid, Esteli has my name written all over it. I do like that region. I've never spent time in Madrid. I really want to go up there and film. But Matagalpa, Esteli, that area, I've done a bit. Luis, my wife is originally from Managua. We would not spend money on rent. Oh, you're not spending any money on rent? Oh, Luis, you're okay then. Like, that's going to change everything. If you're not spending money on rent, then $2,500. Oh, gosh. Okay, so let's leave $500 for your stuff. Now you get $2,000 by 30 days. Okay, the difference between $50 a day and $67 or $66 per day is pretty significant. And especially because, I don't know about you, but a lot of us don't eat 3 meals a day. Like, I'm like a 2-meal-a-day guy, and then, I save the rest of the budget for beer. I feel like on the show that the can, it feels really small, but it's like a normal-sized can in my hand. Maybe I have really big hands? Is that what's going on? Do I have huge hands? I've been accused of that before, but I never thought I did. But now that I'm holding a beer can, it seems really small. I don't know. That's weird. Nelson said, I thought Canadians in Nicaragua was recent. Interesting. No, as long as I've been here. Yeah, I've only been here for so long. But I've been here a decade, and the Canadians were well entrenched long before I got here. Patricia says, y'all have a very different definition of chili than I do. Well, once you move here, Patricia, it's going to change for you pretty quickly. Let me tell you, you start going up to El Crucero once you live here, even I start getting chilly. You get out of the car and you're like, oh, wait, we have to run into the restaurant. It's funny. Where was I recently that we were all so cold? I was in, I haven't posted the video yet. I was in Catarina, and Catarina was cold and drizzly, and it blew my mind. I was not prepared for a cold and drizzly day. I thought it was going to be a hot day. Whole way there, like we drove through Crucero, so of course that was cold, and then we went through San Marcos and everything, and they were normal, and then we got to Catarina and was like, whoa. It was pretty cool, but maybe the beer has been the victim of shrinkflation. Maybe the beer is just really cold and has shrinkage. EJ, oh no, Nelson, not at all. Canadians are the non-colonizers of the land of lakes and volcanoes. Kind of non-colonizers. Kind of colonizers. I used to wear sweatshirts when I lived in Selva Negra. It was cold. Oh, I didn't realize you lived there. I knew you hung out there a lot. That makes sense. Yeah, Selva Negra gets cold up there for sure. Yeah, Luis, no, I think you're fine then. $2,500 without having to pay rent is going to be not so bad. And especially, I assume if you're not paying rent, you may also be splitting food bills with other people as well, like cooking for a family, like an extended family. And if your wife's originally from Managua, she's probably prepared to, make and eat gallo pinto and stuff like that, some extranjeros, when you move to Nicaragua, some of us are just not able to adjust to things like gallo pinto, and you're like, oh, but I really want, I'm not saying anything extreme, but I really want, buttered toast and bacon for breakfast or whatever. No, Patricia, it is not colder than Jinotega, but it is cold. And you're not gonna. It's not like, oh my gosh, you had buttered toast. What kind of wealthy person are you? It's not like that. But for those of us who eat Nicaraguan cheese, queso frito, and platanos, and frijoles, and gallo pinto, and maybe eggs for breakfast. Eggs are super cheap here. We're able to eat so much cheaper than the extranjeros who are like, no, I need toast. I need Costa Rican butter. I need, and those little things, they add up fast. So one, I don't eat 3 meals a day. I'm lucky if I eat 2. When we were on the quick Dora the Explorer break, I ran out and there was cold pizza on the table. So I quickly slammed down 2 slices. Ate 2 slices quickly of Hollywood cheese pizza, but I didn't really eat today. But what I did eat today was queso frito, platanos, and ensalada, tomatoes, cilantro, and cebolla. That was it. That's what I ate. So do you know how cheap platanos are here? Do you know how cheap? The queso frito isn't cheap like platanos, but it's not expensive. So those little things, they're going to make it. That budget should be fine, Luis. Yeah, you'll be able to do things. And if you're in the right part of Managua, or if you guys can, the biggest problem will be air conditioning. If you can do without air conditioning, which when I'm in Managua, I'm often like, I don't need air conditioning. It's fine. You'll be in great shape. Air conditioning is the one thing that can drive up the cost. This is EJ. I'm gonna blow y'all's minds. I happen to have plenty of vids of Canadians freezing their bones off while in the north. It's not that far through the mountains to Jinotega. It's a bus stop along the way from Matagalpa to Jinotega. They have an old tank marking their turnoff. Not really, but I eat platano madura every day, Janet says. That's the one thing I don't. I eat it. But Maduro it doesn't do it for me, so I typically skip it. But regular platanos that are not sweet, those I eat regularly. I had tajadas last night. Oh, they were good. We had tajadas from the place across from the Uno. Winter cold at Selva Negra is brutally bone-breaking. I don't think it's that cold, but... TJ says, I'm not finding houses in Managua for $500. Where are you looking, TJ? Drive into, Ciudad Sandino. Just take the cutoff to the south at Cuesta El Plomo. And there's big, huge billboards for way, way cheaper. Janet, yeah, that's how we met, Janet was buying cake at Duomo. I have a sweet tooth, but Maduro does not do it for me. But it says there's a restaurant near that tank that is part of the mountain. Ooh. There's a lot of cool restaurants on that drive. When Camille and I did that drive, every single turn we came around, we're like, oh, but that restaurant. Oh, but that restaurant. Nelson says, question, do most restaurants and stores in Nicaragua have air conditioning and public restrooms? No. Restrooms, yes. No. So public restrooms, no. There's essentially no public restrooms in the country. They exist. They're super rare. Air conditioning. Air conditioning is exclusively in high-end restaurants, almost exclusively in Managua. I actually did a video about this today that is not even uploaded from the GoPro yet. And, okay, Janet. Janet remembers what cake she was buying when we met 3 years ago. That's what she was focused on. That cake. Air conditioning is super rare. Like when I go out to eat in Managua, like when I take my family out, we're like splurging because we're going to Managua. And for like Luis, this is important as a kind of a budgetary thing. So one of my favorite restaurants, it's, I hate to say it's one of my favorite restaurants because everybody's going to be like, I have to go there. Scott says it's one of the best restaurants. And then you go and you're like, why? It was nice. But Pane e Vino, I love that place. It's Italian, in case that wasn't obvious. They have really good pasta and a massive menu. But it's one of those menus where like they can make all of it, right? You have to be careful with places that have too big of a menu. But it really is like a million things made from the same few ingredients. So they're not like throwing a million things at the wall and, not knowing how to do it. It's like, here's a whole bunch of pastas made with these ingredients. And then pizza, but a whole bunch of different pizzas. And here is breads and risottos. And so there's a number of different things, but they have a huge kitchen staff. And they just do a fantastic job at a good price. And so a full pasta dinner is like $10. We get salmon. It's one of the few places that does salmon pasta. $12, right? But $12 in Managua for a dinner. Now, if you're going to take 4 people, which is what I have, my wife and I and 2 kids. If you're taking 4 people, $12, that's $48. That's before tax and tip, and you're going to spend a bit more than $48. But for Luis, so this is good. Like if you've got this daily budget of $67 to $70, you'd still be able to splurge and go to those kinds of places. It wouldn't be a big problem, just you can't do it every day. Right. And don't go get the wine, don't get dessert, or then it's going to expand in cost really quickly. But you'll be doing just fine with that budget. But for, who was I answering this for? For Nelson, that particular restaurant has air conditioning. Most people don't choose to sit in the air conditioning. Most people sit outside. Maybe 2/3 of their audience of their clients sit outside. In Las Piñatas and Ponaloya, there are 0 air-conditioned restaurants. From fancy steakhouses to fancy Mediterranean restaurants to fancy Italian restaurants to normal party places, not a single place has anything resembling air conditioning whatsoever. Hotel rooms, a few of them have air conditioning. Even that's not that common. But restaurants, absolutely not. San Juan del Sur, they may have added them. When I was in San Juan del Sur in 2019, I understand that was 5 years ago. I was with someone who was on a death march to find an air-conditioned restaurant, and there was not a single one in town. In a week, we spent every day searching for an air-conditioned place. It didn't exist. Even that, Don, is not that easy to find. I'll get to the mall thing in a second. I believe Tuani's is air-conditioned now. I believe that the Port Authority, or whatever that's called, that's in the Port Authority building, I think that's air-conditioned. There may be like one other that's been added. I haven't been in San Juan del Sur in many months, so like, and I don't always go everywhere. There may be something now. But 5 years ago, there was absolutely nothing. There was one place that they turned on the air conditioning. It was hotter than outside because they couldn't keep up. Like, it had terrible air conditioning. So it made no sense at all. I've never seen air conditioning in Esteli. I've never seen air conditioning in Matagalpa. I've never seen air conditioning in Jinotega. Some of those, you don't need it, right? I've never seen it in Crucero. I've never seen it in Rivas. I've never seen it in Ometepe. Leon, I know that Barbaro, if you know somebody, they'll let you into an air-conditioned room. Is there anywhere else in Leon? El Convento in Leon. They're air-conditioned. I think Recollection might be air-conditioned. Bistro 1852, I bet they're air-conditioned. The casino is air-conditioned. But we're a city of 300,000. Like, I'm coming up with like 5 places. None of which we go to on a normal basis. Like, very, very unusual to go to any of those places. And still, all of them have un-air-conditioned spaces as well, just a little bit. In Managua, there are lots of places that are air-conditioned. I think like Brutal is air-conditioned. I know Pane Vino. There are some fancy places that have a mix. In the Plaza Inter, which is inside mall, they're air conditioned. So even the food court is air conditioned. That's rare. At Metro Centro, the only thing I know of that's air conditioned at Metro Centro is the food court, and you have to go into it. Like they have it, it's enclosed because the mall is open to the air. Even the Gallerias, the fancy mall, is open air, but I don't know where their food court is. But they do have standalone restaurants, and some of those, one of them is Pane y Vino, they're air conditioned. I know that the Spanish tapas restaurant, they're air conditioned, but very, very few. Yes, Burger King, McDonald's, the American fast food places, TGI Fridays, they'll all be air conditioned. Have I ever made a movie going to the movies? I have not. I've only been to the movies a few times. So I don't have a camera that is good in low light that I can do that stuff with. That is what Jillian has gotten for me, but I have to get to the United States to get it. So I don't have it right now. But that is something that I'm getting once I have the DJI Pocket 3. Hopefully I'll be going to the U.S. very soon, getting a whole bunch of stuff, seeing Jeremy, my cousin who was on here, that's whose house I'll be going to. I'll be able to pick up all that kind of stuff, and then I'll be able to do a lot more of those going out at night videos and get a lot of stuff. So we'll see. I'd like to get that. A lot of that stuff would be a lot of fun to show. But yeah, overall, in Managua, the air conditioning exists. Maybe McDonald's here is air conditioned. Maybe the Tip Top. Tip Tops are sometimes air conditioned. It is definitely the exception, though, not the rule. Expect even nice, big, fancy places. NL Vivero, one of the most popular big restaurants in town. El Sopan, Antigua, none of them are air conditioned. So that's, but Sua, not air conditioned, not well ventilated either. By the way, it doesn't have to be a large mall, the Gallerias. Also, nobody goes to the beach to enjoy the ocean breezes, sunset, and expect AC. Our restaurants in Cancun or DR air conditioned? Definitely in Cancun they are. McDonald's is air conditioned. Okay. Yeah, places in like Cancun, people demand air conditioning. Americans won't stand for, going places and not having. Wait, Tip Top in Esteli has AC? Okay, that's funny. There's a pizza place on a corner a few blocks from the city center in Leon that is air conditioned. That must be Hollywood, Don. They might be air conditioned. That could be. Do you mean on the corner, like kitty corner across from Barbaro? Some of those restaurants must have public restrooms. Well, Patricia, they have client restrooms, but no one has public restrooms. That is not a cultural thing. The frozen yogurt on the street isn't for sure at McDonald's. Frozen yogurt on the street. Where's there frozen yogurt on the street? Or do you mean, I don't know what there is there. Hugoso is not air conditioned. That place should be. That'd be a perfect place to be air conditioned. You'd sit in there and drink fruit smoothies all day long. Yeah, Hollywood is air conditioned across from Iglesia San Francisco. Yes, that's the one, Janet. Yep. Which is El Convento. Janet, no, I guess it's not kosher to have AC in Nicaragua on the beach, according to Scott. I mean, everyone wants it. It's just no one can afford it. That's the beach restaurants don't make money, and so putting in air conditioning is so there's two problems with air conditioning on the beach. One is that the salt in the air destroys everything so fast, so even fans don't make it at the beach. Because if you look down the beach, it is salt in the air. You can actually see it. There's so much roiling from the Pacific that it throws all this stuff into the air. So like the door handles just rot right out of the doors. It is absolutely crazy. So things like air conditioning on the beach is super expensive because you're constantly replacing them. So I have air conditioning at like my hotels on the beach. And it wreaks havoc with them. So doing it for a restaurant is very hard because you got all that hot food, you got people coming and going that you don't have in a hotel. So it is, it's rough. But a lot of people want it to have air conditioning because they want to eat dinner and not be sweating. They want to eat dinner and not have it be super noisy, and It isn't a thing that happens here, unfortunately. I don't even think that Trident at Valero, they're not even air conditioned. And if anyone was going to be, it seems like they would. They're the massive multi-million-dollar cliff top restaurant looking over the ocean. Like, they'd be perfect for air conditioning. Huge wide open space. Nelson, I'm from South Texas, so I'm obsessed with air conditioning. Yep, we're not anywhere near as hot as South Texas here, Nelson, but everyone's just into fresh air, so it's something you have to get used to, which we do, and it's fine. TJ, as far as finding a house, I know I'm not supposed to look at Facebook, but I am. Yep, that'll make it tough. But TJ, just drive around, find the right neighborhood, go into the gated communities and take a look. I know at Cayey in Ciudad Sandino is really nice, and they're definitely advertising in like the 200s. So now, it may not be a style that you're looking for, but Ted is here. Thanks for your videos from Canada. Hey, Ted, great to have you here on the live stream. We're getting some new people tonight, which is awesome. I mean, we normally get some new people, but it seems like a little bit more tonight. It's just kind of a slow night with more new people, which is pretty cool. I feel like I missed someone saying something. I'm trying to scan. Personally on the beach, I would love an air-conditioned place. I do not like how hot the beach often is, and often you're sitting there and like the rain comes and the wind gets crazy and you got dogs coming up and jumping on you, and sometimes it's just nice to be in an enclosed space, but there's nothing. EJ says, wait, you actually live there right now, don't you? I've had that froyo and it's just beyond. What? They sell frozen yogurt along the street in front of McDonald's. How did I not know that? I've never seen frozen yogurt out there on the street. And I've been out there a lot. I've gotten the, popsicles and stuff right there next door. My kids are always looking for frozen yogurt. What style of frozen yogurt? Who's making this frozen yogurt? Is it like brought in from Costa Rica? Because we don't do yogurt here. I've never seen Nicaraguan yogurt except for like Lala. That's actually Mexican. I don't know if any of it's made here or not. It's a walkthrough in front. You just never looked at it. It's a walkthrough in front. Soft yogurt in a waffle cone. Where is this? On the street in front of McDonald's? I've never seen anything blocking McDonald's. It's always wide open to McDonald's. And all those freeze things they do. Wait a minute. Janet, are you talking about McDonald's themselves? Not in front of McDonald's, but actually McDonald's? I don't understand what's happening. Gotcha, all Nicaraguan and no. Wide open only to the frozen yogurt part. Wait, yes, it's McDonald's. Janet, are you sure? McDonald's has never sold frozen yogurt. Are you referring to soft serve as frozen yogurt? McDonald's has a soft serve counter, but definitely not yogurt. Yogurt and ice cream are different things. I'm familiar with McDonald's open ice cream stand. They say it's yogurt and not ice cream? What the heck? I've been there. What? I don't think they do very much. Janet says it's soft serve, but they say it's yogurt. Okay, yeah, I'm like, there's no there. That's why I'm confused. I know McDonald's does not sell yogurt. Who calls it that? Because I've seen that McDonald's. It definitely does not say yogurt. I'm looking up their post race right now on their website. TJ, I'm kind of bougie when it comes to houses. I'm looking for a house with a pool. Oh, yeah, you're going to pay. Well, of course. The house, TJ, is going to be $200. It's going to be $300 for the pool. Janet, I'm looking at the website. That is 100% ice cream. They do not sell. You may have employees lying about frozen yogurt, but McDonald's themselves is definitely not. Yeah, it's good because it's ice cream. Frozen yogurt is not from Costa Rica. We produce plenty of dairy to the point of having excess to export. My point, nope, not Costa Rican. We got all of our own. Actually, EJ, all of the real ice cream sold in the country is coming from Costa Rica. The only ice cream fake stuff that they sell here, Eskimo, is not actual ice cream. That is a frozen whipped vegetable oil product. It actually says it right on the front. They're like proud of it because while Nicaragua can make dairy, it can't make dairy cream. So all the places that make ice cream have to import. So like Kiss Me, they have to import their dairy from outside Nicaragua because it doesn't do any good here. So all of the ice cream stands are either whipped vegetable oil stands, the Eskimo places that are made in Nicaragua, or they are coming in from Costa Rica. So Dos Pinos is Costa Rican. And so all those heladerias like that, that's all Costa Rican. And that's real ice cream. And I have never yet seen frozen yogurt in the country. Like, they don't sell that here. There's definitely no Nicaraguan frozen yogurt. There's no frozen yogurt, period, let alone Nicaraguan. I'm sure somewhere in Managua, somebody has froyo, but you're getting into extreme, like, specialty one-stop places. But yeah, that's not a thing. Maybe you've got Nicaraguans to the point where they don't know what frozen yogurt is. Like here in Leon, Janet's saying that the people are calling ice cream frozen yogurt because they don't know. That's how far Nicaragua is from having ice cream. That they're not familiar with what ice cream is in a lot of cases. A lot of Nicaraguans don't have access to ice cream because the stuff from Costa Rica is so expensive and the stuff made in Nicaragua is not ice cream. And so I actually have a video episode on how Eskimo uses vegetable oil as a replacement for cream because they can't get it. I feel like I have seen a frozen yogurt place in Managua, but yes, there is a yogurt place supposedly in Ciudad Sandino, but who knows if they're just calling it that. No, the Italian restaurant I like calls it yogurt, but it's actually ice cream. I know that he uses ice cream. Oh, nope. The frozen yogurt place is gone that I found. Moyo Metro Centro. Okay, they claim to be. Okay, that looks like it might actually be. Moyo in the Metro Centro. I can't remember them being around. Did they go out of business? Nope, that's recent. Yeah, pretty sure that's actually frozen yogurt. But that is super specialty. See if we can find them. No, of course their Instagram is gone. They deleted their Instagram. La Selecta La Perfecta Eskimo is all Nicaraguan. Yes, EJ, I know Eskimo is Nicaraguan. It's not ice cream. That's the point. It says right on it that it's not ice cream. That's how extreme it is. Costa Rica definitely has dairy farms. That's why all of our, we have to buy all of our products from Costa Rica. Our butter, our ice cream, all that, because you can't get it made in Nicaragua. If you get, you can get Nicaraguan butter, but it's definitely not up to par. And there is, like, La Selecta doesn't make, La Perfecta, none of them make ice cream. They make non-cream products. They make dairy products, not ice cream products. Eskimo is dairy, but not ice cream. It's iced vegetable oil. Yeah, Nicaragua has very low dairy production overall. That's why you don't see dairy farms anywhere. But when you need to make things with the cream, you've got to import it. Yeah, Janet, you're right. Like, as far as I can tell, every single froyo place listed on Google Maps is now gone. Every one of them. So I would. There's an actual possibility that no frozen yogurt exists in Nicaragua, imported or otherwise, which is pretty crazy. But it's such a novelty to Nicaraguans that people don't even know what it is. Like, they're not just like with ice cream, because there's none made in the country. Like, you go to whole towns, there's entire towns that don't sell ice cream here. They just sell Eskimo. And Eskimo's not that bad. Americans are appalled by the idea of using vegetable oil to replace dairy, but it actually works decently. Yeah, when you try, like, the stuff from Costa Rica, it's definitely, way better. So we pay a premium. And actually, Costa Rican ice cream is really good. Eskimo, their, like, fudge pops and stuff are good. Like, they do a good job for what they have to work with, but they're definitely struggling. Nelson says, question, I like to visit small towns. What's the best small town for tourists? That is a really tough one. But it says, Eskimo is the miracle whip of ice cream. I wouldn't put it quite that way, but it's actually, I think, the whip, the Cool Whip of ice cream. Because Cool Whip is the same kind of thing, right? Whipped cream, obviously, is a cream product. So Cool Whip is actually from my hometown. And Cool Whip is using corn oil, sweetened, hydrogenated corn oil, and whipping it into a thing that seems like a dairy product that doesn't contain dairy. Now, Eskimo does contain dairy. It just doesn't contain very much dairy cream, so it doesn't count as ice cream. Like, it's clearly not ice cream when you eat it. But it's got this whipped vegetable oil, just like Cool Whip, and it does an okay job. EJ, I know you make those products. Those products aren't what you think they are. I already said before you posted that Eskimo isn't ice cream, it's vegetable oil. No one's saying that Nicaragua doesn't make the products you're saying. We're saying those products aren't what you think they are. But Costa Rica obviously produces the dairy for their products. Like, why do you think that all of our dairy is imported from Costa Rica that we eat here? You can buy ice cream in Nicaragua. You just have to buy it imported. You definitely pay a premium for real ice cream here. But Dos Pinos is amazing. There was a frozen yogurt place on the Calzada in Granada recently. What's recently? Yeah, whipped vegetable oil. It's it's okay. They make it work. Like, it really isn't bad. How do you find out the total dairy production? But very importantly, right, for EJ, it's not about the amount of dairy production. You keep mentioning dairy, but I keep saying it's not the dairy, it's the cream in the dairy. It's like super important that you understand. No one ever said that Nicaragua didn't make milk. It's that its milk doesn't have the cream necessary in the levels necessary to make things like ice cream. It'd be way too expensive and the quality's too low. You just can't do good stuff with it, which is why Eskimo doesn't use dairy for that. Our dairy ain't imported from Costa Rica. I see another I was wrong video coming like today's. Well, EJ, look, we've... How are you not familiar? So we have a video on this. It says right on it that it is made from vegetable oil. Where's it good? Eskimo ice cream, Smithsonian. Learn about Akatuk, a frozen treat made from animal fat, oil, and berries. It's not the company Eskimo, but that is, there we go. That is the name Eskimo on the product here in Nicaragua is alluding to the term Eskimo ice cream refers to a non-dairy frozen product. Oh, there was frozen yogurt still over Easter. So, for example, EJ, you do realize that if I go to the grocery stores here, never once in all the years I've been here is there any ice cream from Nicaragua available in the stores. Like, you can say we make it, but nobody can buy it. Like, it doesn't exist. You can't go find it. What is this? Oh. These are... I can't get access. I found a thing with dairy production, but it's... Bro, the quality ain't too low for when your father depends on dairy farms to manufacture. Yes, but EJ, they don't make ice cream. You're missing. What part of there's no ice cream made in Nicaragua? Well, like, can you name one? I'm not sure what you're picturing. Like, who is this mysterious ice cream maker that's making all this ice cream that we can't buy? Okay, so milk production. Costa Rica and Nicaragua have roughly the same milk production per capita. Costa Rica at 1.2 million tons and Nicaragua at 1.4 million tons, but with a population of 5.5 versus 7, which is, so they're about the same. EJ, you're responding to comments about that there is no Nicaraguan ice cream made in Nicaragua. That was the initial statement. Then you keep saying that there's this stuff that isn't ice cream, and you name a bunch of companies, La Perfecta, who doesn't make ice cream. You name the other one that doesn't make ice cream, and you named Eskimo that doesn't make ice cream. Literally I've been here for 10 years. We can only buy imported ice cream, unless it's like Kiss Me, which is like they make the ice cream themselves in the store, but they import the cream from Costa Rica. I am 100% effing serious. There is no maker of ice cream in Nicaragua. Can you name one? Who are you thinking of? Well, Patricia, the reason that we can't do it is because we don't have the climate for it. So making cream. So like I have friends who have dairy farms here. And they can make milk, but they're unable to make cream. We wanted to do ice cream here in the country, and they're like, yeah, you have to import the cream because the cows here don't produce enough cream. It just doesn't work, right? You need cold climates. So I'm from New York. I'm from dairy production country, right? So like everyone I know had a dairy farm. I grew up with dairy farms everywhere. You need the winter to make the cream. That's what makes the fat go into the milk. Otherwise, you end up with really lean milk that's fine for drinking milk, but it's not good for making ice cream and stuff. Did EJ leave because he missed the whole conversation? What? People have talked about air conditioning to try to make cow stuff. It's just so expensive. Like, we can just import from Costa Rica. The thing, if you think about the United States, right, it's right there. So, like, Pennsylvania imports a whole bunch of, I don't know if this is really true, but I think they do. They import a bunch of dairy from New York because New York makes so much dairy. And the whole country imports from California and Wisconsin and New York, right? Now, you can make milk all over the place, but those places make so much that they that they are constantly exporting to everyone else because the other places make some of their milk, but not enough. But you get the highest quality from those places. And they make different ones based on what they have. So Wisconsin is better for cheese and New York is better for cream. So that's just what we focus on. So New York is very famous for making like chip dips. We make like hell of a good chip dip, all bison chip dip, all those really famous chip dips in the U.S. A lot of them come from New York, a really high percentage. But the famous cheddars and all that stuff, that's all coming from Wisconsin. So the same thing happens here. Nicaragua makes lean milk and a lot of it. So we have plenty of that. Costa Rica, which is just as close as Pennsylvania is to New York, makes really creamy milk. So they just transfer milk back and forth depending on what they need because it's so close. You would never make something in Nicaragua that you could make in Costa Rica. You would never like try to solve that problem because it's not really a problem. You've got access to the products right there. Now in the case of something like ice cream, you would never make the ice cream in Nicaragua outside of like Kiss Me, which is like a little super high-end boutique where they're making the ice cream right in front of you or like right in the shop. That's a novelty, and you pay a fortune for that. So that you would do, but if you were going to ship in the cream from Costa Rica, it's cheaper to ship in the ice cream because it's more transportable. It's more shelf stable than the cream itself. So you always make the products in the spot where you're going to be, which is why our shelves here are stocked with Dos Pinos. Our yogurt is all coming in. It's either Dos Pinos from Costa Rica or it's Yes from El Salvador, or it's super expensive stuff from the U.S. and France once in a while. But all the stuff we actually eat is Costa Rica and El Salvador for yogurt because Nicaragua literally doesn't make yogurt except for Lala. They make a plum flavored thing. But I don't actually know if that's made in Nicaragua because Lala is actually Mexican. They just have a plant here. We don't know what they make here versus in Mexico. And then so butter you can get here, but it's not good. Like people really notice that it's not up to par. So everyone, all the expats that we know, we all buy Dos Pinos because it's excellent butter brought in from Costa Rica. And since it's only coming from Costa Rica, it's not a big deal. So did he really leave without having an example of an ice cream maker after the number of times he said he had one? You could have a cow pasture / skating rink. Double new business idea. It's true. And if you slip and fall on the skating rink, you land in a cow pie to keep you from like breaking your tailbone. I know he said ciao. He literally responded to a statement, no ice cream is made in Nicaragua. And I specifically said, Eskimo is not ice cream. He then said that there's Eskimo. We said, we just said Eskimo isn't. And he says, our dairy isn't imported from Costa Rica. The grocery store is packed with imported, my house is all imported Costa Rican dairy. What the heck? Nobody knows where their products come from like I do. I pay attention to every bag of chips. Every time someone's getting anything, I'm like, oh yeah, you're having, Ranchitos. That's from Honduras. All the Diana stuff, that's from El Salvador. All the Pro, that's Costa Rica. I know where each of the products comes from. I pay attention to all those. I know the brands. But he really thinks that Nicaragua is exporting dairy to Costa Rica? Why would they do that? Costa Rica makes all their own dairy and has cold climates. You want cold climates for cows. Under normal, Nicaragua makes their own because it's cheaper. So when we need just milk, we make it here. But why would Costa Rica import from Nicaragua? That doesn't make any sense. It's more expensive than making it in Costa Rica where they can get the cream, which is where the money is. That's the problem, is that that it's just the cheap stuff. I think he was saying Costa Rica gets milk from Nicaragua, turns it into yogurt, ice cream, then exports it back to Nicaragua. He only when we said that there was no Nicaraguan products that we could buy did he say that. But that doesn't make any sense. Why are we not making it? And why aren't they using their own dairy that they have plenty of? It doesn't make any sense. And they would have to label it. It would have to say dairy from Nicaragua by law, and it doesn't. Now, Nicaragua produces an awful lot of cattle. We make the beef cattle, and Costa Rica does not, because that's where the hot climate makes sense. So, if you look up dairy exports from Nicaragua, I'm really struggling to find anything. They say Lala. Grupo Lala is trying to... When is this from, though? How old is this? I hate when people write articles and don't put dates on them. Like, this is useless. You could have written this yesterday, but I don't know. Cattle ranchers, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, they're definitely talking about that Mexico has to do the production here. What we have here is a failure to communicate. Right? The thing that's weird is that it wasn't like it was a discussion about other things and then we mentioned ice cream. It was specifically that we didn't have ice cream here. And then he kept bragging about all the ice cream we had. Well, I guess it started with the McDonald's thing, that there is no frozen yogurt here. And he kept saying there's frozen yogurt everywhere because we're the producer and exporter of it. And then it turns out there is none in the country, or possibly one specialty shop in Granada. But there's absolutely no frozen yogurt in the country. And the place we were talking about imports it from the U.S. Like, literally, that's what McDonald's does to keep the quality up. Not that the U.S. makes high quality, just consistency. And in responding to that there isn't any, he said there's lots. He said we don't have, there isn't any. None of the things he lists makes any of the products we talked about. That I've ever seen, at least. La Perfecta, Nicaragua. I know Lala makes that one yogurt that's super unpopular but really, really cheap. Oh! When did this happen? Oh, a long time ago. But La Perfecta was bought by Lala, so it's even that. It's, yeah. Why was he upset? Just upset that Nicaragua doesn't make enough dairy? Like, what a weird thing to be upset about. Like, it's just hot. That's all there is. It's just too warm for the cows. Does Perfecta not even have a website? Okay, yes they do. They have an Instagram. So La Perfecta, they make the butter that is no good. But they do make the sour cream that we eat, which is very different than like Mexican sour cream, which is extranjeros tend to be very disappointed because it's not the same. They make fruit products, soup products. Yeah, I'm looking at La Perfecta. They don't make any of the things that he was claiming. They don't make ice cream. They don't make yogurt. They don't make anything frozen at all. Yeah, he kept saying dairy and then saying, but like he missed that vegetable oil isn't dairy. Yeah, well, it's not ice milk. It's the milk is just a base flavoring. It's actually sweetened whipped vegetable oil, which is slightly different. Like, and the thing that started the discussion was how frozen yogurt and ice cream were not the same thing. So, like, clearly we were being very specific. Right? Like, we started with, this isn't frozen yogurt. I wonder if Nicaraguans call it frozen yogurt because they're not familiar with frozen yogurt, so don't realize that soft serve isn't frozen yogurt. That was actually, like, the base of the discussion. But then he was very specifically responding that there was frozen yogurt, that Froyo was a Nicaraguan product that was super widely available. And then we specifically were unable to find an example of it. And then he provided a whole bunch of things, none of which make anything of the sort. Did you actually watch Soylent Green today? That's hilarious. I think Eskimo is Soylent Green, actually. I think the dairy portion of Eskimo is from the people. When can you ever get anything like ice cream from McDonald's? It's always broken. Actually, TJ, here it always works. Always. That's an American thing. Somehow in America, so it's actually a lawsuit in America. They're trying to sue them for false advertising because they're intentionally disabled. But here, it's the main thing. It's most people, that's the only thing that they eat, which is why they have the thing in front. Maybe he works for Big Dairy. Well, he certainly doesn't work in Nicaragua. There's no Big Dairy here. Here's just Little Dairy. Now, the dairy is actually about the same size as Costa Rica. It's just different dairy. I think, yeah, Costa Rica makes slightly more per capita, but it's pretty close. But they have a little bit more for export in theory, because they need to consume less of it. You would think if Nicaragua was exporting all of its dairy, someone would stop and say, wait, do you know how much money we could make if we started making ice cream and frozen yogurt that we haven't been making? And yogurt. All these products we've been importing from everyone else, why don't we make it? Like, we could all be rich. Like, this is the real. Patricia's always looking for the business plan. This is the real business plan. If we actually had access to cream, every single thing in this country is imported, whether it's El Salvador or Costa Rica, for all the creamy dairy products. We could really make a killing if we were able to make that in country effectively. Oh, here we go. A June article on milk production in Latin America and the Caribbean. Are they going to give us numbers or anything? Not really. Do you think more people move to Costa Rica because they have better ice cream? I think it's actually a factor. I would say yes. Like, that sounds silly. That's a real thing, right? Like we get Dos Pinos up here, which is excellent, but you go down to Costa Rica and they just loaded with awesome dairy products. We only get Dos Pinos, who's awesome and should sponsor the show, right? Like, Dos Pinos would be a great sponsor of the show. I will eat Dos Pinos ice cream on the show every day if that's what it takes, right? I love their yogurt. They have an amazing array of yogurt. I show their yogurt on the show all the time. We eat all their different flavors of ice cream. They make lactose-free ice cream. Someone call Dos Pinos and get them involved. But like they're fantastic. And we have Dos Pinos heladerías down the street. But literally, everywhere you go in Leon, there's three choices. There's one Kiss Me, which is a specialty place. There's loads of whipped vegetable places called Eskimo, and there's Dos Pinos from Costa Rica. All over the city, all the ice cream stands are from Costa Rica. All of them, even up in Matagalpa, where in theory you could have cows and make more cream because it's colder, but it's really hard to have cows up there. They've got Dos Pinos as the ice cream places out. Like, that's what the places you go to are. When you want to go like on an ice cream date, it's Dos Pinos, and it's being scooped because they can't make it locally. It's got to be brought in from Costa Rica. But it's good. Janet, did you see we have a new Dos Pinos place down the street? Like in Sutiava. I definitely, when I'm in Costa Rica, you really notice. Like, we all say it. Like, oh, we're going out to get ice cream. Like, you make an effort to go get ice cream when you're in Costa Rica because there's just so much more selection. And in Escalante's, there's an ice cream shop that has alcohol in the ice cream. Like, it really is a thing. It goes, like, you here in Nicaragua, zero Nicaraguan ice cream. Like, zero. Costa Rica, ice cream everywhere. Like, it's so noticeable how different it is. Where is it? It is almost to the Uno from my place, but this side of the Uno on the south side of the street. Baskin Robbins in Afghanistan. I want to point out that Afghanistan gets Baskin Robbins and we do not. How does that work? They must be flying it over. I assume that was like on a base or something and not like in the Afghanistan mall. What a weird place to get Baskin Robbins. Oh, okay. That's less weird. Because really, I mean, I'm not complaining about Baskin Robbins. They make fine ice cream, but like if I was in the Central Asian steppe and had a hankering for ice cream, it's hard to imagine going, you know what I need? Of all the ice cream in the world, Baskin Robbins. We have an adult ice cream truck called Booze Pops where I live. Yeah, it's like that. The fad here, but it says is nitrogen ice cream. I've never really liked that. You mean the liquid nitrogen ice cream or the nitrogen infused ice cream? They do it both ways. I've never had the latter, but the former, like frozen nitrogen stuff, never liked that. I'm reading Costa Rica's plan for the future of dairy. They've got some dairy thing going on. We affirm that Costa Rican livestock farming is totally different from other models worldwide, since we have managed to develop sustainable production systems in a national environment that allows business stability with legal security and clear environmental and production standards, which has fostered an environment that favors innovation. We are confident that this action will be of great value in meeting the great challenges and opportunities facing the sector and improving the efficiency, resilience, and profitability of livestock producers, said Victor Julio Carvajal, Minister of Agriculture and Livestock. How exciting! They seem to have a big handle on livestock stuff. Now, Nicaragua does make really good beer. Who also isn't sponsoring the show. I can't believe he actually left because he couldn't name an ice cream place. It was so weird. I don't understand. I spilled liquid nitrogen on my leg once. It was cold, but it didn't cause any damage. I did not turn into ice cream. That is too bad. Did you actually spill liquid nitrogen on you? It's one of the reasons that people use it for a lot of things is that nitrogen is an insulator. And so even though it's insanely cold, it doesn't transfer the heat readily. So you can often, stick your hand into it or whatever. And, they make it in front of you and use nitrogen to freeze the cream. Yeah, that sounds terrible. You can, it's why you don't use gloves when working with liquid nitrogen. Because it's dangerous. Because the glove reduces the insulating effect. Because, do you know when you drop water onto a skillet that's too hot and it actually doesn't boil and it moves around? Because what happens is it's so hot when the water hits the skillet that it creates a layer of steam between the skillet and the water, and the steam is insulating compared to the skillet, which is metal, and would vaporize the water from the heat. So it's counterintuitive that as a skillet gets hotter, it will stop making the water evaporate so quickly. So the exact same thing happens if you drop liquid nitrogen on your skin. Your skin is so warm in comparison to the liquid nitrogen that it acts like a red-hot skillet, and it creates a layer of nitrogen gas between the nitrogen, the liquid nitrogen, in your hand or your leg, your skin, whatever, and makes it that it just slides off. Now, if you hold it long enough, it will cool, stop that effect, and eventually freeze you. But if you have gloves on, the gloves are too cold. So the liquid nitrogen will freeze the glove, and the glove will freeze you in many cases. And then you can't get it off. But if you just have it on your skin, your ability to get the liquid nitrogen off so fast, because it's so cold compared to you, that it's vaporizing as it touches your skin, actually keeps you safer. So liquid nitrogen ends up being relatively safe because it's so cold and your skin is so warm in comparison that it has, I forget the name of that effect, but it has that physical effect to insulate. Jenna says, well, maybe he has his own focus issues. Sadly, I'll have to go teach a class. If they don't come this, I'll be back. All right. Dun, dun, dun. We're down to only 21 people. It's a very slow night, which I was kind of predicting. It is coming up on 11. We're only going to go for, well, at most another hour. That is the absolute maximum that we will do. Tonight, I do have to see my kids. I do have a very busy day tomorrow. I do have one of you guys is in town and wants to hang out and do some stuff. TJ says, olvidé mucho nitrógeno. I don't even know how to say that. Nitrógeno. Come on, it was good Spanish. Man, we don't have enough conversation. Then it pops up. I start reading it and it disappears. Did everybody like Dora the Explorer? Did everybody actually watch it? Nobody commented on the Dominican slang. Too quiet. Wish I had a way to play music while we were doing stuff. I worked with a lot of liquid nitrogen and liquid oxygen. Liquid oxygen, I think, is a lot more dangerous. I think it's also colder. Also, it can explode. Liquid nitrogen is also not combustible, so that's important. Patricia watched Dora. The subtitles couldn't keep up. Oh yeah, no, I have no idea what it says. There's some parts of it that let me see. I never thought of putting the subtitles on. Hola, and today we are going. Oh, it's way behind. Yep, it completely can't do it. We're going to El Teteo. Dora. Yeah, that's the problem with subtitles and Spanish. Spanish is fast. And it's very hard to keep up. There's probably a way to see what all of the subtitles are supposed to be, which just popped up. How do you see transcript? There it is. There it is. Hola, and today, oh yeah, it misses everything. Me worldwide, Amna, from Sano to the 5. Oh, yeah. Oh, it's got nothing. Leidenfrost effect. That is it, the Leidenfrost effect. Very good to know. Buzz, when are you back? You got a schedule yet? Did you plan a flight? I'm out of beer. I had my one can. My one can for the night. I'm still shocked that my cousin was on tonight. Like, that's That's crazy. Now, don't forget, everyone's got to still watch my apology video for the evening. Apparently, I scared Jillian with that one. She's like, oh no, what is wrong? And then she watched it and she's like, uh-huh. Well, Janet must have actually had class, or she's just waiting for them to show up. Oh, it's probably at 11. Yeah, Patricia, the problem with the subtitles on YouTube is that they, one, you have to tell it what language it's going to be, and that one is in mixed language. So she even says Spanglish in the middle of it. And it's loaded with Dominican slang because it's Dominican Dora. Dora Dominicana, and so like there's so much Spanish in there that I don't know because it's all slang instead of like by the book, whatever. And then even the parts I do know are fast, and then every so often there's an English word, and it's like. I wonder how my translations have been coming. I have not asked. I feel like I got like 4 or 5 videos up today. Oh my gosh. I just looked at the I was wrong video. It's doing okay. It's definitely our #1 video of the week, 776 views so far, and we're on the live stream while it's up. So, like, you guys aren't watching it, obviously, because you're on here. So, like, there's a lot of people watching that right now. My pop-up has disappeared. There it is. There we go. Worked a lot of, I watched Dora Lenfrost. I've been watching a lot of Nicaraguan news, and as always, talk of missing people, women in general. Looking at the end of the month, but it says people like when you're wrong. They do like when I'm wrong. I like that people like when I'm wrong because it gets me a lot of views, so there's positives to it. Oh yeah, those stats are definitely showing that it's doing well. Well, awesome. That's that worked out. The average view time isn't like super long or anything. Average view duration is down. So once people realize what I'm wrong about, they're like, we're out of here. But I did have like a dramatic intro. Like it drew people in at least. There's a lot of comments that I need to go look at. Looking at Avianca now. You know what's funny, Buddhist? I just made a video. You guys are getting the sneak peek. I just made a video of me checking flights. Because who just posted where they couldn't find cheap flights? They're like, you guys keep finding cheap flights. I don't know how to find these cheap flights. We're like, really? And then immediately we looked up and here's cheap flights. So I did a video where I went on both Avianca and Spirit and live. It's recorded, but I didn't edit it, except for like one time I clicked the wrong thing and then it closed the screen, so I edited that out. But like I didn't do any searches that weren't in the video. I just went on Avianca, just jumped to a few weeks out, picked a date, and there were the prices, and then did it for Miami, Dallas, LA, and then did the same thing with Spirit. Boom, 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 and all of them amazing prices, all of it. So I'm like, we got a video that just shows the process that I go through and how to do it. But there's a lot of comments on today's show. I feel like they updated the comment system. Let's open an ice cream factory by Bluefields. Just having fun. Hope you understood the reference. Ha ha ha. No, being wrong is human. You're already providing blah, 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 blah. Buddis was wrong. He died. My dad says that they've seen listings for KFC in Managua. I think those of you who've been here are going to say there's no KFC in Managua. Okay, Google Maps shows a KFC at Metro Centro Las Americas. There are no pictures of it. Nope, it's fake. Yep, that's not a real thing. Metro Centro, that is not the place that there would be a KFC. That is in Belo Horizonte? No. It's not a bad neighborhood, but it is not a have an American fast food restaurant neighborhood. I actually like that mall. I have a video of that mall. Is my dad still online? I have a video of that mall. It's definitely not a place with an American chain in it. That's the place that I bought Rompopo, really good Rompopo made that someone was selling on the thing out front. For anyone who really needs a good place to pick up some eggnog. My brain is going. You guys are so quiet tonight. Come on, I need conversation. Is anybody still there? Are you guys still here? It says we got 20 people on, but no one's talking. I mean, I saw the video, you were wrong. Oh, I was wrong. I died. So EJ said, in response to about working, "Woo, this is an honest, non-malicious question. I'm Nicaraguan, but you couldn't work at a soup kitchen or teaching English to university students. You should be able to collect some wages for your work or efforts. We're not all Canadians." Not sure. However, my case in the picture, not able to work. Like, he's had a lot of posts where he's really adamant about, TJ's looking at flights, nice, about why everyone should be able to work in Nicaragua, even if they're minimum wage or whatever. And it just, I don't know, I feel like, why is he so passionate about Americans and Canadians being able to work in Nicaragua? It's very strange. Like, who would benefit from that? Right? Americans don't benefit from it. Canadians don't benefit from it. Nicaraguans don't benefit from it. Everyone loses. So it's a weird thing to fight for. for expat wealthy immigrants to come to Nicaragua and take very, very sparing jobs. I mean, I get people really are passionate about being able to work with their hands locally, but oh my gosh, on United, TJ, have you been watching my videos about all of Paul's luggage that didn't make it? People are asking me more and more. So this one from BB10, this is not on the live chat, it's on the actual channel. Hey Scott, do you know of a channel like yours in Argentina? Someone just asked me for one in Costa Rica like yesterday. Like, so is it funny to say I wish I had channels like mine to watch, but I kind of like my channel, right? And I would like to watch the same thing in other places. Here's someone's. I'm just reading some comments since you guys aren't too talkative. I came to Nicaragua with Interval International. What a funny name, Interval International, and bought a great property in 2004 and still love it. Met with and this was Relocation Retreats response. Met with mayors, expats, attorneys, and real estate agents. This after travel with them to great retirement destinations in Ecuador, Ireland, and Portugal. Never felt pressured and really appreciated the networks these contacts ignited. Interval International. Mayors, expats, attorneys, real estate agents. So my only question, because maybe it worked out great for him, is did he actually get good deals out of it, or did he get gringo priced? Like, in San Juan del Sur, we get so many people saying, oh, we got a great deal, and then it turns out they were gringo priced, and often they knew it and were just saying it because they wanted to resell their place. Obviously, he's not trying to resell his place, but there's an awful lot of people saying things, oh, this is such a great deal, this place, and it's because they spent $300,000 on a house. They need to justify that it's worth $300,000, right? And it's someone just said, I just had a quick look at Airbnb in Leon, and wow, they're very expensive, a lot more than the number of other countries in Latin America, similar rates to those in Mexico, whose Airbnbs are very expensive for Latin America at the moment. I mean, because we don't have any. I did fly Spirit when I went to Aruba. It was okay. I don't like the Miami airport at all. I don't either. But there's one thing that I hate a lot more than the Miami airport, and that is the Houston airport. It is so bad. So the thing that happened to Paul was United canceled his flight. They put him on American, and they refused to send on his luggage. And United doesn't have a customer service line. They send you to India, and the guy doesn't know what a passenger is. This is 3 days, and they're on the phone all day. And they finally got American to tell United they needed the luggage after 3 days. United, absolutely 100% stole his luggage, straight up. The guy lied to him at the airport. You don't need this. We're going to send it to America. We're going to send it on to you, which is a crime. They're not allowed to do that. And he just kept his luggage. And then when they got there, both American and United disavowed his luggage. And United doesn't have a desk at Managua. So you get there and they're like, oh, you have to talk to a person. And you're like, there isn't a person. They're like, oh, you have to fly back to Houston. That was their answer, right? If you want customer service, you have to get on another United flight and go back to even report that you didn't get your luggage, because they don't have a reporting app. They have an app, but it doesn't do reporting of the luggage. You have to have your luggage to report it. If you had your luggage, you wouldn't have to report it. It's the United is my top pick for the worst airline ever, and not from this. Like, we switched to Spirit because United is the worst I've ever flown. Patricia says, my chat stopped working completely. Had to switch to my tablet, and even now I can't see half the messages you're reading. I think something is going on with YouTube tonight. No, Patricia, I'm reading stuff off the website because people were quiet. I flew American Airlines the first time and then flew United the second. I like United better. I flew American recently. They're okay. Like, I don't look for much. Spirit is the best that I fly. Avianca's my second. America's my backup, and United I'll just take a bus. Like, I don't trust United planes. That's where I am at this point. You have to drive 3 hours to get somewhere with Spirit? So do you think the houses at Playa Tesoro are way overpriced? I mean, it depends what you want. So the thing about Tesoro is that it's a unique location, right? So it is what it is, right? You're getting into a private community, and they kind of set the prices. You want to be out in the middle of nowhere, so it's with all property in Nicaragua, things are what people will pay for them. Are the places getting snapped up? Then they're at a good price. If not, they might be a good price if you're willing to wait 5 years, 10 years. Do you want to be able to resell? Is it your dream location and you don't care about being able to resell? There's a lot of factors that go into those things. And so it really comes down to what makes sense for you, right? You want to spend $180,000 on a house because it's your dream house and your dream location. That's exactly the thing that you want. Holy cow, that's fantastic. Do you want to know how it compares in market to other beaches? I think it's 3 to 4 times the price. But if someone's willing to pay that because it's exclusive and it's the only one, it's unique, right? So if you want a house at Valero, right, it's way out there, super specialty. I have no idea what they cost. A lot, I'm imagining, right? Because it's crazy exclusive. But it's also really far away and weird. And but it's the only thing. So if you want to be way, way, way out in the middle of nowhere with really high-end housing and a resort-like living with Nicaraguan resort-like living, not enclave resort-like living or Nicaraguan enclave, then there's just nothing. TJ, when you say Miami Airport, do you mean Miami? Because Spirit flights are through Fort Lauderdale. If you're doing Avianca, it's through Miami, but if it's Spirit, it's through Fort Lauderdale. It's been a while since I flew Miami proper. When we say Miami, we mean FLL, not MIA. Oh, okay. Oh, well, that's the one you'd be coming in on Spirit. So it's okay. It's not a great airport, but it's not bad. Houston, to me, is bad. Dallas, I like. DFW, that one I like flying. But it doesn't go places I want to go very often. Tim, I've been burned by Delta, Avianca, and United. Are you my alter ego? I have been burned by Delta, Avianca, and United. That's awesome. My last 2 flights, we're kindred spirits. My last 2 flights were Spirit. The seats were a little tight, and the flights were at off hours, but I would fly that again from Chicago. So about the Spirit flights, one, they're only at those off hours until yesterday. Yesterday they switched to afternoons instead of nights, so they don't fly in the night anymore. I actually am very disappointed by that. I know everyone hates the middle of the night flight and likes coming in the afternoon, but as one of the drivers who often has to get people at the airport, going in the afternoon is a nightmare, and it takes hours and hours and hours because driving across Managua is awful in traffic. So it takes us 3 hours in, 3 hours out. It's a 6-hour round trip to get someone when they fly in the afternoon. If they fly in at night, we've done the round trip in 3 hours. Round trip. Half the time. I like the night flights so much better. I like being able to get home in 80 minutes instead of 3 hours. So I'm sad that they switched it, but everyone else seems to like the traffic in the afternoon. But yeah, I've never had a problem with Spirit. Never had a bad flight, never had a bad experience anywhere, never been mistreated. Avianca totally abused us. United just took advantage of us, treated us like crap. Now the stuff that Paul's going through, they're crooks. Dear Lord, I wouldn't get on one of their planes. Plus they fly the old Boeings that are very dangerous. Delta, I've seen them be super sexist and just leave people. Delta, those 3 are definitely the ones that have treated me the worst. Now, Avianca, I have flown and had good experiences with after having bad experiences. United and Delta, I've never once had an acceptable flight on either, ever. So I'm very unhappy with them. Avianca, I'm very displeased with the crap they pulled with me. But when they've worked pretty well. TJ, I'd have to drive 3 hours to Dallas to catch a Spirit flight. United flies from my local airport. Wait, which airport is your local one? I thought you were close to IAH. Is that not the right airport? I know United flies from a lot of smaller airports. I'm going to fly to IAH. No, I like flying to Hobby. That's what I want to fly to. But then I'd have to go out of Liberia, and I'm not going to do that. So I'm going to fly to IAH when I go back, but Spirit to IAH, obviously. And last time I looked, the flights were $68 to IAH. Oh, 5 hours to Houston. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, don't do that. That's the worst. And they don't take Canadian credit cards. I can't believe it's even legal. I actually don't think it is legal. I think it's a violation of their contracts with Visa and MasterCard, but they don't care. What are you going to do? There's no consumer recourse in Texas, so they just do what they want. Okay, so having the chat separate causes me to click away and have it disappear on accident. That's a problem. Okay, identifying things that don't work as well with this system. We're still at 21 people. We're doing all right. Haven't lost people. It is getting on the slow side, though, but TJ's here. TJ's keeping it going. Keeping it real. How's the video doing? Checking 793. We're the closest airport. Oh, Shreveport. Okay. Yeah, I don't know where Spirit goes out there. That sucks. Tim says, when I was flying in on the late flights, I stayed at a nearby hotel until the car rental place opened, so I'm not going early in the morning. So I got going early in the morning. Yeah, you probably stayed at the Best Western. That's what we always recommend because you can walk to it across the street. Even if everything goes wrong, you just grab your bags and walk across the street. And it's a nice hotel. My kids are actually like, when can we stay there? I'm like, because we're not flying. We're not going to the Best Western at the airport just to be at the Best Western at the airport. It's a decent hotel, like completely fine. And it's a nice restaurant. It's a nice little spot. Like, it really is decent. I always have drivers, and I don't rent. So if I'm driving myself, I want to be there in the night. I prefer it. And if I'm getting picked up, then I don't really care. I think my driver actually likes it at night because he gets to work all day and make extra money. The food is better on United. Paul did say the food was pretty good. Spirit, yeah, no food. But I don't really want to eat on airplanes. The only time I want to eat on airplanes is when I'm doing something interesting. Like, I flew a Chilean airline last year, and they had Chilean food on I'm like, okay, this is like a cool chance to like do some Chilean thing. I flew an Italian airline one time and had all this amazing Italian food, and I'm like, what the heck is going on? Like, that was fun. But flying American, like any U.S. airlines, I'm just like, the food does not excite me enough to do it. I've also tried Airport X, and it was okay. What is Airport X? Oh, hotel. I don't know that one. I'm gonna go check that out. Airport X Hotel. And, zip me right to the airport. There it is, the Airport X Managua. 3 stars. 376 photos. People really like taking pictures of this hotel. Oh, I've seen this place. I've seen pictures of this. It's almost like a container hotel. Like, it's very Nicaraguan construction apartment buildings with a big roof between it to make it into like a hotel building. It's a really practical design for something fitting into the city. They did a nice job with that construction, I think. I don't know about the inside, but I like I do want to try staying there sometime just because it's a neat little design. They pick you up at the airport. I'm sure they do because it's across the street. Yeah, that's a cool place. They did the same thing that the Best Western did, which is it's clearly designed that they were able to put in some amount of it, get things going, and then add more as they went. And so you can tell that it started as one piece and then added another piece and then added another piece. And the Best Western is like that. When you're in the Best Western, you're like, clearly this was built in just one stage after another and grown out. It's very funny. So you really don't need to be picked up. Like, that's walking distance as well. It is a much farther walk, but that is definitely walking distance from the airport. It's still across the street from the runway. Oh, Arafat is here from Instagram. Hey, Arafat. He was just asking because I don't know where he found me, but so Arafat did not find me from YouTube, right? Which you're all going to be amazed by. Somehow he found me on Instagram. Once in a while, I do post YouTube content on Instagram, right? Not very often, mostly because I'm lazy. Because I should, my shorts should be on there. Like everything should go to TikTok and Instagram, and it just doesn't. But sometimes it does. You know, the real thing is that from my computer, I can't put it on Instagram. So I have to do it on my phone. Like, it's way too much work for no reason. So I'll do TikTok from time to time. And because I can just send it and I don't have to, like, sign into TikTok and look at anything. But he actually found me through Instagram posts and then was asking, like, where I am on social. I'm like, I'm a YouTuber. Like, that's where I am. I don't even have Facebook, right? Like, I don't have it at all. And I'm never on Twitter except if someone, like, sends me a link. I only have it just so that I have a link. And they like, you don't socialize on social media? I'm like, I do all the time. I'm live right now. And here he is. So, Arafat, welcome to our late Thursday, every Thursday live, crazy live stream where we mostly talk about Nicaragua and relocation, but we talk about everything. We're not super exclusive to just that. That's just a very popular topic, especially right now because I have not had a lot of chance to travel recently. So Tim says they have two locations. This is the Airport X Hotel. Where's the other one? Only one came up on Google Maps for me. Also, what is next to them? What is that greenway right next to the airport? Is it just a random set of trees? No. There's a river there, isn't there? There is, or like a wash. Looks like it goes down between those fields and then into the lake. Yeah, that's a river right next to it. Okay. What's amazing, for those who have never looked, across the street from the airport, not like at the end of the airport. Ends of airports have fields, right? So that when a plane crashes, it doesn't go into houses. But if you look directly north of what I think is the end of the runway, like where you stop, I think you take off westbound. There's a lot of fields right in the city, in that part of the city. Like, the airport is in a very green area that produces quite a lot of food. Like, it's quite surprising. I need to go explore that area. Like, now I'm realizing that's a really interesting area to go wander around. There's like a cool lakefront, and it's just really funky. Sometime when I'm picking someone up in the afternoon, I need to just hang out at the airport and wander through some of these neighborhoods. Quapatransco, Colegio Sagrada Familia. Oh, yeah. La Esperanza, that's one of the neighborhoods. There's the Hotel Munch. Who named that? Who approved that name? Seriously. And then El Rodeo. There's a neighborhood called El Rodeo. And then if you take the road all the way out, it leads to Barrio Los Chaguites. El Ultimo Trago. The last shot. Bar closes soon. And then just outside the airport, it just goes to farmland. Like Santa Elena, and then open farmland. Nothing but farmland. So close to the city. That's wild. Why is it like that? Inquiring minds. And then Tippy Tapa. Why does Tippy Tapa not go up to the water? Why does everybody build and stay away from the water? What are we missing? Are there zombies that come out of the water? Why are they avoiding that? There's just some weird stuff in that part of the city. Yep. Now I'm feeling like we got to explore East Managua. I'm feeling it. What do you guys think? I think that's an adventure that needs to happen. You know what's interesting is that if you go from the airport to the Carretera Messiah directly, the scariest parts of the city sit directly between the airport and Las Colinas. Las Colinas was recently featured on a video of where the millionaires of Nicaragua live, and directly in between is Villa Libertad and Barrio Venezuela, which are pretty famously like the roughest neighborhoods of Nicaragua. Now, Villa Libertad is where I'm interested in possibly buying a place and doing a complete rebuild of a barrio house on the show, and do like a what we can do in a rough neighborhood to do an upgrade. That would be like, because I know the area because I'm there all the time. MJNC Nick. MJ, I don't know what that stands for. Anyway, MJMC Nick, what are your thoughts about the new Punta Huete airport? It is going to be built like an hour away from Managua. I don't think it's actually an hour away. So Punta Huete is the peninsula going south into the lake, and they're already calling the airport Punta Huete, and it's out there, and you can go look at it in a satellite view and see the runway and everything. So it's there. I'm pretty excited about it because it's going to let bigger planes in, which isn't too big of a deal. Like, we don't really need bigger planes necessarily, but it for us, we don't have to drive into the city, and it's equidistant for Leon. But it's going to make, for Patricia, the mountain towns are going to have much better access to it. Like, it's going to cut at, okay, it might cut an hour off for them from going to the city. Maybe it is an hour. Actually, why don't I ask this amazing tool in front of me, Google Maps, Punta Huete Airport, and we're going to see what its drive time is to Managua. Directions. No, not from my location. To MGA. MGA Carretera Norte. It's a 10-hour walk. Okay, that's not going to work. Okay, it is. 54-minute drive from airport to airport. So it's going to save a lot of time for anyone coming from the northern towns, Matagalpa and Ciudad del Rio and Sabaco and all that, San Isidro. Like, that area, they're going to really benefit from it. It's going to add a lot of capacity to the country. I don't know how much that's going to matter. But Chinandega and Leon, like, we're going to be thrilled, especially Chinandega. Leon, it's really like, we don't care. It's the same either way. But Chinandega is easily going to go 20 minutes faster. And everyone up in the north, way faster. Sauce is suddenly going to have access to an airport, all that area. Anything south, they don't care. They're not going to use it at all. So I think they're preparing for, one, they already have the runway. They just have to build a terminal. So that's good. It's going to give them a backup. Managua is so small, if anything happens to the runway, there's nothing. So it's I'm very excited about it. I think it's got a lot of potential to be a important infrastructure upgrade for the country. I'm very hopeful that Leon's airport is going to be upgraded because they're putting a brand new massive construction directly across the street from it for the new Mercado and bus station and all that, and it would make sense to upgrade the airport and give us local prop flights to the nearby countries. And that could be really cool if they do that. But it says a lot of times you can find restaurants and businesses on Facebook that have no other internet presence. I know, but I don't have Facebook. I'm banned for no particular reason. Just they do it at random, and there's no recourse. If they detect me trying to make an account, they just delete anything associated with it. So it's completely useless. They just super, super weird business stuff. And I hadn't been using it when it was deleted, so it's like, did I do something? No, I'm pretty clear I wasn't on it. It was just They just delete them. And then you check online and they're like, yeah, there's no... What's really stupid is they have a thing. Oh, were you deleted in error? Oh, yes, I'm confident this was deleted in error. You submit it and it says, you were easily deleted in error. We don't review. There is no recourse. Do not contact us again. That's it. There's no review. They don't check it. If they delete you, they delete you. So businesses that only use Facebook are making a really strong statement, maybe without knowing it. One, that they are willing to allow Facebook to delete them anytime that they want and make their business go away. And two, that they're willing to make a statement that I know lots of people who've been deleted from Facebook, and those businesses send a really strong signal that they don't want those people as customers. That's a major reason why you don't want to use things like Facebook and Instagram as your business presence. As a business presence is fine. As the main one is not, for a lot of reasons. There's a lot of people who just can't find them, or people who can impersonate them, because there's no such thing as an official thing on Facebook. TJ says, in order for you to go over a border, does the owner of the car have to be driving, or can they be a passenger? They don't even have to be there, as far as I know. I think you just have to exist and give permission. I've never actually tried it, but you definitely don't have to be driving. The owner doesn't even have to have a driver's license. It's just needs to be able to approve it. You need to be able to have an ownership in the other country. I really want to go up and do San Rafael del Norte, which Patricia would really like. How does Facebook know if it's you, if you're using a different computer, email address, etc.? So they don't necessarily, but they do a lot of work to try to determine. They have a lot of AI. So Google is really good at this, that they can tie people together. And so if you're really, 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 really trying to be completely separate, you can pull it off. But the amount of work you have to do, and if you ever slip up and they figure out it's you, then they just nuke it again. And then more things in your network are nuked, and it'll just build, and then you risk them nuking other things that may have been detected with it. Oh, you still have an Instagram that we hadn't nuked previously? Well, now we're going to nuke that too, right? It's plausible that you can keep it completely separate, but the nature of Facebook, for example, are you going to make a Facebook account but never say your name again? And remember that Facebook requires that you identify yourself when you make an account. So if you make something and they detect that they don't think that's really you, they can request your ID. If they see your ID, then they nuke your account. And so they actually have a bit to make it quite difficult. But then okay, so I got past all that. Now I'm going to reconnect with my friends. Oh, by reconnecting with my friends, people say my name. Remember, they read all your messages. So all it takes is people being like, hey, Scott, is it you? I thought they deleted your account. Oh, wait, where'd you go? Oh, they deleted your account because I mentioned it, right? So it's the real thing is life is so much better without Facebook. There's no negative to not having it. There's no business that's only on Facebook that I want to do business with. The nature of them only being on Facebook is such an insult. I don't care if they go out of business, because I'm not going to give them my money just, I'm not going to necessarily avoid them, but I'm certainly not going to put in an effort to do business with someone who's only on Facebook. And I absolutely want nothing to do with Facebook group discussions. Holy cow, am I glad I managed to dodge that bullet by not having it. I would probably hate my life living in Nicaragua if I was tempted or felt capable to get onto Facebook and get on those toxic groups. They're so awful. It would eat away at my soul. Because I completely don't have Facebook and no easy way to make an account, it keeps the temptation from ever seeing that stuff from popping up, which is, that sounds crazy, but that is an important part of my happiness. I like being online. I like having a presence. I like being able to help people. And those things are designed somehow to beat you down and make you angry. I'm angry just thinking about the fact that they exist, but most of the time I can ignore them completely. But there is not an inkling of desire in me to have Facebook. There's nothing I like about it. The only thing that I do like about Facebook is that you make social connections with your I have friends from high school that I only see on there. And when that disappeared, I lost contact with a certain number of people. But it's a very small group of people. Most of the people that I have pretty good contact other ways. I'm extremely findable. Anyone that I lost contact with because of my Facebook going away, I may not be able to find them, but they can definitely find me. And now I have a YouTube channel, but I have been searchable online since the 90s. Like, there's nobody that can't find me, and my phone number hasn't changed since the 90s. My email hasn't changed since the 90s. My website hasn't changed since the 90s. Like, I'm stable. And there was a tiny couple of years that I had Facebook, and some people knew how to find me. You can find me on LinkedIn. I hate it, but I'm on there. You can find me on Twitter. Hate it, but at least I'm on there. You can find me on Instagram. So there's a million. What? Arafat just found me on Instagram, right? Like this, it's not impossible to find me. Plus, you can find me on any number of my own things. I'm on Mastodon. I'm on Nicagram. I'm everywhere. So anybody who had any interest in ever talking to me has no problem finding me. So honestly, it sounds crazy, but my Facebook was like 2014 or something that it self-destructed. And for like a week, I was like, oh my gosh, like realizing the things that weren't there anymore. And then I was like, you know what? No, it could have been 24. It was much later. 2017, 2018. I don't know, somewhere around there. And now that I not having it, it's one of the best things. It's awful. Every time someone talks about Facebook, all they do is tell me how awful it is, how toxic the environment is, how like every moment they're on it, it makes them angry and sad and depressed and just giving up and just everything on it is misinformation and all the groups are just toxic. And I'm just like, I'm so blessed that Facebook relieved me of that burden and it gave me, this is the best thing, right? Like the angels came down and blessed me with this. I have no obligation to anyone to be on Facebook. Facebook arbitrarily took away my account. Anyone who feels I should be on Facebook, it's their problem. It's not my problem. Why are you on a platform that deleted me? Why are you supporting a platform that deleted me? I mean, that's fine if you want to use it, but like if someone's like, why don't, you need to have it to talk to me. No, I don't. Like that's a you problem for those people. And as far as the rest of it, like, I don't ever want to see those ads. I don't ever want to see those conversations. I don't ever want to I don't want to see all that content that I don't control. And I don't have to. But if I had chosen not to have it, I would get all this family pressure. I would get all this friends pressure. Well, you got to check it. You got to use it. It's how we communicate. But because I'm not supposed to have it, then people go, oh, well, I guess we have to figure something else out. So it's the best case scenario is Meta deleting my account. And so I know it sounds like, wait, can't you just, one, no, it isn't that easy. But two, there is nothing that I want in Facebook. I am so happy that I don't have it. It's not like Twitter where you can like completely ignore it. There's something about the way that it works that it's like you can't just hop in and use it as a messaging platform and get a message and get out. It's like this. Now, I understand like we could promote the channel using Facebook and get a lot more viewers, and yeah, that would be fantastic. I wish that there was more promotion that I could do stuff with it, but then I'd have to be on it and it would become this part of my life that I don't control, and it would make me so unhappy, and to be able to make the channel and be just a generally happy person like that, I'm so glad not to have it. Does the owner of a car in Nicaragua have to have a driver's license? I am pretty confident that the answer is no. I don't know why they would check for that. Why are you worried, TJ? Do you not have a driver's license? Is there something we're missing? I don't have a driver's license, but that's just an expiration thing. TJ still has your email from 95 or 96. I probably do too. No, not 95. I probably have mine from 97, 98. I have my original Yahoo address. That has got to be my oldest one. And then I actually have scottallenmiller.com. Those are old. And then Gmail's much younger, but I have that. Who doesn't have a Gmail, right? But I always worry that that'll get deleted. Alan says, I like using Facebook Marketplace, but that's it. You know what's funny is I've never seen Facebook Marketplace. I was deleted before that existed. So people talk about it, and I'm like, I don't know. It's like I get there might be stuff on there, but there's a couple bugs floating in my coffee. They've been there for a while. I'm pretty sure they're dead, and they're just protein. But TJ was part of closed testing for Gmail. Whatever it is with Google, they really dislike me, and so I'm never in their early testing. I'm always like in the last group to be allowed to have anything that they have. It has always been that way. I have no idea. I mean, I'm not like some huge Google fan out there being like, yes, Google's the best. No, I'm always like, I don't trust their stuff. They're going to delete it. And they often do. So Tim says, can I renew my American passport in Nicaragua? Yeah. The United States has embassies in nearly all countries, and the U.S. is very good about renewing passports. That's a standard U.S. State Department service that actually works. Patricia still has an old AOL address from my childhood. Wow, you're a lot younger than us then, because there was definitely no AOL in my childhood. TJ says, I also tested stuff for Microsoft, including Xbox Live. I've probably tested something for somebody. I can't think. You don't need a license to own a car in Nicaragua. However, in order to register a car as a foreigner, you need Nicaraguan residency unless you register a car under a corporation. Yes, that is correct. That's why I want to register one, because the corporate ones can't drive over the Honduran border and the residency ones can. So that's my biggest thing for wanting residency, other than they told me I should have it. And I just want to keep people happy, but it's I'm really looking forward to. I also get an import. Oh, I didn't mention that earlier. Getting residency, you can import a car as well, which is probably what I'm going to do. I mentioned it on earlier shows, just not on today, because today was my. It's been hours, so for those who didn't hear it earlier, today was my residency interview. So hopefully in about 3 weeks, I will have my residency. That is the hope. Today's video is up to 810 views and doing quite well. So that's pretty awesome. Go to the video analytics. Let's see how it looks. Yeah, it's doing well. It's tapering off, so we're losing a little bit of. Patricia says, I'm Gen X, not much younger than you. I guess it was my late childhood. I'm on the young side of Gen X. I'm only a couple years ahead of millennials, but solidly Gen X for sure. Yeah, today's video is not doing too shabby. It's nice to see. It's actually been a busy day because the earlier video today, what was it called? The Relocation Retreats. Has done 418 views, which is really not bad for any video. And to do it as the extra non-daily video is really good. Like that was a solid morning extra video. So I'm excited about that. It did lose a subscriber though. Somebody was offended by the Relocation Retreat stuff. That's funny. What about, nope, we haven't gained or lost anyone with the I was wrong. What about the Gringo one? That feels like a loser as well. Let's go take a look. Nope, it gained a subscriber. So it offset. I gain and lose very little by video. Gained one on the Costa Rican replacement problem video. How about the Costa Rican products? Why do they cost more? I'm going to guess it gained 2. Only 1. Okay, what about the singing monk? Anyone taking bets? I have a Nika friend of mine who doesn't have a license, and I wanted to buy a car and put it in their name. That's why the question. I mean, generally I wouldn't do that, but that should work just fine. The only reason not to do that, well, there's lots of it's so easy to make a company and do it that way, and then it's 100% yours, and you're not creating a risk for them. Because if anything was to ever happen, like imagine you had a terrible car accident and you were killed, and it caused real damage, and other people were killed. they could have their lives destroyed because they're legally responsible for an accident that you would have meant to pay for, but you're dead, which is a horrific scenario. But like something like that, I don't know how often that would blow back on them, but it could. And that's like, they really do take on risk for you as a favor to do these things. It's so easy to just make a little company and do it that way that I really recommend. That it just makes things simpler, even if it's a really close friend. It's easy to imagine having really good friends who'd be like, yeah, just put it in my name, like whatever. And like if it was me, right? Like, okay, if something happened, like I know what my risk is, I know what my exposure is, and I can afford it almost certainly if something really horrible happened and I had to cover some insurance type thing, right? But Patricia says, I heard that the owner of the car does have to be present to cross a border. I mean, that would make sense. I haven't heard that, but it makes sense that would be true, so it's totally possible. But they definitely don't have to be driving. There's no chance of that. The Singing Monk got 6 additional subscribers. That was our good one for the week. There we go. I was not expecting that. He's actually coming over early in the morning, and we're doing an interview in Spanish. How much does a corporation cost? I'm not sure. It depends what you need. Just talk to a lawyer, but for just that, I expect like under $1,000. It's got to be so simple. You may be able to do it even cheaper than that. But compared to a cost of a car, it's so little. And then you have it. So you can get as many cars as you want. You can use it for any number of things. Like you get a lot of flexibility by having something like that. And so I think... Yeah, Patricia, I looked at San Rafael. Did you just look at San Rafael del Norte because I mentioned that? It looks fantastic. It's one of the biggest places that I haven't been. So I really want to go up there and hang out and spend some time and get to know it because I do think it would be really, really cool. It's definitely a neat village. TJ, if that's the case, then I wouldn't be able to go over a border with a corporation. You cannot go over the border with a corporation, and so you'd have to have your friend with you to go over a border. I guess, yeah, if you always want to take your friend on trips with you, the Honduran border. The Costa Rican border, you can drive on a corporation. And I know that for sure because Josh from the community does that on a regular basis. So it depends what board, like if you're just concerned about going to Honduras, yeah. But if you have the car under a corporation, you can't drive that across a border either, can you? Yes, you can drive it across the Costa Rican border, not the Honduran border. There really are very few limitations. If your goal is to hang out in Honduras, which I really want to do, then it really is a big thing. Like, I want to be able to drive around the CA4 and do filming all the time from all over the place. That is a huge thing for me. So, that is what it is. But most people, I think I would want to go across both, but Costa Rica one would probably be the one I'm worried about the most. Yeah, so corporation, you're definitely okay, and then you never have to have your friend with you. That one, if that's the one you're really concerned about, then I think the benefit goes to the corporation from the ease of border crossing. If it's the Honduran one, then it's going to be the other way around. I have no idea how it works in the Costa Rican if you own the car. I only know that with corporation it's no problem because Josh does it. My family that lives in DFW would probably fly Southwest. Oh yeah, yep. So Southwest directly to Liberia is quite easy. So if you're doing DFW to Southwest, I think they have to hop through Hobby. But maybe Love directly connects. I'm not sure. But we've always done it from Hobby, and it's a pretty good flight. It's nice and short and direct, and Liberia is very easy to deal with. But I will take the Managua anytime without having to deal with the border. Like, it's just it's hours closer and no border. The border's really not a problem, but it's not zero time either. It's a little bit little bit of work doing that whole process. So I like just skipping that and keeping it nice and easy. All right, guys, we have about 10 minutes to go. Some of us have not done our Duolingos yet. We do have a lot of people chatting, but I think we got to wrap it up for the night. How long have we been on? I haven't even looked. We had 23. Now it's down to 21. Over 400 views. Not bad for a quiet Thursday. 5.5 hours. Not too shabby. And how's the I Was Wrong? For anybody who hasn't seen the I Was Wrong, please go watch that. Give it a like, and let's see if we can really get it up there. I'm hoping that it ends up getting. It's still tracking pretty well. Like, hopefully get some new subscribers on that as well. All right, everybody. Thanks for joining me, and hope everybody has a good evening. We're going to be cutting off here in a minute. This weekend, I have no idea what's going on. At the moment, I can't even think of what might be happening. I'm going to be hanging out with some people, probably heading out to the beach tomorrow. I'm filming interviews with La Marcelita and Paul Baker in Spanish tomorrow. TJ says if my family was to come in, they would probably want to go to like San Juan del Sur. Yeah, having a car down at the southern border makes it pretty easy. For that, then you can just hop into town and get over the border and do everything really, really nice and quick. All right, everybody, have a good night. Thanks.